Welcome to stop number 3 of the virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix. As today we tackle the Dirty Reiver after stop number 1, the Paterberg in virtual Belgium. We were at Canary Wharf last week for some criterium racing, and this week it's gravel racing in the UK-based Dirty Reiver course. Brad Soner here with Ryan Cousineau as we get ready for more virtual racing here on RGT. Ryan, this one a little bit different because of the gravel. It's not going to affect the riding style much for these riders, but from what I can tell, this course looks very, very fun, both in real life and in the virtual world.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The real Dirty Reiver takes place in the coniferous Kelder Forest and Wark Forests in Northumberland and maybe a little bit of Scotland. So while the full event involves a 200-kilometer track, we will be running a 17.7-kilometer loop that will give you the virtual Reiver experience, but without the requirement to carry an emergency whistle and a survival blanket.
Makes it a little more approachable, a little easier. It sounds like a lot of logging roads in the area creates really a perfect surface for some gravel riding, gravel racing.
Yeah, it sounds like classic gravel terrain. This is all working forests. So these are really, I think the character of the roads we'll see is very much what locals would identify as logging roads or fire roads rather than sort of classic single track. But nonetheless, it should be really great for this kind of, basically it'll be a straightforward road race on gravel rather than sort of a dirt ride.
Yeah, you see the profile up at the top of this graphic. It's really just one big climb that sort of narrates the story out there on the road. You can see it's relatively long compared to the other two courses that we've been racing here in the virtual BC Cup. This is going to be the longest, steadiest climb that they had. Obviously, comparing anything to the Paterberg makes anything look long and steady when you're talking about stop number 1 of the virtual BC Cup. But this, pretty straightforward. I think it'll be for the riders that like sustained riding, that like that sort of tempo riding, tempo power. This is going to be the perfect course for them.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it is a 225-meter gain per lap, but because the lap is 17.7 kilometers, it's just it sort of flattens things out, right? You'll have to do that climb once a lap, but you'll have a long time to recover before you have to hit it again. I did get a bit of intel from one of the riders today, Shane Alfreds, that apparently some of the turns on the descent are actually tight enough that they will slow you down in the virtual race. So you won't get to do just sort of a pure straight shot descent down the road.
That virtual gravel gets slippery. Part of the RGT platform, the RGT game, it does try to regulate speed through the corners to make it more realistic for the riders. We saw that in the criterium a lot, where it would sort of throttle the power of riders if they tried to put too much going through a turn. Just like in real life, you can't put too much power on the pedals while you're in the middle of a 90-degree turn. So same thing will apply here, and maybe have to scrub some speed off on the way down. That'll be interesting. We'll watch the power meters, watch the power zones that we're in, and see if we can maybe spot that happening in real time today. All right, first race of the day, just over 6 minutes away. We are combining a couple categories for our first stop. The Category 4 and Open Women will race on the same course, doing 2 laps of our circuit out there today. So this is always a fun category. It's nice to welcome new riders to the sport, and this is also where I think I would be. So this is my favorite category to watch of the day.
That's right. These are our bravest and newest racers in a lot of cases, although they could also be racers like myself in their declining years. So we also, because of low entries, we've got, I think, 1 or 2 women who will be slotted into this field as well. But it should be, I think it's going to be an awful lot of fun. We'll see what our start line looks like in just a few minutes to see exactly who's shown up for this race. So we have an extended
So
start
this
list.
course is another unique course on RGT. We talked about the sort of real worlds that they're racing in. When we were racing on the Paterberg, you saw the sort of dreary day, the fields surrounding the climb. They had the cobbles written in there. Canary Wharf, the downtown vibe to it, almost futuristic, but still realistic. And this one, I think, is a nice sort of change from a new pack for riders that have been racing on RGT a lot. This is a nice scenery change. They have some new design elements added into the Dirty Reiver course here. So very cool to have this added in, and very cool. I have Dirty Reiver really, see the potential of virtual racing, and we're kind of taking advantage of that today. But they really saw the potential of RGT, the potential of getting into virtual racing early on, and had their course designed to go into the RGT platform. So this is pretty much, from what I can tell, what it looks like in real life. So the buildings, trees, the start-finish line, things like that are about as close to realistic as you're going to get.
Yeah, I believe one of these buildings that we're panning around is probably the 18th century Kildare Castle, constructed by the Duke of Northumberland as a hunting lodge. But it now serves as a visitor center for the area, and it's also used as the sign-in location for the real Dirty Reiver. But yeah, we've got this beautiful little coniferous forest in our virtual world as we watch our brave little group lining up. It looks like we're going to have a race of 5 today. Some familiar names there. I see Mr. Jimmy Arkang has made it to the start line, as well as Ian Walker. And I'm not sure who Mr. or Mrs. Hamilton is, but I'll find them on my start list in a moment. And I believe that would be Shelley Navin. So she will be one of the women that we've got in our race, I believe.
Nice. And then you see our 2 camera bots down at the bottom, the ZMS Cam 2 and 3. Those are our sort of virtual riders that we use to follow the race. So you don't need to worry about them in the results or out on course. If you see them floating around, that's just our camera bots keeping an eye on things.
All right. So we've got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So it's a little early for, you can see a little bit of trainer warm up happening by some of the riders. They're dialing in their numbers, but I'm sure nobody will be ramping it up for the classic virtual racing full tilt start until we get more like 30 seconds from start time.
I'm not sure what the ideal warm-up sort of timeline is, but I know a lot of riders will spend a pretty significant amount of time on the trainer before a virtual race like this, because it starts so hot that you want to make sure that the engine is warmed up and primed a little bit. So I think a lot of riders will have spent 20, maybe 30 minutes already on the trainer, slowly warming up, getting ready for the start here, so that you're kind of at your peak when the flag drops here in just over a minute and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. However, this is also one of the longer races that we're going to be doing. I think it's the longest of the 3 we've done so far. It'll be about a 35-kilometer race for these Cat 4s. However, it's scheduled out as a, excuse me, it's scheduled out as a 60-minute race, and I think that depending on how they approach this terrain, it'll be touch and go whether they finish within an hour. So it's going to be a good long effort for them. So I hope they've warmed up, but not too much, and not burned.
Yeah, a lot of that. A lot of that will just have to do with how the race plays out, the sort of racing dynamics and tactics on the day for the riders. Typically, we see a pretty good swing in average watts per kilogram. We'll talk about that, the efficiency, and what the riders need throughout the day in terms of both playing the game and trying to preserve their watts as best they can. Let's run through, as we go inside 1 minute to start, real quick, just what we're looking at on the screen for any viewers new to the RGT platform, new to watching our virtual BC Cups. I'm going to run through the 3 different sections. On the very left-hand side, that's our rider list. It shows the current rider order that you're in. You'll see one rider is highlighted a little bit darker right now. That is Naven. That tells you the rider that we're following, and that's important because we're going to be looking at their stats up above. You see power, cadence, and heart rate. That corresponds with the rider whose name is highlighted in the darker bar. And then up on the right-hand side, a little bit of course information, distance, speed, and terrain as well. You can see a sort of current map of the elevation of where they are. So now you see everybody's colors changing below their names. They are ratcheting up their power going into the highest zone, the red zone here for the start, because when you're virtual racing here on RGT, you want to make sure that that power hits as soon as the clock hits zero. So you can see the riders that have raced on RGT before and the riders who are maybe newer to the game. Looks like Jimmy Arkang is an RGT expert out there.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, and we've seen him do it in this race repeatedly. And he's followed again by Ian Walker and Shane Alfreds, two other names that we've called quite often. Fourth place is a little interesting. I think I found him. I believe that's Keely Hamilton, who is 14 years old, which may explain his relative inexperience with the platform. But I also suspect he's probably a pretty strong young man and will do not too badly. And guess who else we see? Our South Korean participant. That's Nuri On, who's headed up and is just past Keely for fourth place. So he's coming here all the way from South Korea just to race this virtual race, which is sponsored in BC and is covering the virtual world of the Northern United Kingdom.
It's an international world we live in here in 2021. On trying to get up to the Walker Alfreds group, it looks like our Kang still has a little bit of a gap up there. You see on the left-hand side of the screen here, as you can also see the distance to the right of their names on the leaderboard on the left-hand side. That shows the distance to other riders around them. So I think Walker and Alfred's probably going to link up with our Kang here, and then looks like On will be the wild card today, Ryan.
Yeah, I think so. He's dangling there about 50 meters behind the lead three riders, and I think that's going to be trouble. He's got to close that gap, or else he will get dropped pretty quickly here. But otherwise, I think we're going to see the selection of the race happening fairly rapidly. But it looks like at least Alfreds and Walker are going to be able to maintain contact with Arkang, I think. They're only about 15 meters behind Jimmy, so that should be a closable gap, and indeed that looks like what's happening right now as the
we'll go
course
ahead.
Flattens out on them.
We can call that the front group now as they link up. So our Kang, Alfreds, and Walker make the early selection just a couple minutes in. And then On at 160 meters back. That gap just a little bit ago was only 60 or 70 meters. So I think On might be looking for a little bit of reinforcement from behind, maybe hoping Hamilton will be able to get up to him and they could maybe work together and try and chase down Arkang, Walker, and Alfred. Certainly easier having just one rider with you to try and chase up. Although it's a little tougher on the virtual platform than it is in real life to work together, it can be done. And once you figure it out, the energy savings are pretty significant. Your ability to close down gaps gets a whole lot better. So wondering if we'll see On and Hamilton link up at some point today, or if On just stays in the gap between these three and Hamilton solo behind him. Arkang with a little bit of separation now again.
Yeah, Arkang is definitely rubber banding his two putative draft mates there. I guess he's decided he wants to check out of this race, and he's doing it pretty capably. In fact, he's doing it fairly impressively on a section of the course that doesn't even really have much grade. So he's simply riding away from Walker and Alfreds here right now. I know that those other two riders must recognize that this is the crux of their race. Either they stay with Jimmy there, or else they're racing for second and third.
This has got to be demoralizing for Walker and Alfreds. They had just made it up there. They just chased back Arkang, and as soon as they made contact, he must have attacked again. These two are staying together, so I think Walker and Alfreds are definitely on the same page today, kind of going up against Arkang in this situation, because Arkang attacked and Walker and Alfred stuck side by side there. So I think those two might have a gentleman's agreement, let's call it, and Arkang is going to be on his own in this group of three.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, but on the other hand, if they can work together, maybe they'll end up playing the long game, which is to say that two riders sharing the work can maintain, if they can keep their rhythm together and if they can work well together, they can start hunting down a stronger rider by just basically sharing the load. And so it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic goes. We'll definitely watch the gap between Walker Alfreds and Arkang at the front here as this race progresses. Meanwhile, it looks like we're being shown Shelley Navin here, chasing on. Shelley is our Lanterne Rouge at the moment, but not entirely out of contact, but she can literally see the next rider, Hamilton, up the road, but I think that Keely Hamilton is almost 300 meters away at this point, so this may turn into a race for honor for Navin at this point.
Shelley rocking the super cool Triple X Racing kit. Hamilton is still solo back here in 5th, and looking at the gap, On getting further and further away from Hamilton here. You can also see the difference in watts per kilo. I know they're on different parts of the course, but On is kind of hanging somewhere above 3, and Hamilton is dipping below 3 consistently as, I think On might have been on a little climb here, getting up and over now, but just seems like a higher average watts per kilo. Now, we'll talk about watts per kilo a lot today. It's really going to be interesting to watch the power distribution at the end of the race today between Arkang, Alfreds, and Walker up in the front. I'm going to guess On and Hamilton will have a pretty similar watts per kilo. Obviously, if On holds on to this lead, we'll end up with a slightly higher watts per kilo average. But between Walker and Alfreds, I'm really curious who is doing the work in this group. And we're going to be able to tell at the end of the day today, because we'll see each rider's average watts per kilo for the day. If they're riding together all day, we could infer that the rider with the higher watts per kilo would have done more work up at the front. So looks like that's Walker right now.
That's certainly true, but I have to say that Shane Alfreds messaged me after last week's race simply to say that he wanted to say he was, quote, a hefty guy, and therefore one of the reasons that his watts per kilo looks so low is that he's putting out a lot of watts, but he's got a lot of kilos. So what happens is on a course like this, he's really pushing it to get up and over these hills. And on a very flat course like Canary Wharf that we saw last week, he didn't look impressive on a watts per kilo number, but it also didn't matter because, of course, it was a dead flat course. Let's see, Alfreds is also very bravely going without a helmet on these very technical roads, but it's okay. They're all virtual, so I'm sure he'll manage to keep safe nonetheless.
I'm impressed they look to be doing this on like 23C tires here.
Yeah, these guys all were in it to win it. They were making no concessions to comfort as we take these gnarly gravel roads. In the real world, I've read some accounts of a rider who did the Dirty Reiver, where he chose a mountain bike and his friend chose to use a gravel bike on about 33s or 35s. And he says the difference at the end of the day was that he really enjoyed the race, and his friend on the gravel bike thought it was one of the worst things he'd ever done. So I guess as much as we make it out to be a road race on terrain, you can see that this is sort of runs to pretty chunky, rough, rocky terrain, and I think in the real world that's what you actually face. So kids, do not bring your 80 millimeter carbon wheels and your 23s with you when you race the Dirty Reiver in real life.
Alfred's chasing back on. Made it. Yep.
Alfreds, Walker, and Arkang are all back together. Gruppo Compacto, and even Norion is not letting go. He's actually, I think partly because he's just hitting the climb, but he is not letting them get away. He's still only about 180 meters back in closing. So this race is coming together more than it's splitting up, even as we watch.
Well, I am officially cheering for Nurion to be able to catch this front group up here. That would be a Herculean effort and would be awesome to see On able to close this gap. A lot of that is going to have to do with how these three up at the front decide to play this. If Jimmy Arkang keeps stepping on the gas pedal, that's going to make it a whole lot harder for On to be able to close the gap. But if these guys get into a standoff situation, they start kind of looking around, nobody really takes charge up at the front, then Nuri might be able to make it back up there. So we'll keep an eye on this battle for the front group as Nuri On tries to close what is now a 130-meter gap. So I'm guessing, translating that into time, probably something like 20, maybe 30 seconds. That's a total guess.
I'll have to try and... It's the one piece of information we don't get natively in the system. I'll have to break out the stopwatch and watch where he crests the hill relative to the other riders here. But yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing to me is that we just went up a 7% grade where you'd think it was natural attacking terrain, and either our Kang didn't choose to go on another attack there, or he wasn't able to. But at any rate, all three riders are now cresting the hill at pretty much all together. So it means basically the race isn't separating, and I don't know whether that means that our Kang is going to wait for another piece of terrain, or he's going to wait for the final lap to spring an attack, or if it means that he's just either content or unable to do anything about Walker and Alfred's at the moment. So definitely, we will see how this plays out. I kind of thought that he'd gone away and would stay away, but he seems to have relaxed his pace a little bit, either because he has to or because he wanted to. We're watching On. Yeah, I think that we're going to call On at about 50 seconds behind the leaders, if my little crude effort at timing is correct.
A lot of that is going to have to do with the current terrain that they're on. There's going to be a lot of up and down. You can see in the upper right-hand corner of the right screen, this is On's elevation profile. So just now kind of heading up and over the top of that climb. So sometimes you get a skewed gap when some riders are on the climb, some riders are already over it, descending down the other side, for example. So looks like On is up and over, working through the forest. I love the light leaks here coming through the trees. Very realistic. This must be a feature of the course, and I would like to experience this in real life.
Yeah, it's just lush and beautiful. It's nice to see these very naturalistic style of trees that we're getting in the background. It's a lovely change of pace from our city at night race last week. So quite enjoying this. For British Columbians, this kind of stuff, riding through a coniferous forest, just feels like home.
Yeah, right, exactly. Feels like you're right in your backyard. This is how I imagine all of Canada. As an American, we just picture it's all just coniferous forests as far as the eye can see.
I mean, I live inside of a pretty big city, but the truth is that the nearest coniferous forest that is, the size of the Dirty Reiver is a short ride from my house. In fact, the nearest coniferous trees that I can put my hands on are in my front yard, and then about a block away there's a forest that actually has bears living in it. So yeah, I'm telling you all the stereotypes are completely true.
Right. Well, I'll take a maple syrup shot and settle in, get ready for our final 30K of racing coming up here. Alfred's, I think, getting caught off the back a couple times. I just watched him chase back up and on. Our Kang is definitely in charge here in this group of three. I mean, I think, he's going to be running the show for the next few kilometers.
You think that Ian and Shane are sort of there at his pleasure at this point?
I think they're there because our Kang is allowing them to be there for now. Maybe.
Yeah, it's just a nice ride in the woods at about 3 watts per kilo for these boys.
Right.
So, yeah,
exactly.
I imagine as pleasant and pretty as it looks on our view screens, it's those are 3 pretty intense living rooms right now, because I imagine that none of these riders is doing anything but putting up a pretty good effort. So I hope they all have excellent cooling fans installed.
Just wanted to point out the drafting that we were seeing earlier as we're following Walker here. You see his name highlighted on the left side. And then you see up at the top left, it says saving about 40 watts for him right now. So that is obviously from drafting off of our Kang who's sitting on the front. It shows you the current wattage, and then you also see that gap show up when a rider could be more efficient in the draft. It'll change from the current power profile, which is that line graph that you see, to this, which is showing the distance that you need to close to maximize the draft. So Walker saving 30 watts right now. Doesn't seem like a lot, but over a few laps of this Dirty Reiver course, 40 watts is going to add up. Now he loses the draft as our Kang steps on the gas. Again, saying you guys are getting a little too comfortable at 3.4 watts per kilo. Let's try 3.6.
That's right. Our Kang is dialing it up, and they're just hitting a gentle slope that's about to get a little bit steeper. So he's dragging them up this 3% grade, and that's where he's putting a little gap onto his competitors. You can see that Walker and Alfreds are desperately trying to hang on, but right now it's just this. I don't even know if our Kang is deliberately trying to drop them. I think that what might be happening is they're just rubber banding at every change in the terrain, and you can see the Walker is catching up, and I'm sure Alfreds will make it back on now, but you can almost feel that those two riders are burning matches on every one of these little gaps that they're closing up.
It is so important to stay in the draft. A few times you can come in and out of the draft and be able to chase back into the group, but if you keep doing that all day, you're not going to be in this group for long. So you want to try and stay with the group. I think even more so on the virtual platforms than in real life, because the wattage that you're saving here is, when wattage is so important in the game, it just becomes crucial that you save or become the most efficient that you can with the watts that you have. So Alfred's going to want to close this gap ASAP. He's losing 30-40 watts a second just sitting a few meters back off the back of this group. It's incredibly easy to tell people to chase back up to the front, isn't it, when you're sitting in your office chair watching on RGT?
That's right. Come on, Shane. All you have to do is pedal harder.
Just go up the hill faster.
Right,
just throw another 50 watts at it.
You've got 10 extra heartbeats before you hit your max HR record, right? Come on, Shane. We're cheering for you, because Shane himself identifies as a heavy guy, and so he's my rooting interest, because I always like to see the heavy guys win. It makes me feel good about myself as well. So come on,
they're
Shane.
about
it's
halfway.
Not that big a hill. It's only 12%. Oh,
it hurts. It hurts so good for Shane here.
So yeah, this is Shane's race, right? He's either going to hang on over these steep climbs. I'm sure that he's trying to just redline and sprint them as effectively to maintain contact with Walker and our Kang here. Actually, we're seeing a rare circumstance, which is our Kang is letting Walker get a little bit up the road all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. Again, I don't know if that's just something he's not identifying as a threat. He's trying to ride within himself, or if Walker is legitimately putting him into difficulty. And we watch back, we can see Norian hitting those same 12% grades. I mean, my goodness, it's hard to make a steep road look steep in photos, but this road looks steep even in these pictures. It's just amazing.
Luckily, we have you'll see Tammy Brimmer in the race, the official race photographer, who's going to be jumping in the races throughout the day. You see her name in 7th place on the leaderboard. She's not competing, but she is in the race taking pictures of all the riders. She'll be following everybody around, so definitely check out TLB Velo Photography for some pictures from the day's races here at the BC Cup. She usually has those up pretty quickly after the race. Makes for cool social media posting. Hang up above your fireplace. Get a life-size portrait made. Fatheads. Remember those fatheads? Put them up on the wall.
I think those fatheads might be coming back now that they're allowing you to buy your way into being a virtual audience at sporting events. So,
right.
So. But yes, Tammy hasn't won a race so far, but she's always number one in our hearts here. also a local photographer, and she does a lot of great work with a lot of cycling teams, including my own beloved Escape Velocity Cycling Club. But at the front, Ian Walker is trying to activate this race. He's been putting a gap into Arkang and Alfred's. In fact, I think there's a bit of a gap between Arkang and Alfred, so this race is really splitting up at the front right now. They're a long way to go before they get to the finish. They're just completing lap number 1 here, if I'm reading everything. So they're going to come to the halfway mark in a moment, and Alfred's is trying to put his mark on this event.
Yeah, almost equidistant.
Ian Walker.
Between Walker and Arkang, and then the gap from Arkang to Alfred's. There you go. It's 60 meters to Walker and 75 meters back to Alfred's. So still cheering for you, Shane.
Yeah, but this is where a big power guy might be okay. Because here's the thing. I mean, Shane probably didn't want to be this far off the back, but on the other hand, he's now got another 17 kilometers to catch up. At least another 15 or so before he has to face that climb again. So if he can stay within distance, and if he's got the big wattage on these on the flat and descending parts of the course, he might make it home. And we're watching another rider, I believe that's Keely Hamilton, if I'm not mistaken, grinding up the hills here. So come on, Keely, we're all rooting for you. Only 14 years old.
Wow, Keely been in the red zone for a while there.
Yeah, she's, these kids, they're diggers, right? She doesn't know when to quit like that. And we're looking at both Norian, who's still sort of in no man's land, but it looks like he's kind of got 4th place locked up, so he can't be too sad about that. And then we've got Jimmy Arkang in the uncharacteristic position of 2nd place. I can't believe that he wanted to let a 100-meter gap develop between him and Ian Walker. So this has got to be a decisive attack by Ian, and I wonder if what's going to happen here is Alfred's is going to catch Arkang at the present pace, I think, and if that happens, maybe those two can now work against Ian. Sort of a reversal of the 2-on-1 situation that we had earlier when it was Alfred's and Walker working against Arkang.
So here comes Shane Alfred's back in the mix and almost on the wheel of Jimmy Arkang. Once they make contact, they will have about 80 meters to get up to Ian Walker up the road. Shane crushing it today. How about this back and forth? Off the group, back in, back off, and now he's about to get back on the wheel of Jimmy Arkang here. Great riding today from Shane.
Don't call it a comeback. Well, actually, I guess do call it a comeback, but he's back. And like I say, being a big guy with big watts, he's a threat as soon as he gets there. So it's about 150 meters as we enter this descending section for Walker. He's gapped over the Arkang and Alfred's group. So he very desperately wants to ride solo to the finish now. I'm sure about that. And he's got about, 2 laps of this 17-kilometer course. Then they've completed about 9 kilometers. So he's got about 25K to go. I said earlier that they'd come through lap 1. That's because I forgot it was a 17-kilometer lap, not a 7-kilometer lap. So there's a lot of bike racing remaining for these folks. But, and now we can see Alfred's descending away, and he's actually dropping Arkang on this descent. One of those lovely things, what's happening there is that Alfred's is probably getting considerable credit for his extra weight. So it's no great advantage when he has to drag it up the hill, but now that it's pulling him down the hill, he looks pretty good.
I love that they even kind of shift these guys into the descending, not quite super tuck, but pretty close to it.
Glad to see that the virtual cycling platform, respects the real rules of the road, right?
Right.
No super tucking in virtual racing. But Alfred's has caught up to Walker on that descent. We're going to have to start calling him Il Falco after the famous Paolo Salvadelli, one of the few modern riders to credibly have won a Grand Tour using his descending skills.
And Walker gave him a little bravo there. saying welcome to the
mutual
group.
salutes.
Welcome to the front. Alfreds gets a look at the front of this bike race for the first time today.
But these two got to be thinking the same thing they were thinking when they were chasing Arkang, which is this is a chance to work together and change the character of this race. And meanwhile, Arkang is sitting there 120 meters back. He's got a long time to close that gap, but now he has to close that gap. And again, he's working against two riders. So it's not trivial. And he's got no help coming from behind. Nori is putting in a game ride, but he's already a kilometer behind Arkang. And so this is kind of the race. We're seeing Alfreds and Walker here at the front, and we're seeing Arkang still within distance of hope, let's put it that way, to get back onto these lead two. But
yeah, huge opportunity for Alfreds and Walker right now to be able to get rid of Arkang, but they also don't want to do exactly what happened to Arkang, which is go too hard too early and then blow up and get caught and end up in reverse positions. And so I think Alfreds and Walker right now are doing a really good job of just making sure that they're riding at a sustainable pace. They're riding as hard as they can, but not too hard with, 24K to go.
Yeah, 24 kilometers is a long ride, and it's going to take a little longer on this dirt course. We were talking earlier, and we think that the rolling resistance is modeled a little higher. So while they're putting up a pretty good pace, I mean, they're doing 40 kilometers an hour on this descent, which would be awfully brave if you were doing it on a real gravel road like that, as they hit 50 now. So I see why Shane might have been complaining that the system was inhibiting his top speed, because I don't think... So, Shane, if you can demonstrate your ability to do real gravel road descents of 10% grade with turns at over 50 kilometers an hour, then I think you should just write to RGT and get that, get an Alfred's exception written into the system for you.
I do appreciate that he got the advantage on the way down. I mean, obviously what goes up must come down, and as in real life, you kind of get paid off on the other side when you haul all those kilos up to the top. You get to drop them back down the other side on a big climb. And we saw Alfred's shooting up to Walker and eventually catching on. So did a great job of using that descent to his advantage too. Kept some power on, made sure that he was maintaining a high speed, sort of maximizing the descent, because again, they're only going over this twice today. So you only have a few opportunities to use that descent. Well, 2 opportunities to use that descent to your advantage. A couple of opportunities, if you will.
And I'm sure he'll be thinking about that exact model, where he's got to manage his performance on that climb the next time that he does it in about half a lap, because that's going to be critical to his race. I'm sure that Walker and or Arkang, whomever's with him at the time, will be desperately trying to gap him on the climb, because they've seen how Alfreds descends, and therefore they will need to make sure that he's not with them at the bottom of the descent. But meanwhile, look at this. I mean, the gap is not going down. I think Arkang is now about 150 meters back. He's got to be thinking desperately about his need to manage that. And look at Walker and Alfreds working pretty well together, it looks to me. They've covered a third of this race now, pretty much. So they're going to be seeing the bell lap, as it were, in about 5 kilometers. Although, again, the bell lap is also the halfway mark for these riders. So it's big, long laps through this lovely virtual forest that we're seeing here.
Gotta think as long as... here we go.
He's doing his big descent. He's going quick. He's up to 30 kilometers an hour on just a slight rise here. It's taken out his speed, but so great to see Nuri. He's repping the distinctive pink, yellow, and blue kit of Cycling BC. So this is an actual jersey that you can not only wear in the virtual race, you can buy a real copy of this jersey, and it's actually quite fetching. I was given one by Cycling BC, and my lovely bride immediately stole it because she thought it was too nice for me.
The ultimate compliment you can give a jersey.
That's right. She certainly isn't stealing any of the other ones that I have. But yeah, we're definitely seeing this race, and I'm looking Arkang is closing a little bit, but I think that might just be an effect of the terrain, right? That you always get a bit of a yo-yoing effect as riders climb and fall. But he's got the gap down below 100 meters now, but I am not sure if he's going to be able to continue closing that as the road levels off.
Alfreds and Walker were in the kind of green and blue zone for a while Arkang was pushing in sort of yellow and orange. So might have made up a little time. We'll see when they get on the flatter section here. There's just a little bump in the road that Arkang is going over right now. Certainly looks to me like he's losing time here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it. Arkang started strong, but I think you nailed it pretty much when you said that he did a little too much work early on. And I mean, I'm not even sure if he blew himself up. It's just that he was, as the classic phrase goes, writing checks his body couldn't cash, that he couldn't maintain that kind of killing pace for the whole race. Maybe he was hoping that if he got separation over that first climb, that he'd be able to hold that gap, and it just didn't happen for him. At some point, Walker and Alfreds managed to crawl back to him. They each returned to the front of the race in their own way. Walker held with him on the climb, and then Shane Alfreds was able to catch them on the descent. And now it's Alfreds and Walker working against Jimmy Arkang, and the gap is stretched out to 200 meters. And again, some of that may be terrain effects, but not all of it. I think that's the biggest gap they've had so far on Arkang.
I got to give credit to Alfreds and Walker. These guys are exceptionally good at riding together, at riding as a duo. It's just been almost artistic watching how efficient these guys have ridden, which, again, is not an easy thing to learn or do on the RGT platform. But they have really figured it out, even to the point where I think they're swapping poles. I've watched a lot of virtual racing, a lot of races on RGT. There aren't many scenarios where you see riders like taking planned turns up at the front. But I think Walker and Alfreds have worked out some sort of system where they're able to signal when they're done taking poles off the front. There's not quite an elbow flick in the game yet. They do have the wave option, and obviously they can chat in the game as well. But it just seems like Walker and Alfreds are really riding like one unit today.
I think you've got it, and I suppose what they're doing is sort of the classic mechanism of communication, which is just slack off your wattage, and indeed the pole will shift. It's all pretty automatic. But yeah, they're working better in harmony, and just as we've been watching them over the last minute or two, you're seeing them just gently swap poles and get right back on the wheel. Walker there just effortlessly glided onto Alfred's wheel. I noticed the last time that Alfred was pulling off, he actually left a little bit of a gap, so not quite perfection, but nonetheless, they're working together like they've been riding this way for years. And they've clearly got it in mind that this is a winning move for the two of them to do all this work, to eliminate Arkang from the race effectively, and to worry about the finish when the finish comes. As we see the two of them go into the red, we're doing a little bit of a steep little hump, which looks like it'll probably peak out at around 7 or 8% grade before they get to the flat again. It's just sort of this fairly rolling course that we've got today. One big climb, but lots of little hills like this. Alfreds is a big guy. He probably doesn't love this, but he probably doesn't mind, as you can just see possibly on your screen, the distant view of Arkang coming in to the bottom of the hill as they start to crest this. But these little hills are probably short enough that a guy like Alfreds with big sprint power can just sort of burn a match and use his anaerobic effort to get up and over the hill while not losing contact with Walker. We get a lovely overhead cam view there.
As long as Walker's not attacking Alfreds is fine on these little climbs like this. It's when he gets those short efforts like Arkang was doing early on, I think that's where Alfreds gets into trouble. But as long as Walker is willing to do that steady effort, steady pace, then Alfreds should be fine on the last couple climbs of the day. Arkang with a problem here?
Yeah, I think he's having a mechanical or a techanical.
Oh, no, this is a power dropout for Jimmy Arkang, registering 0 watts per kilogram. That almost certainly means that he's lost connection here. Either the power meter failing to connect, or him losing connection to the game, but it looks like our Kang going to hit some bad luck today.
Again. Yeah, it's well worth his effort to get back on it. And here we go.
I hate to see it. I wonder if that happened before. I wonder if our Kang had another issue earlier in the day that we missed. Gap goes up to 430 meters for him, so he lost about 200 meters with that technical.
Yeah, that's right, Jimmy. If you're watching this, hook us up after the race and let us know whether you were laid low by tech failures earlier on. Our lines are open for excuses. If you can't reach Brad and I any other way, our Twitter accounts are easy enough to find. We're torturing our camera operator and editor Damon here because I don't think he has our Twitter accounts at hand. So he's probably desperately trying to figure out if he can put up a bug with them. But we're just teasing him now. Meanwhile, we've got Walker and Alfreds at the front, still working pretty well, although that's not actually a drafting position. Our Kang, he's got his work cut out for him. The gap is now over 500 meters. And again, it's not even because he, is having a bad day at this point. He's definitely lost about half of that distance when the, wow, it's beautiful terrain with the crossing roads and routes here. Brad, I think I'm going to have to book my tickets and go race the actual Dirty Reiver. This is so pretty.
Yeah, this is the kind of course that makes you want to come back and race. You can see Alfreds and Walker are kind of along the, I guess it's a reservoir right now. There's a water feature that they race along on the loop. They kind of come back for maybe a quarter of the course of this loop, I should say, not of the entire Dirty Reiver course, but the loop that they're on sort of goes along that body of water. So looks pretty nice. I'd like to be there right now. I'm not sure how good the weather is up there at this time, but looks good in the virtual world.
It does look lovely. At the risk of being very, very wrong, I believe that's the Kielder Lake that they're racing around, and that may even be an unnatural body of water. That it's a damned, it's a damned lake, as it were. But this is beautiful terrain in the north of England. You can actually go and ride most of these roads pretty much any day of the year. The only challenge is that, as I said, it's an active logging area. So you'll be sharing these roads on most days with logging trucks and other logging equipment. Stuff, as I say, that people in BC will be familiar with if you've done any sort of rough terrain or gravel riding. But for the proper Dirty Reiver, which I believe they've got scheduled for September 2021. So hopefully everybody can get their shots in the UK and the Reiver will happen. But they get to close all those roads just for the race. So it's just lovely. 3 loops. It's a lot of fun. But, in the meantime, we're enjoying this lovely virtual event, and Alfreds and Walker are continuing to tick away. They have to be careful for the lovely waving grass in the center of the road there. Just some of the fun little virtual effects that we're getting here. And they continue to pound their way up in one of these tiny little rolling hills. And our Kang, actually, pretty impressive. He has retrieved about half of his worst case gap. So even as he's going up this steep climb, we'll see once he gets over the top what the real gap is. But he may actually be closing up on Alfreds and Walker. We'll keep an eye on what that distance looks like in a few minutes. And this
These
is
Walker
on the
and
descent.
Alfreds.
Yeah, they're on the descent, and they're in the last 300 meters. They're about to see the start-finish line. So this will be for 1 lap to go for these two. So we'll come past the lovely Kelder Castle.
Alfreds does a really good job. You see, he went into the red zone there, just barely, the gap just barely opened up, and Alfreds went deep to close it. It's much better to do like 2 seconds of red zone riding to close the gap than 20 seconds of orange or yellow zone riding to close the gap. So just a little thing I noticed there, Alfred's doing a really good job holding this wheel.
No, he's a smart, thoughtful rider, and he's got his work cut out for him. So the thing we're watching here is our Kang is going to cross the finish line, and we're seeing now that the gap is about 300 meters. Is that on this next set of climbs, Alfred's is going to be in the same difficulty he was last time. He'll probably get gapped by Walker unless he works very, very hard, and then he'll have to hope to make it up on the descent. So for Alfred's, just look for that yo-yo pattern, and it won't be for him, does he stay with Walker over the top? I think it's going to be more like, does he manage the gap so that he doesn't lose too much time? And, you know, the worst case would be if he actually got caught by our Kang. So we can see them deep into the climb now. They're on a 6% grade. Walker and Alfred's working away. And neither one seems to be really in the red. They know that they've got a decent, although not an insurmountable, gap back to our Kang. And I don't think either of them is trying to do too much work, although I gotta say, if I was Alfred's in this case, I would be thinking very hard about how much I want to, if I was Ian Walker, I'd be thinking very hard about how close I wanted Shane Alfred's to be to me at the top of this fairly big climb. Because if Alfred's makes it over the top here, I'll pick him as my favorite if it's a sprint finish. That is for sure. I don't think Ian wants to sprint Shane at the end.
Look at the gap for our Kang. He is slowly but surely ticking back distance. These guys are on a relatively similar section of the climb, so I think this is a good, accurate gap as to where they are right now. Our Kang went from 160 to 140 to 130 to 120. He's about to go under it. This is like following Dogecoin this week. It's up and down, and ever-changing.
You sound like a man who's invested, Brad. How much Dogecoin do you have in your portfolio right now?
Not enough, or too much. I don't know. I haven't checked the price recently.
Well, anyways, I'm not sure if Mr. Kang is a fan of virtual currency or not, but he's certainly putting in the effort right now. He's falling back again as they go over the top, but he's absolutely closed the gap from when it was largest. So I think what he's doing here is he's just putting in the effort. He's hoping that, you know, time will help him win back. And if all of his failings here, the reasons that he was dropping behind were purely technical, maybe he's got a chance here. I mean, he's got third place locked up for sure, but I don't think he's satisfied with third either. Just as a technical note, it looks like we've lost Nuri on, and possibly also, well, we still got Keely Hamilton. She's still in it. In fact, Keely is now up in 4th place, so not bad for that young rider. And I think we've also got Navin there. I've lost track.
Yeah, this is Shelly Navin back in the XXX Racing kit. Now, this kit I know well because it is the team of Jackie Godby, who has been dominating in the pro women's races, which we'll have coming up later today. XXX Racing, one of the bigger squads in the Chicago area. So they have hundreds of members throughout the region. And nice to see the XXX kit being put into the virtual world here. I think this is Shelly Navin, the other half of Chris Navin, who is the coach of Jackie Godby.
Well, it's great to see her participating in this race. We know that we're hoping for a few more of the sub-pro women. I don't mean that in a mean way, but the open women's category has been a little lightly attended, so we've been rolling them in with these Cat 4s, but we're hoping we'll get a few more of the open class women showing up for the last race in this series, and we can have a full-fledged category of their own, which I know is a lot more fun for everyone. But it's great to see Shelly here repping. She's still chasing down Keely Hamilton. I don't know if she's going to make it back. That's a 2-kilometer gap between the two of them, but at least she gets to enjoy some good training and a good ride, and we salute you, Shelly. Keep it going through the finish, and you'll get classified 5th place and 2nd in your division. Not bad at all. So remember, you beat everybody who didn't show up, so we always salute the riders that do get here. But she's got about 14 kilometers covered and about 20 to go, so she's got a bit of a ride ahead of her. But I'm sure she'll be having fun. How can you not love this lovely virtual terrain that they're getting to ride through today?
Yeah, never fun when you're riding by yourself, but at least you have some nice scenery to look at and some changing scenery as well. You can see the difference between where Shelley is on course and where Alfreds and Walker are on the little, looks like this is a paved section. This must be one of the more heavily trafficked logging roads back there.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm led to understand that the True Dirty Reiver route is almost entirely gravel, although I think that what's happening here is we're seeing parts of what amount to the start circuit, and although they were definitely on gravel a little earlier. So anyways, we'll trust that the folks at RGT got it right, and this is exactly what the real road looks like. They seem to be pretty good about their modeling for all of our courses so far. But
I will. I'll ask them. I'm sending an email about preeming Dogecoin to the riders, so I'll slip that in there as well and ask.
Okay. Anyway, Arkang continues to have about a 340-meter gap to the leaders, so he's still having a lot of trouble hanging on to them. I don't think he's given up yet, but it's with only 15 kilometers left in this race, he's really got to get on it if he's going to catch up to those lead riders. So, but I think what may be to his advantage is Alfreds and Walker are also only about 15 kilometers remaining, and they've got to be starting to think about the end of this race rather than the middle game. Because as Arkang fades as a threat, then what's going to happen is that Alfreds and Walker have to think about each other as the primary threat, and they will very quickly stop working together and start working to knife each other in the back. It is the classic dynamic of bike racing, and why people with, no hearts and no souls love it so much.
You're good friends until you aren't.
You are good friends until you aren't. I do love quoting it. It's the classic Tim Krabbe line. You make sure that your opponent's plate is licked clean before you start on your own. Referring to the idea of making your opponent work and do work for you and sit in the draft until they've burned themselves up, and only then do you dismiss them. Okay. Sorry, we're just getting a note about the start of the Cat 2 race. We'll tell you a little more about that when we get there, but there may be some technical difficulties. If any of the Cat 2s are watching, we're aware that you may not be starting in the normal place when your race starts, so we will pay attention to that. Cat 2 start is going to come in about 10 minutes, so they will definitely be on the course, both the Cat 2s and the Cat 3s, before the Cat 4s finish. But Damon will decide what we'll see there, but I suspect what will happen is that we will cut to the start of the Cat 2 and 3 races, and then we will mostly come back to this Cat 4 for the finish, especially given that Walker, Alfreds, and Arkang are going to give us a pretty exciting finish to watch, Brad, it looks like.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on the Alfreds-Walker battle up here at the front of the Cat 4 field, because this one, I think, is going to be really fun to watch at the end. 14K to go for these guys right now. I wouldn't expect to see that separation until like maybe 6 or 7K to go, probably even inside of that, probably closer to 3, 4, 5K to the line is where the attacking starts, or the teamwork breaks down, I should say, because even at 520 meters, Jimmy Arkang is still a threat to these two right now. If they start playing games for 14K, Arkang can bring back 500 meters over 14K easy if these guys don't keep their eye on the prize. So I think it goes down to at least single digits before we see the breakdown up at the front between these two.
That's very true. I believe that for both Alfreds and Walker, their tactical decisions now will be very terrain-driven. Walker's advantage is almost certainly on the climbs here, and I'm not sure we've got a whole ton of climbing left. I think there's a few steep pitches, but he needs those long, draggy climbs where he can actually, convincingly drop Alfreds and maybe keep him off his wheel, whereas anything that Alfreds can sort of sprint up is not a problem. So that, I think, will be the dynamic for Walker and Alfreds, is whether or not Walker is going to drop Alfreds on some of the climbs.
I'm Oliver Dowd. I'm 20.
Getting an introduction to one of the other racers that we'll see later on. But meanwhile, we look back at Shelley Navin. She's keeping her head down. She's going good. She's up to 40 kilometers an hour on this descent. Sure, she's having fun. It's a moment when she can get a little bit of a rest. She's trying to, she's racing basically for herself at this point, right? Set a good time, achieve your training goals, and finish it off. She's got 4th place locked up as long as she can make it to the finish. And she's just about at the halfway mark, so she's about 1 kilometer from seeing the bell lap there as she carries on. But it looks like that means that Keeley has actually dropped out of our race as well, I'm afraid. So we will wave goodbye to young Keeley Hamilton. She did a good ride considering her age. And now we've got Shelley. She will win the women's division based on showing up, so good for her. And back at the front of the race, we've got Alfreds and Walker, and Arkang is continuing to close that gap. It's down to 150 meters now as they're both on the climb.
Alfred's doing some red zone riding up at the front. You see the power bar just below their names that are hovering above their head. Alfred's in the red, Walker in the yellow, responding now back into the red. That is based on the rider's individual FTP. It's your functional threshold power, which is a fancy way of saying your maximum power, how hard you can ride. And so the game, the riders enter their FTP, or actually the game figures out their FTP, and then it shows the different zones based on the rider's individual FTP. So just like watts per kilogram is sort of the common denominator that we use to measure power between riders, because it takes into account your weight and the amount of power that you need to do to move that weight. The FTP zones sort of do the same thing. So while it's not exact, it gives us a general idea of where in their personal range they are in terms of power.
That's right. And you can see that Walker is almost relaxed here. I mean, heart rate of 146. I don't know what his max HR is, but assuming he's a fairly normal bike racer, that's a rider who's riding within himself. So I think what was happening there is that Alfred was doing the work that he needed to do in order to make sure that he wasn't dropped on that climb. Because right now, every climb is Alfred's enemy, every descent is his friend, and Walker is thinking in exactly the opposite way. We can see that they're getting... I think this is what Alfreds was talking about, that they're getting penalized on their power numbers, although we're following Walker, so I think that may also be a drafting effect. But you can see that as his power number goes red, that means he's not being given credit for pedaling at that moment. You can see he's shifting in and out of that. And now that we're on a climb, I assume that's... Would that be a drafting effect, Brad, that it's just telling him to relax?
Yeah.
He's got to sit on the wheel?
Yeah, because Walker is sitting right behind Alfred's. You see it says saving 20 watts, whatever there. And so there's also some collision physics that go into it. There's obviously collision avoidance is built in so that the riders don't crash into each other. But yeah, there's also an element of wasting wattage if you're going to stay behind the rider. So yeah, like you were saying, that number turning red up in the top left, that means that there's some wasted wattage going on there. So it's just another thing to keep an eye on. It's different than when the number turns red to the right of their name. That means that they're going into the red zone. They're riding as hard as they can, or pretty close to it. Whereas sometimes you also see it as wasted power. You see the power graph right now up in the upper left side as well. It also tracks that wasted wattage. So you see a part of that line is red moving from right to left right now, as that tracks really the last like 30 seconds or something like that. So overall, been pretty efficient here. Just a little section there where there was some wasted watts.
They're riding well together, and they're keeping the gap to Arkang, which is one of their other crucial missions right now. Arkang's back out to 300 meters. I don't think he's had any technical difficulties, so I think he's just experiencing the true suffering of trying to ride against two riders who are close to your own ability and are working properly together. So Jimmy Arkang has done very well in this race series. I mean, I don't think he's going to be a guy who's happy with third place, but it'll be a well-earned third place here today, and he's probably been laid low by technical difficulties at least one crucial moment. I know that you can see like a 300-meter gap here on the road, and he definitely lost like almost a quarter kilometer when we saw that one dropout that he had. So,
yeah, I guess you can
Jimmy,
just take off 250, 300 meters from whatever his finishing gap is up to Walker and Alfred's, and maybe that would somewhat handicap for the technical that took some time away from Jimmy Arcang earlier today. Maybe 2 technicals. We're not sure. This might have been his second of the day because there was a sort of rapid change in position for Arcang earlier in the day as well.
So you heard it here first, Jimmy. If you can get that gap below 250 meters, we'll give you a moral victory today. That's not as satisfying or points granting as an actual victory, but you can feel good about yourself in a small, petty way.
Crypto feelings. It's worth as much as you say it's worth.
And you can see some of the virtual imagery that we're passing here, a reflection of the fact that this is a working forest, as we have some virtual cut timber waiting to be taken away in the virtual world. Perhaps this is the basis of a cryptocurrency, is farming and cutting virtual trees. I'm not sure.
Log coin.
I hear graphics cards are involved in both.
Yeah, exactly. Both are hard to find these days, getting more and more scarce.
Yeah. Have you got a favorite graphics card, Brad, or are you desperately searching the markets to find one that's actually reasonably priced?
We were actually lucky to get one. We built a PC for streaming, for esports streaming early on in the pandemic. So if you're a graphics card geek, I was able to get a 3080 at the start of this whole thing. So I'm in pretty good shape in my graphics card department.
That's not a bad machine at all. Yeah, I'm such a useless Mac nerd that I basically don't have any graphics cards that I know the name of, and honestly, I'm watching this on an iMac that isn't even my own. So, but it's okay because video rendering is easy on any device. We're switching over here to just see that in about 3.5 minutes, the Cat 2 and Cat 3 races will be starting. So we will cover the start of that. You can see that the Cat 2s have been virtually located at a different place from the normal start line. It's a little technical glitch, but we are sure that it will sort itself out. They're still listed as having a 35K race, so it's possible that their finish will be in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully the Cat 2s will be attentive to all these details, and we'll try and sort that out. But meanwhile, we can also look at the Cat 4 race, getting back there. The leaders are now just closing on the 10-kilometer to go mark. They've got about 10.9. They've still got about a 250-meter gap back to Jimmy Arcang as the group Alfred's Walker taps out the pedals. They've got a little climb here that they're doing. I think they're over the steepest climb on this parkour already. Is that right? They've hit the height of land, and so they're just doing these rolling hills now for the remaining 10 kilometers or so of this lap?
Although this, I think, is a little switchback-esque here. I think they are actually heading up to where we see right here. So this gets pretty steep as well. They're only at 3.6, 3.7% right now. But I think on this, yeah, here you go. This little switchback, it will kick up to 7+%, going double digits here briefly. Yeah, this has got to be the steepest part on the course.
We can see both riders going into the red, and we've talked about this. This is where Alfred's is almost attacking, not so much because he's planning to win the race on the climb, but because he very much doesn't want to lose the race on the climb. And you can see the virtual tag of Arcang as the switchbacks are so steep that he's hidden by the mountain, but he's back there, only 120 meters from these riders. It'll be tantalizing because I'm pretty sure as he comes around that virtual corner, he will see these two at the top of the hill.
Arcang can still do this. He is absolutely still in this one today.
He's got a dig, but yeah, he's not gone. And every one of these hills is his friend. I think that he's got I suspect he's a little lighter than I know he's lighter than Shane Alfred's, and I suspect he's a bit lighter than Ian Walker as well. So if he can keep it up, but he's got to be on the red, I think, for this entire climb in order to make it work.
Look at the difference in the power graphs on the left side of the screen and the right side of the screen. You see their last current power. Our Kang's looks like an EKG. He's up and down, up and down, up and down. And then you see, I think this is Walker's power over on the left. You can see exactly where he hit the climb. See that giant spike up and then back down. That is basically the bottom of the climb. Back there. And then look how quickly he gets back to this really straight line, steady power, really good riding here by Walker.
Yeah, he's not overworking himself, and I suspect some of that effect is that if he's holding pace with Shane Alfreds, who's having to do big efforts on those climbs, then he's kind of riding within himself. So I don't know if that's a deliberate decision to just sort of keep his powder dry. He's got ideas for a later attack, or he's content to try and sprint with Alfreds, or maybe he's thinking about a long-range attack, try and attack it from 3 kilometers. So now we're switching over. We'll leave the Cat 4s for a moment, and we'll look at the Cat 2 and 3 race starts, which are going to happen in just about 10 seconds. So they'll be spinning up their power for the classic virtual racing attack. What do you think we're going to see, Brad?
Well, we always want to watch these starts because a lot of times it's not who goes off the front, but who doesn't make it into the selection on the back. So that's what I'm really watching early on here. The riders that just get caught out early on, maybe just look away for a second, didn't quite have their power where they needed it to be, didn't ratchet it up enough, because your race can certainly be won and lost in the first kilometer. You're not going to win here, but you're certainly going to lose if you're not able to at least make the first 1K selection. And so we'll be watching the back of this group, even though you see some of the big names up at the front, some familiar names here in the virtual BC Cup up at the front. It's these guys at the back that have the most to lose right now.
That's right. It looks like we're following the Cat 2s, and they've got about a group of 15 going away. I think that's still most of the riders. I don't see anybody down to 14th place dropping out. It looks like we are 14 strong for our true race size, because it looks like the 15th rider is one of our virtual cameras.
And here you go. First one to, it looks like get popped out of the Cat 3s on a tough early start. Feldman here.
Yeah. Got good fields for both the Cat 3s and the 4s, so it'll be with Feldman sort of a little bit behind. Maybe he can make it up, because we've got some climbs here where if he gives a big dig, he might just have the opportunity to return. But if he doesn't, we've got a group of 11 going back to Stevens there that's away to the races in the Cat 3 field. So these are going to be good groups, lots of familiar names. I see Michael Matthews and Andrew Lepper, his teammate. So Lepper's an interesting rider. I'm not sure if we've seen him in previous races, but he's a good, strong local Cat 3. I believe he'll be mad at me if I get this wrong, but I believe he races for the Gastown Cycling Club. So we'll go and look all that stuff up later. The Cat 2s and 3s are doing a 3-lap race, so they're going to be going even longer than the Cat 4s that we're watching right now. Oh, my mistake. No, these guys are also doing 2-lap race, so they're going to be, with the bigger fields and the stronger legs, I think these will be pretty zesty races. They should be finished on these courses, I think they'll be finished in just around an hour. So.
Yeah, I'm with you. These big groups are going to move significantly faster than those smaller groups that we saw in the Cat 4 race. Looks like there's some separation up at the front, just a little bit. Walker is, not enough to call this a split. Alfred's right there. He'll get back in. Our Kang, though, losing time. He is back closer to 400 meters back for Jimmy Arcang. So I think Alfreds and Walker got Arcang right where they want him right now with 9K to go over in the Cat 4 race.
9 kilometers, 300 meters gap. And we're seeing Alfreds.
Alfreds is attacking. I think this is his move. I think he's throwing something at the hill here. There is a sort of a general downhill on the way down, but Alfred's staying on it in the red zone.
Yeah, he's giving it a go, which is interesting. I would have thought of him as a sprint specialist willing to wait for the sprint, but maybe he sees some weakness in Walker. Maybe he just sees this as get some speed on the descent, force Walker out of his draft, and now what happens is, even if Alfreds just takes this descent at a fairly comfortable pace, his weight will give him an advantage, and Walker will be forced to work from the bottom of the hill if he wants to get back to Alfreds. So Alfred's has done a little bit of work, but he's going to get a lot of payoff here, I think, in that he's, even if he doesn't keep Walker away for the rest of the race, he's absolutely going to force Walker to burn some matches that Ian definitely does not want to burn at this point. So chapeau to Shane Alfreds. He doesn't have anything to feel defensive about with his weight or his watts per kilo now, because he is, for a big guy, he has raced this course in textbook fashion so far.
Yeah, man, you want to talk about playing the game, playing the course? Alfred's putting on a clinic out there today. I mean, perfectly riding with Walker all day on the flat section, on the climb, hanging with him, and then attacking on the way down, using the terrain to his advantage. This would just be perfect for Alfred's if he pulls this one off today.
Yeah, he's putting out enough watts to really get something out here. And I saw him as he was in a full tuck there. He actually peaked at 70 virtual kilometers an hour on that descent. So he is definitely going for it here. I think this is a real attack, and he's decided that he's just going to ride away from Ian Walker here with about 7 kilometers remaining in this race. So you might have just seen how the race was won, as a certain other commentator might put it. Meanwhile, we're getting a peek now at the start of the 2 and 3 races. They're continuing to go along. Both of them seem to be relatively Gruppo Compacto, but in the Cat 2s, we've got a bit of a breakaway. Slight gap, as we would say if we were race commissaires, as that's Westlake. I'm going to say Shane Westlake, but I'm not sure I'm going to be right when I say that.
I think it's Soren Westlake.
Soren Westlake. Thank you. I'm Soren about
from
that. But so we've got Soren and Giron at the front, and then we've got, I believe that's Mr. Giesler. I'm going to say Vince Giesler. Yes, I can see that. One of the powerhouses of this ride. We saw him really activate the race last time in the last 2 races. So the attacks are starting to go fast and furious. I feel like this is a really... These guys have decided to make a selection here out of the main group. And so you're seeing all of these 3, Westlake, Giesler, and I guess Reichen is kind of leading the closing pack. And it's Shane Griffard, my old friend. I know that his mother is watching these races every week. Susan Griffard, I used to work with her. She's a big fan of cycling, and she's really become a fan of virtual cycling. I get notes from Susan every week about what she's seen and how much she's enjoying the commentary. And so waves to our #1 fan. I hope your boy is making you proud here. Shane has been having a pretty good series, and he's here up at the front, definitely working in the break. But meanwhile, it's Soren Westlake out front, and it looks like Vince Giesler is going to close to him. So this could be an attack of 2. We will see what they do, but these are strong legs, and I would not, if I was the field, want to see those 2 get away.
It's only a 50-meter gap up to the front. Westlake has been out there pretty much from the gun. McCall leading the chase to bring him back. I would say Soren and, let's see, Giesler is the one up there with him. They might want to go back and watch that Cat 4 race, have a little chat with Jimmy Arcang, and ask how the early attacks go on the Dirty Reiver course.
Yeah, and they've got a lot bigger field chasing them. But now we're looking at the 4s again, because we're back in the side of the final 5 kilometers now. We're at about 5.5 to go for Shane Alfreds. He's continuing to maintain his lead, which is about, I'd say 100 meters, 150 meters to Walker. And that is the critical event. I'm not sure where Jimmy Arcang has lost time, but he's now at about the 650 meter mark. I think that means he's kind of, one way or another, he's going to be settling for 3rd place. He's still there. You never know. Something could happen. It's not impossible that one of our leaders could have a electronic problem, just like Jimmy did earlier, and that might mean that if he just keeps pedaling, he sets himself up for a lucky 2nd place. But as it stands, we've got, we're looking now at Shelley Navin. She's continuing to leg it out. Good job, Shelley. But Shane Alfreds may be riding away from this race. He's increased his lead over Ian Walker to over 300 meters. That's starting to go from dangerous to decisive. There's still 5 kilometers to go. It's not a flat course from here to the finish line, but nonetheless, it looks like Shane decided to do the work and get the gap.
This was a beautiful ride from Shane today. If he pulls this one off, the story of today's Category 4 race will, I mean, you couldn't write a better one. Our Kang goes out solo, Walker and Alfred's work together, slowly reel him back in, and then Alfred's attacks at the perfect time on the descent to get a gap on Walker, and then now it looks like he's going to try and hold it for 4.6 more kilometers to try and take a Category 4 win here today. But this will be an exceptional win for Alfred's if he pulls it off today.
Yeah, it's a long ride home, but I think Alfred self-identifies as a rouleur, so he's definitely going to try it. We will definitely check back in to watch him finish here before we go. But we'll take a quick peek here at the Cat 2s. And it's still Westlake and Giesler maintaining a small gap over a chasing field, which is about 100 meters back. And they're about to hit the big climb on the course.
Yeah, it's looking like Dumper, Graffard, McCall, Hubner, Riken, that group back there is more than happy to let Giesler and Westlake just kind of dangle out in front. I don't think until this gap goes up to like 300, 400, 500 meters, that's when these chasers start lifting the pace. But right now it seems like they have pretty much all agreed that they are comfortable letting the two go up the road. Front of the Cat 3 race, looking at Green, Hamilton, and Vandergreen, with Richards tacked onto the back. Michael Matthews about to get up into the mix. And then a little gap back to Gould, Goldberg, and Westlake. The other Westlake, we should say.
Yes, we've got Westlakes all around. That would be Nathan Westlake. I'd like to give a shout out to Paul Green, who's at the front of this field right now. He rides for the Prince George Cycling Club. And I always have to look this up, but Prince George is the interior-based city, whereas Prince Rupert, if I'm not mistaken, is the port city in northern British Columbia. But because I'm a sad southern British Columbian who thinks that everything north of me is nothing but trees and bears, I constantly get those two cities confused. But they're both fine in their own right. I'm sure he's racing for the honor of the city's mascot, Mr. PG, a giant log creature that stands out. You look it up, Mr. PG. He's like this actual big giant statue made out of logs that sits outside of Prince George. It's lovely. I should go for a ride this year and go up to Prince George. Say hi to Mr. PG once we're allowed to travel.
Gonna have to go check out Mr. PG in person.
Meanwhile, there's actual bike racing happening despite me completely ignoring it. Alfreds is continuing to tick away in the Cat 4 race. He's down to 3 kilometers remaining. Walker is still desperately trying to trace him, but he's over 250 meters back. He cannot be liking his chances. There's a bit of a climb coming. It's probably Walker's last hope to make up some time. Our Kang, meanwhile, is almost a kilometer away. But here's Walker. He's putting in the steady effort. He's actually putting out more watts per kilo right now than Alfred's. But it may be just a case of too little, too late. That decisive gap has opened up, making up 300 meters in 3 kilometers. Even with the hill in the middle of this finishing 3K, I don't think that Walker's got it in him. But we will watch closely.
Yeah, that's probably a little too tall of an order to try and close that gap. So I think Alfreds has done what he needed to do today in keeping Walker around as long as he needed, or as long as he was comfortable, and then dropping the hammer at just the right time. Our Kang's still hanging tough, although losing a little bit of time at now 500 meters back from Walker, and that'll be about 800 meters back from Alfred's up the front. So these gaps might be getting bigger as we wrap things up here. These guys, I think, might be starting to crack, or at least some of them.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're all going to make every effort to ride it out, because they're also thinking about the series standings. Kang, Walker, and Alfreds have all had good results earlier on, so I'm pretty confident they're all thinking that no matter how set their position is at this point, they want to collect the points from this week and look at the standings and figure it out for next week. But we're watching. Alfreds isn't quite on his victory lap yet. He's got Walker still stalking him only 150 meters back as he's sort of hitting this climb, and of course you get that rubber banding effect. But as soon as Alfreds crests this hill, which he's going to do momentarily, I think he's going to start feeling very confident that his 2.5 kilometer run to the finish should be without major trouble. As long as he can avoid a virtual flat tire, which usually means your Wi-Fi dropped out, he should be able to put this race in the bag. Ian Walker, I'm not sure he'll be content with second place, but he did a lot of work, and the tactics that him and Alfreds executed on today were kind of textbook for dispatching Kang despite Jimmy's early attacks. So just good riding all around. Everybody was riding to their strengths, and I'm really impressed by Shane Alfreds, because knowing what a big rider he is, he clearly rode the course the way he needed to ride it in order to not get dropped and in order to be able to take advantage at the decisive moments. So he's a strong guy. Watch out, Shane. At this rate, we're going to have to upgrade you to Cat 3.
Getting dangerously close to the forced upgrade here, although this was just good old-fashioned racing. I mean, there's sometimes you see riders win races because they're just dominant in terms of power, strength, something like that, but there was a lot of tactics involved in Shane Alfreds' what I think will be a win today, so we got to give him some credit there.
Yeah, I mean, he set himself up to win, and it's just that classic thing, which if you're a big, strong rider, you need to make sure that you do what you need to so that you do not get irretrievably dropped on the climbs. And, the course suited him more than I thought it would. The climbs are substantial here, but they were just short enough that Alfreds was able to do what we call sag climbing, right? Which is where you make sure on the climbs you're not losing too much time. And so there was times when he was getting gapped on the first climb, but he rode within himself and he caught back up to his competitors. And then he was able to ride away from this race as we watch him do this elegant little loop where he rides underneath the course that he just rode over. And he is now, what is he? He's 1 kilometer to go, so the Fiamme Rouge would be coming up any minute now if there was one. You can imagine this tree that he's about to pass is your virtual Fiamme Rouge. He's going to ride away. Walker is still on his heels, but Walker's now about 450 meters back and climbing. I think that he's putting out good power numbers, but I suspect that at this point Walker is basically cruising home. He's got enough of a gap that he's not going to catch Shane Alfreds, and he's got enough of a gap that he's not going to be caught by Kang either. So this gentle rise, 800 meters.
Battle well fought out there today between these two, that's for sure. As Alfreds and Walker put on a show, Kang with the gutsy early move, solo off the front. But the duo of Alfreds and Walker just worked together too well for Jimmy Kang today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to call a spread out 1-2-3 finish like this anticlimactic, but I don't think it is today, because what we see is a race that was raced so tactically and so smartly, and where there was lots of really decisive and interesting moments, and we're just seeing the payoff now in these last few kilometers. Alfreds has to hump it over this one last little lump before he's going to get his easy ride to the finish, and you can see that gap closing up from behind. But I think what's going to happen here is that Ian's going to make it about 150 meters of gap, and then Alfreds, as he crests this hill and starts to get on the descent, that gap will just rubber band right back, snap back, as it were. He's got only 500 meters to go. This is the point. If this was a real race, Shane would be zipping up his jersey, making sure that his water bottles were secured. Check his hair, make sure he looks good for the photo finish. Now he gets to cruise to victory. He's going to return, and you can see in the distance the start buildings. And he's going to be able to see the finish line any moment now. Not quite. A few more turns.
And a paved finish as well. Nice and smooth to the line as Shane Alfreds goes inside 100 meters. Shane, congratulations, buddy. Great ride out there today. You could sell this one as an NFT. It was a work of art today on RGT for Shane Alfreds as he gets the solo win at the front of the Cat 4s after riding with Walker all day, attacking on the descent. Walker going to hold on for a second. I'll buy your NFT too. Go ahead and put one out there. And Jimmy Arcang, he can hang this one up on the wall as well because he had an awesome early attack out there today.
Yeah. Great rides really by Alfreds, Walker, and Arcang. I mean, they all did the work to get away from their fields. Shout out to Shelly Nevin. She's still out there on the course, and she's got 10K to go, but she's keeping it going. She's going to get 4th place for her efforts here, and chapeau to her. Arcang is still out there. He's got 700 meters left. It's, he doesn't have anything in terms of, having to make time here. He's got a 10-kilometer gap back to Shelly. So his place is all but assured as long as he can keep his Wi-Fi going long enough to make this finish here.
Nobody get on Netflix right now.
Yeah, that's right. If there's anybody in the Arcang household there who's thinking it might be time to surf the web, it's not the time. Let Jimmy finish. So I think as Jimmy is going to wrap up his race in a fairly known form, we're looking back here at the Cat 2s and Cat 3s. Now on the Cat 2s, it looks like Vince Giesler has gone off the front, and he's got about a 250 meter gap. And meanwhile, the Cat 3s are more or less all together, but it's big and it's fast. Looks like, well, actually, I guess we'd call that Cat 3 group about a group of 5 that is all working together, and they have gapped the rest of the field. So we'll give you those names shortly after we watch Jimmy Arcang finish here. Jimmy deserves a chapeau here. He's having to settle for 3rd place, but he did a lot of work early on to define this race, and it looked like he was in it to win it, but he just couldn't hold with the 1-2 attacks that he was getting from Alfreds and Walker. But well raced, Jimmy. Good job. Collect your points, lick your wounds, and we'll see you next week.
Grab a log for the way home. Grab a souvenir log and head on out of here.
I'm going to wave goodbye to Shelly Nevin. She's still on the course, but she's got about 10 kilometers to go, so it'll be a while before she finishes. We'll keep an eye on that. We've got Shane, Ian. We should see Jimmy Arcang coming up as our 3rd place rider. We had 2 DNFs today. Nurion and the young Keely Hamilton, but we wish those 2 well. I'm sure they'll be back. I think Nori's really enjoyed the racing, so I hope he's back for race 4 coming up. Are we racing next week, Brad? Is that right?
I think we got a week off. I think we're taking next week off, and then race number 4, I think, comes a week after that. I'll have to check the schedule. I know we were a TBD on which course we were going to use.
That's right. I'm peeking at the schedule now, and that's right. It's a May 1st race. The course is still a surprise, so we'll have to ask the race director what's happening with that. But I'm sure Eric Hill and Matt Usborne and Jarek Barroso and our friend Corey Ostertag from Cycling BC will figure that out and let us know what's going on. So folks, you're going to get a little bit of a holiday after this week, as well as we will. So I'll have to find something to do with my Saturday morning but we will both definitely be back here for May 1st. Meanwhile, we got some bike racing. Looks like the Cat 2s, Giesler still lighting it up, and we've still got this group of 5 riders. Yeah, so Giesler off at the front of the Cat 2 race. He's got a substantial group chasing him. Looks like about a group of 5, all pretty powerful riders. We've got Jeroen Rijken, We've got a new rider whose name I haven't seen before there. I believe that's Mr. Dumper. I was looking him up earlier. Now I can't find his name in the start list, but we'll figure that out soon enough. Anyways, he's a new rider for this week, but my old pal, Luke Hubner, he's only 17 years old. I've seen him race on the track, so this will be a bit of a change of pace, but I'll bet like all young men who are raised in the Pacific Northwest that he's done a fair bit of mountain bike riding, so I imagine that this gravel race offers no great surprises for him. And here's Luke, in fact, catching up to a little gap that McCall was establishing, so we've now got this sort of group of two, and then we've got a group of three behind them, and they're about 100 meters back of Giesler, but everybody's back to a group of six here as they're on the climb.
Giesler's in a tough spot here. I mean, this is a really tough decision to make. You've already put the work in to get this gap going, but it's only turned into what is now 80 meters, although that's a little skewed because he's on the climb here. It's kind of the sunk cost fallacy at this point for Giesler. You don't want to waste the work that you've already put in, but if nobody's coming with you, if you're not really gaining significant time, might be time to think about pulling the plug, or at least maybe until you see someone trying to gap up to you, someone trying to close the gap. But I don't think just being caught by this group of seven is, six guys back there is going to be a big advantage for him. I mean, it's not like he's trying to stay away from 8th, 9th, and 10th place right now. So Giesler is going to have to make a decision here pretty soon.
Yeah, he's got some challenging choices. As you say, he's done the work, but he hasn't quite got the decisive gap. This is an interesting rolling course. It's not like the crit race we had last week. It's not where you've got that super selective wall. I don't know what Giesler looks like in terms of weight and that, although I get the impression from his previous rides he's a bit of a diesel. Nonetheless, he's got to be thinking, can I use this rolling terrain to my advantage? What's my gap going to do? Basically, we're watching the race unfold right here. Whether or not Giesler can hold this advantage, can grow it, whether he wants to, right? Because racing against five guys is no fun if they start working well together. And we've got some pretty reasonable names in there. I was talking about Jamie Dumper, one of the riders who's back in the field, whose name I couldn't quite catch off my start list. He's from the island of Vancouver, so he's again a new rider that we haven't seen before, but he's got a middle distance running experience, and so virtual racing is a natural because he's got that thing going for him where he doesn't actually have to be able to ride a bicycle in order to be good at virtual racing. Not a diss, Jamie, I'm sure you're a great bike rider, but it's the skills that are advantaged and disadvantaged. And this group, I don't know if I'd call that working well together, but there's a lot of powerful legs in it.
Yeah, they're working together. Working well might be a stretch. A lot of shuffling back in this group. They'll get it figured out, though. A lot of times it takes sort of one rider to lead the way, and then the other riders can fall in behind them. It's a lot tougher to manage a group of six. We were talking earlier about the group of two, how well they were working together, but it's a lot harder to manage six guys than it is to manage just a group of two trying to work together. They were trading polls. It looked like they had this sort of non-verbal communication going on, but it's a lot tougher to get six guys on the same page, whether you're in real life or in virtual racing. There's always seems to be one in the breakaway that doesn't quite get it. That might be Matthews right now.
Oh, Michael Matthews is a pretty experienced rider, and I don't think he's having some failing of his ability to understand the virtual platform. I think he's making a very decided attack as we watch the Cat 3s here, and he is jumping away from his group of four compatriots at the front of the field. So I guess he's decided that it's time to try and activate this race. I don't really know a lot of the names back in that group. I think we've seen Van de Green in previous races, and he's acquitted himself well. The others are less familiar to me. We've got Paul Green, who we were already talking about from the PG Cycling Club. And so I think we've seen him in previous races. I'm not sure how he's done. Vaughn Richards, who says he's good at non-technical gravity descents and puts good at fitting spacers under his stem. So sounds like a couple of the Sounds like a couple of classic, shall we call them, big man talents. But the problem that they've got is that Michael Matthews is just a little too talented to let him get away with this. Matthews races for the Gastown Cycling Club, again, one of the biggest clubs in the Lower Mainland. And I don't know what he saw, but he's putting paid here. He's got about 150 meters plus gap already on this group of 4. And this group of 4 is working together about as well as a 7-year-old house league soccer team. So they're, or as they would say around the Dirty Reiver course, a house league 7-year-old football team.
Right. Everyone's just sort of chasing the ball.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You see a big cluster moving around the field. Maybe they'll try and organize themselves into a little more effective drafting formation here, but right now I think there's just kind of a desperate lunge to try and close that gap to Matthews. He's looking sharp. He's putting out the watts. You know, the watts per kilo beside his name is hitting 5 at times, which is that's a pretty big number for Cat 3.
These guys getting into the flying W formation here.
Yeah, not one of the more classic drafting formations. Perhaps there is some virtual wind on the course and they've decided to do a really clumsy echelon, but I doubt it. But,
I will say, though, as much as we're talking about the drafting ability of these guys, on RGT, you don't need to be in a perfectly straight line to have a perfectly functioning pace line, let's say. The game won't really tell the difference whether you're directly behind the rider, a little bit to the left of them, a little bit to the right of them. So it's not like you need to see riders in a perfectly straight line to have a perfectly functioning pace line. But when they start bunching up like that, that's where you run into the collision avoidance issues, where the game will start putting the brakes on riders to keep them from, virtually running into each other. So that's where the line tends to come in handy a little bit. But they have a little bit of artistic expression in what a pace line looks like on RGT, let's say.
Indeed. And now we're looking back at our Category 2 race, which has become very active indeed. We saw Hubner and Westlake, Shane Westlake, very briefly catch Giesler, but now there's a bit of a gap. But these two are definitely have separated themselves from the chasing group. So now on the road, it looks like the composition is Giesler still with a small gap back to Luke Hubner and Shane Westlake. And then behind them working together still would be McCall and Flower. And I'm not sure what's happened, but it looks like Jerome Reichen has been slightly dropped from that group, as well as Mr. Dumper. And then my old friend Shane Griffard is well adrift along with the rest of the field. So we've got some good names who have gone off the back here, so I think we can assume that these guys who are still within shouting distance of the front have been putting in the watts. So we're following along with Westlake, and he's now got a gap. It looks like it's Luke Hubner is in no man's land. Westlake is now in no man's land. We've only got Flower and McCall kind of working together, and they are pretty far, I think about a quarter K back from the leader. So there's just this... The top 6 are now just smeared all over the road in terms of not really being in any kind of group. It's just shattered and separated. And I think we've got now Hubner and Giesler are together. And I don't know if Giesler wanted a friend, but Hubner's a strong young man. So this might be kind of a dream breakaway. And it's an interesting one because it's one of the oldest and one of the youngest riders in the field. Vince Giesler, racing age 51. Luke Hubner, racing age 17.
Well, these two races couldn't have unfolded any more differently between the Cat 3s and Cat 2s. A tight group riding together, chasing down one, and then Cat 2s, these things, they're fractured all over the course.
Yeah, it's just utterly shattered. I mean, these little hills, which haven't always been separating out the groups, you can see there's Matthews, and he's down to 50 meters. So that very scary looking attack has been managed to a large degree. We'll get a clearer picture once he crests the hill, but I don't think it favors Matthews to have a substantial group only 100 meters, 150 meters behind him as he begins the descent. And now we've got Richards, who's the head of that group. You can see they're sort of shredded out a little bit. It looks like it's going to be a group of 3 there. It'll kind of end up being Richards, Green, and Hamilton when they're done, and then it's another big gap back to Van de Green. So the Cat 3s are starting to shred more slowly than the Cat 2s, but nevertheless.
Shredding nonetheless.
Shredding nonetheless, yeah. Yeah, Van de Green is back there. I think that's Bart Gould. I believe he rides for the Klopman-Simpson team, the Bumblebees, as I like to call them in the real world. But he's got a very colorful jersey on today. And he's getting overtaken very rapidly by Nathan Westlake. I'm not sure what happened there.
Westlake heard about the Dogecoin preems. Got him just at the line.
There you go. Yeah, I definitely want to go for those e-currency preems today. That's a good win if you can get one. So yes, our Cat 3s have just crossed the lap marker for the lead riders. Meanwhile, the Cat 2s, again, we're going to have a slightly mysterious finish line here. We'll have to track it on the actual count, but they are past the halfway mark. They've covered 20 kilometers and they've got 15 to go. So at their current pace, I think they're going to manage that distance in about 30 minutes. So we'll see a finish line probably around 10:35 or so, I would guess. And it continues to be Giesler and Hubner at the front. They're starting to make that gap look pretty solid. If they work together, that's a strong 2-up breakaway. We're seeing their chasing group, which is McCall, Flower, and I think that's Shane Westlake all together. Maybe working fairly well. We'll have to see what that gap does and how they're doing. But these 3 have to be pretty desperate right now because the race is literally rolling away in front of them. 15 kilometers is lots of time, but it's not that much. And Giesler and Hubner, that's not a breakaway I would want to have to chase down.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time, especially when you're considering it's a group of 2 really strong riders up the road. There's only 3 of you chasing behind, and the 2 seem to be working pretty well together in Giesler and Hubner. So, yeah, I would say things are starting to get desperate for these 3, with Westlake, McCall, and Flower doing their best to bring back these 2 leaders. Riken a little farther back. I'm just looking at the leaderboard on the left-hand side, and then Dumper in 7th, Griffard in 8th, and Issel back in 9th. Excitement starting to build for this chase.
Apologies, as there seems to be a dog on the course. That certainly couldn't be a small dog that's sitting in my commentary booth here.
The fans are going wild.
Yes, for those of you who haven't met him on previous broadcasts, I'd like to introduce you to Pinter, who often has his own thing to say about bike races. I'm just going to step away for about 30 seconds while I kick him out of the room.
Pinter's one of my favorite parts of the virtual BC Cup. Getting to chat with Pinter every Saturday morning. Giesler in the red, trying to close this gap up to Hubner. It's not much, but 9 meters is enough to lose the draft on RGT. So even though they're going uphill, Giesler would be able to benefit from just a tiny draft here. You see the graphic up in the top left telling him to close that gap. And then once he gets close enough, it'll start showing. There you go, saving just 5 watts right now because he's a little far back from Hubner's wheel. You'll see that number go up as he gets closer.
Yeah, and now you can see he's decisively in the draft, and I guess he's attacking Luke. So interesting tactics here, or maybe he's just taking a pull. Looks like Luke is right on his wheel and saving watts. But in the Cat 3 race, we can see Michael Matthews still maintaining about a 150-meter gap. And that's over a group of 2, Green and Richards. And then they've got, in turn, about 175 meters to the next 2, which is Hamilton and Van de Green back there. And I'm afraid that Bart Gould and Nathan Westlake are riding together, but they are well adrift at 1.7K back of this group. So truly the Cat 3 race is shattered. I guess, I don't know what was happening in those early attacks, but it's just shredded this relatively strong field. Like, these guys in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, these aren't chumps. These are guys that we've seen racing and racing well in past weeks. So it's just the 3 riders that have managed to get away at the front have really put down the power. Either they saw something they really liked in this course, or they've just decided to burn all of the matches early on. But Matthews is still sitting pretty steady on about a 150-meter gap. It's kind of dangerously close. We're shifting back here. We can see the Cat 2s are doing their own thing. It's still Giesler and Hubner. There's a little bit of a gap there, but they're still working together and getting a bit of drafting. And they're still also sitting on about a 150-meter gap to their nearest chasers. So there's this theme of these sort of dangerous 150-odd meter gaps developing. That's just enough that it's a problem for the chasers, but it's not enough that the lead riders can feel safe. So I'm sure that for both Matthews in the Cat 3s and for Giesler and Hubner in the Cat 2s, they're just desperately trying to do the work and make that gap, get to something where they can begin to feel safe. And, in both fields, we're just sort of crossing about the 2/3 mark in the total race distance. Now we're taking a peek here at the Cat 2 chase group. That's McCall, Shane Westlake, and Mr. Flower. And they are sitting about 180 meters back of the lead riders. And we can see that McCall is now doing a little tiny attack on this group. So I guess he's decided they are no longer contributing enough. And so Taylor McCall has disappeared into the distance. And now Shane and I believe that is it Tom Flower? Probably going to get that wrong again. I don't know if I have Mr. Flower on my start list. Probably, but anyway.
Tom
Flower
Flower.
and Wieslake. Yeah. Tom Flower. Good. Okay. Anyways, Flower and Wieslake now have a problem, which is that McCall has decided that he's leaving them to maybe go and try and join Hubner and Giesler at the front of the race. And it doesn't look like Tom and Shane have any answer here. They're pedaling hard, but that gap is 60 meters and rising. So McCall in the secret training mono gray kit is putting out the work and is starting to close in on Giesler and Hubner, which I'm going to guess that Luke and Vince here are probably working well enough together that they're not particularly looking to solicit applications for any new drafting partners.
Yeah, they don't need McCall in this group, let's say. They probably pretty happy where they are. Although maybe they would like to have McCall break up the chase. If they were worried about the trio of McCall, Wieslake, and Flower, then maybe they'll say, one guy with us is better than being back with 2 chasers trying to shut us down. So they may be happy to take that power out of the chase and put the power into the breakaway if, in fact, McCall is able to make it up and across. Still a little bit of a gap here for Hubner up to Giesler. It doesn't seem like a lot, but I think Hubner's going to be wanting those 20, 30 watts back over the next 10K or so. So I'm a little surprised to see how big this gap is for our 2 leaders up at the front.
Yeah, that's going to be really curious. And they're racing into the bottom of a climb. So the only thing I have in mind is it possible that Giesler is going to try and sag climb this? He just wants to put in some power and get to the bottom of the hill with some speed so that he can hump it up. Because I was watching earlier, this little corner here peaks at almost 20% grade. And so it's not nothing, even for these Cat 2s. And you can see as soon as they got around that corner, indeed, Hubner came around, has taken the lead, and now Giesler is desperately trying to hang on his wheel. But meanwhile, they've still got McCall in the distance. We won't really know if McCall is closing on them until we see them all back on the flat again, but he's definitely still somewhat gapped, and it looks like Wieslake has also separated himself out. In fact, Wieslake has rejoined McCall, so now it's a break of 2 with Wieslake and McCall together, whether they want to be or not. and they're sitting about 80 meters behind that lead group, Hubner and Giesler. Rather, sorry, I'm a little deceived there. Yeah, I think they're about 100 meters behind the lead group. We're seeing McCall and Wieslake here. It's this is sort of one of those crux moments in the race. We're going to see whether or not these chasers can bring Giesler and Hubner back, or join them, as it were. And I guess McCall didn't like...
I was going to say we should note it's down to just 2 chasers because Flower getting dropped back there makes this a little bit of a different scenario. 3 is obviously more worrisome than 2. And now it's looking like McCall might be headed out on his own again, because Wieslake got close, and then McCall threw another attack at the problem here.
McCall just disappeared once the race turned flat, so I think he put in some real effort. You could see him redlining. There was something about having Wieslake with him that was not to his liking, and he just gapped him.
And you can see Wieslake's power, a huge drop-off there, where I think maybe realizing that McCall was leaving and might not be coming back, and Wieslake might have tried to save some engine power there after Wieslake made the gap. All right, over to our Category 3s on the right-hand side of the screen. Matthews still solo up here, 130 meters back to Green, then another 130 back to Richards.
Yeah, this is a fully shredded field at this point. I don't know if there's any groups still intact. There's something maybe resembling a group in 6th and 7th, and I guess 8th and 9th are still working together, but there's just nobody on the field that is really together at the moment. We're looking at Bart van de Green. He's sitting about 100 meters behind Hamilton, who's sitting about 150 meters behind Richards, who's sitting about 300 meters behind Green, who's sitting about 450 meters behind Matthews. It's just there's spread all over the field here. I'm calling those gaps a little bigger than they are. Damon's correcting me on that by showing me Matthews. So Matthews is 100 meters ahead of Green, and then he's got about 280 meters to Richards and so on. So it's about 150 meter gaps or so going back all the way down to 5th place before we get a big gap to Nathan Wieslake. So young Michael Matthews must be pretty happy to see those gaps, but they're not enough to make him happy. Like, it'll be no problem to finish this race 10 kilometers from now and not worry about those chasing riders.
Yeah, good but not great for Matthews right now.
That's right. Yeah, not terrible, not great.
Right.
And we're following Mr. Green here. He's only 65 meters away. I wonder if he can use this climb to close that gap to Matthews. It might be one of his last easy chances. We've talked about this before. This is kind of the final big climb on the course before you get to the finish line. So there are 10 kilometers to go. The course still goes up and down a bit, but it'll all be stuff like 5-6% grades of about 100 or 200 meters long. It's not enough to really spring you. And so for Matthews to have come over the top of that hill and still have a gap is pretty crucial. We're going to see if we have any descenders, the likes of Shane Alfreds in this group, who can start closing gaps on Matthews.
Yeah, I don't think I appreciated on this course how much the terrain was going to play into the race, especially, I think, in the shorter races compared to the longer races later today. Our pro women and pro men obviously up the distance a little bit, but when you're only going up and over that long climb and descending that long climb twice, 3 times, 4 times, that's enough where the rest of the course is straightforward enough to the point where it's like you only have a few opportunities to make your move, and it's either on the way up or on the way down. So I think we saw that in our Cat 4 race, really using the descent to their advantage. So just, I guess, an observation that I'm starting to realize as we're watching more of the racing on this Dirty Reiver course, looking towards our pro races later today. It's really about taking the opportunities when they come on this course on RGT, and there's only a couple per lap, either on the way up or on the way down on this climb. So it'll be interesting to see how our pros approach the timetable of this one today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking now at our Category 2 race, which is they're inside of 8 kilometers. They're now showing 7.7 to go for the lead riders, and it's still the same 2 lead riders, Giesler and Hubner. Now, they've got a big gap to their chasers at this point. This is very quickly going to start becoming a race where they're going to question whether they need to do any work to keep those chasers away anymore. McCall is solo 250 meters behind them, and then again it's shredded field. So Hubner and Giesler are now at the point where they have to think very hard about whether racing for second is something they want to do. And I think we're going to see it get tactical relatively early here, although it's hard to say. I know Giesler is a big diesel. I know that Hubner has a turn of speed. I would certainly not rule out Luke Hubner's sprint, and I think, though, on the other hand, that Giesler may not be a natural sprinter. So I am thinking that if Vince Giesler decides that he's going to ride to the finish with Luke Hubner, he may be gifting a victory to the young man. So if Vince has thought all that through, then I would suspect that somewhere in the next couple of kilometers we're going to see some fairly serious attacks on Hubner. Whereas I suspect that Hubner, if he's thinking about it, will be very content to ride wheels and follow wheels all the way until we get to the finish.
Each passing kilometer, Hubner's like, this is great. I can sit on, getting a free ride to the line, and I'm a decent sprinter.
Yeah, exactly that. The only question mark for me is I think that Giesler's pretty experienced with virtual platforms, whereas Luke is not. So Vince may simply be one of those riders who's able to outsmart Luke if Luke doesn't really understand fully how sprinting works in virtual racing. But the way we will find out is to watch the race.
We're going to find out in 6.4K from now. See up in the upper right-hand corner, current distance remaining. These guys have been on the bike just under 51 minutes. Although, as we were talking about earlier, there's probably a good 20 or 30 minutes of warm-up in there before that. Then a lot of these riders probably do a cool down as well. I know a lot of these riders have been doubling up. Some riders have been out doing outdoor rides either earlier or later in the day, and then pairing that with some sort of shorter format virtual racing.
Well, I gotta say, it's we're glad that we can have these virtual races at a time when it's just not safe to have real racing outdoors quite yet. But I will also say that it is a beautiful weekend here in the Lower Mainland, and so I imagine a lot of these guys are going to be pretty pleased to perhaps do their cool down on real roads now. It's a lovely 16 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure what that is in the old numbers. Right around here, so good riding weather, even though it's better to go race indoors at the moment. I think the other thing we want to say about our Cat 2 event is that don't forget we're seeing that the finish will be at 5.7K to go, and I trust that, but it will not be at the same location as we saw the first few races finish. So the Cat 3s will finish in the normal locale, we believe, as where we saw the Cat 4s finish. But the Cat 2s will finish out about where they started, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's right, because we're still showing about a 35-kilometer race total distance. So
yeah, I think you're right as well. I think the distance will be correct. Just the starting position was a little bit different for those guys. So you won't see the banner where they finish, but we will be able to track the distance to go, and it does get more exact as we get closer to the finish. So the riders will be able to see that as well. It's not ideal. Obviously, you want to have the sort of finishing chute that you can gauge to sprint for, but they'll be able to count down by the meter once they get inside 1,000 meters the last kilometer.
Yeah. The other part, though, is it means that we can't tell you decisively what the closing kilometers for the Cat 2s will look like. I think they're on a fairly flat section of the course, so I suspect that it'll be a fairly straightforward finish. We're not going to encounter anything like a 10% grade as we go up to the line. Meanwhile,
so Giesler and go ahead.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, we're just following Giesler and Hubner, and they've still got about 280 meters back to McCall. So that looks like we can call that a decisive gap, barring mishap at this point. McCall's both not going to catch them, and he's also probably not going to catch Kopp from behind, because it's Shane Wieslake and Tim Flower who are still riding together about 500 meters in the rear, and that is your mountain bike podium there. Again, it's a big gap back to Jerome Reich, another strong rider who I'm surprised to see off the back. Now we're taking a peek here at the Cat 3s. Michael Matthews is continuing to demonstrate what will probably become a textbook solo victory. He's managed to expand his breakaway to 250 meters gap, and he's only got a solo chaser. Third and fourth are still working together, but Mr. Green there is all alone, trying to hunt down Michael Matthews. Sorry, Mike. Getting you confused with another local rider who was here some years ago, but no excuses. Young Mr. Matthews deserves his moment in the sun. Meanwhile, we're looking at Richards and Hamilton here in third and fourth. So that'll be an interesting sprint for us to keep an eye on after these for the minor placings. That's the final podium position being fought out right there. Matthews is now 5.4 kilometers from the end of his race, and he's still managing to keep his breakaway gap steady. So I think he'd like to have more distance than 150 meters, but I suspect that he's going to be able to hold on.
Oh, yeah, the good news is it's not trending one way or the other for Matthews and Green. He's not gaining time, but he's not losing time. So 150 meters, as long as it's holding steady, is pretty good for Matthews. And then picking up Giesler and Hubner over here on the left side of the screen. Looks like a little bit of separation there.
Yeah, Giesler got away. He's being slowly drawn back to Hubner. This is kind of what we were hinting might happen, that Giesler would attempt these breakaways at distance, because I don't think there's anything in it for Giesler to attempt to out-sprint Luke Hubner unless he's very brave or very clever. But we're coming up to this last little hump of a hill. Again, I don't know that I would describe Hubner as a natural climber, but I think it's one of those things where he will be able to burn enough matches to get over this climb and be ready for the finish, which is only about 3 kilometers to go once they crest this hill. Yeah. I was watching a couple of years ago when we could still have in-person bike races, as young Luke Hubner was just utterly doing a workshop on how to race bikes in the course of, I think, winning the provincial track championship at the time. Either that or it was the Western Challenge event, where he did very well in the junior category. And now, having taken on all the kids his age, he's taking on someone of a certain age, Vince Giesler, 50 years old. I'm not saying Vince could be Luke Hubner's grandfather, but I do believe the math sort of checks out.
Pretty close. He'd be pretty close.
Pretty close.
Hubner a little late to the virtual racing game, says Virtual BC Cup only his third virtual race, and as you said, relatively new to road and track cycling as well. So he listed his strengths as breakaways and his weaknesses as long hills. He kind of got both of them out there today. He got a breakaway and a long hill. Goal is to be on the Canadian national team for Track Worlds this summer. Certainly some good training here on the RGT platform to do it. And he's got a podcast with a couple other juniors, Parker and Mark, called the Zone 2 Podcast, all about cycling. They got that out on iTunes and Spotify. I'm going to give that a listen at the end of the day today. See if maybe we can recruit another commentator. I wonder if young Luke has ever thought about doing some virtual commentary.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Luke. Here's my deal. If you win the race today, I will subscribe to your podcast.
Make that 2.
But remember, Luke, no victory, no subscription. That's the deal. So we're watching Luke and Vince go hammer and tongs. Obviously, Hubner extremely motivated by the prospect of having a few new subscribers. He's hanging on to Giesler, and I think Giesler is starting to go pretty hard. We look at those numbers, And we're going to get the Cat 2 finish, I think, just before Michael Matthews does a slightly more ceremonial ride to the end of his race. It's all getting zesty here. 1.7K to go. These riders will have to be looking for the numbers there on the side of their race, as we said before, because we know that there probably won't be any very clear cues about where the finish line, except for the countdown. Got a little climb. Hubner giving a bit of a dig. Oh.
Oh, yeah. That's how you go platinum on Spotify right there, Luke.
That. He found the hill he was looking for, and it looks... I don't know if he's going to be able to keep Giesler away, but he decided 1.4K to go. Maybe it was time to check out. He's got about 30 meters. That is not a safe gap. Look at this rolling terrain he's got. It's going to be like a descending finish. He's going to have Giesler rushing in on him. So, with 1.2K to go, I think what we're going to see is Hubner and Giesler will not be leaving the red zone very much for the remainder of this race. So, folks, just sit back and watch the gaps, watch the finish. Fiamme Rouge crossed by the young Luke Hubner as he tries to hold off the wily veteran Vince Giesler.
Giesler right there, though. 45 meters back. He was closing the gap a little bit. Gets it down under 40, but Hubner going to be able to hold on at 30 meters. Ryan, get that subscribe button
Luke,
ready.
Keep riding, Luke. You're not at the finish yet. 30 meters. Oh, Vince can taste it, I know. And it's going to be a climbing finish too, so this is going to be much worse than a mere 600 meters to go. Oh my goodness. Folks, get your popcorn, enjoy the ride. Hubner and Giesler are putting on a show for you.
I actually like this, moving the finish line to make him do the climb one more time right at the end. I like a good uphill finish. I'm sure Hubner and Giesler would have something to say about that, but I kind of like having the climb here at the end as opposed to the beginning of the lap like we had in the other categories. So Hubner down to 430 meters to go until he can wrap this one up. Giesler holding steady at 40 meters back. This is remarkably steady for the gap between these two, as they are pretty much both redlining here.
Look at them climbing this 8% grade at almost 20 kilometers an hour. These guys are so deep in their pain caves. Look at this. We're following Giesler. He's got 180 beats per minute on his heart rate. Power numbers are big. But Hubner is still holding that gap, and time is running out. 200 meters to go for Hubner. Vince has got a little further. I think that gap is going to hold. As he rides through the completely unmarked finish line here. Chapeau to young Luke Hubner as he finishes his race distance and wins the Cat 2 event today. Vince Giesler, full value for second place. We'll give him the Combativity Award today because he activated that race and he was solo for a while until Hubner caught him up. And it looks like we've got Mr. McCall will come in for an easy third place. He's well gapped over Shane Wieslake. And now we're looking at Mr. Michael Matthews, who is not quite at the 1 kilometer mark, but will be in a moment. And he's got enough of a gap with almost 300 meters now that he's got to be pretty confident. And in this case, we should see him finish where we expect the finish line to be. He's being chased down by Mr. Green. He's got a lot of work to do here. Paul Green is our Prince George rider. Michael Matthews, based out of Vancouver somewhere. For all I know, he lives in Surrey. Couldn't really tell you. It's Surrey jokes.
We can confirm he's Canadian. We know that much.
Yes. We'll say Michael Matthews, Canadian until proven otherwise. He's at 600 meters to go. I'm sure he's just loving this.
Oh, it's got to be so painful these last really the last kilometer of riding on this gravel after just over an hour of competition so far for these guys. Last little rollers between them and the finish line.
Yes, but there's no greater salve than victory, let's say that. And
right.
Michael Matthews is about to experience that. We're watching Shane Westlake. He's just coming to his finish as well. That's the fourth place rider in the Cat 2 field, so he's going to score some points. Actually, no, he's marked as third place. I'm not sure why oh, no, sorry, he's fourth place. I think what we're seeing is just the third place rider is finished. So, meanwhile, Mr. Matthews coming to his finish. And he will cross the banner, which will be his actual finish when we see it coming around the corner. Got surprised by this in the Cat 4s too. For this finish line, you just don't see it until literally the last 50 meters.
Yeah, comes right around this bend and sort of comes out of nowhere. But Matthews with plenty of space, so he can enjoy the celebration across the line as Michael Matthews wraps up our Category 3 men's race with a win. And Peter Green going to come in for a close second.
I think Paul Green, but heaven knows I've made that mistake about 8 times myself. So, Paul, we apologize for not knowing your first name. It's because we're bored and lazy, but what can I say? We'll try and get it right if you win the race. How about that? Next week, right?
There's 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now. Also important to know, ladies and gentlemen, try not to trust us about anything. We're seeing this will be Vaughn Richards will be cruising home to third. He is being chased by Mr. Hamilton. That would be Ryan Hamilton. There's a name I should be able to remember. And all the other guys who are coming in for the minor places here. So Vaughn Richards he's got about 180 meters to finish before he's wrapping up the Cat 3 podium. As we're just seeing all of the Cat 3s and 2s finish all at once.
Vaughn going to hit the line solo here as well. Nice wave. I like that.
For the virtual crowd.
Yeah. Very cool.
Ryan Hamilton. Good name. Like that sharp, basic black kit. Like he was hiding out in the Seychelles doing secret training. And my old friend Shane Griffard. We've got to give a compliment to him. There you are, Shane. 8th place. Strong field. I'm sure he's unhappy about that, but, in the group of riders that he was racing against today and on this hard course, compliments to all these guys. I mean, Brad, you and I have had the easy job today. We've been able to sit, drink our tea, not break a sweat, make fun of these riders. Really, what could be better? Not sure why you'd even ride a bike when you had the opportunity to do the commentary, but we appreciate all these
for sure.
racers.
In this virtual racing, an hour of virtual racing is incredibly tough. I mean, I think you would be hard-pressed to find a matching effort in real life to the effort that's required to win one of these virtual races over an hour, because obviously you can just go crazy on the wattage when you don't have to worry about corners and turning and traffic and roads and other vehicles and other riders and things like that. So makes for some very fast racing here on the virtual platform. Certainly some good training. I'll bet you're going to see a lot of these names at the front of the in real life races when they return, because these are the riders putting in the work, getting faster in the off season, or the off year, maybe we could call it. Hubner takes the win at 101.39, a 4.26 average on his watts per kilo. Giesler just 6 seconds behind at the end of the day. Way to keep it close out there, Vince. Great riding. 4.36 watts per kilogram, his average on the day. And then Taylor McCall at a minute 19 back with a 4.28 average. Soren Wieslake holds on for fourth. Tom Flower in fifth, right there with Soren at 2:51 down. Then another minute back for Jamie Drumper. Jerome Reichen in seventh. And looks like Sean Griffard just rolled in for a 106, just under 4 watts per kilo average for Sean out there today.
Yeah, good hard hour-long race. And as we said, we'll give the combativity reward to Vince Giesler for activating that initial breakaway. Meanwhile, on the Cat 3 side, we've got Michael Matthews winning it in pretty solid form. He only had a 30-second gap at the end, and he was kind of dangling in front of Paul Green and his other chasers there for the whole race. And then Vaughn Richards manages to come home in third place, just over a minute down. His gaps aren't huge. I feel like that the character of this race was Matthews got away to a fairly early breakaway, but either he was content to dangle and just tease everybody at like 150, 250 meter gaps for the whole race, or else he was just desperately holding on to keep that gap, and he just managed to get it to stay open long enough that eventually all his chasers disappeared.
Well, you can see with a 3.55 average watts per kilo, he was pretty efficient in doing it out there. Obviously, there's a sort of a sliding scale based on where the riders fall on the distribution of weight, but Richards nice and steady out there for a third today, and then Ryan Hamilton in fourth and Brian Vandergreen in fifth.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can guess from that very low watts per kilo number that, and given how broken up the race is, that Richards is probably classically a very lightweight rider. And so therefore he's able to do well in these climbs, but perhaps he found a few too many descents.
Yeah. All right, we are just about 5 minutes away from our pro women's race, so let's run a couple commercials here, take a quick break, and then we'll come back and pick up the front of our pro women's race coming up next, second to last race of the day here in the virtual BC Cup, presented by Cobotix. We'll be right back.
right,
Welcome
ladies and
back to the
gentlemen, and welcome.
virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix. Sorry about that, Ryan. My name is Brad Soner. That is Ryan Cousineau, and we're getting ready for Pro Women coming up next here, Ryan.
That's right. I should have trusted you, Brad. I know you're ever the professional. We're just both enjoying our short pit stops here. We're racing today on the Dirty Reiver course in RGT. It's this lovely 17.7 kilometer loop going around what is Kildare Lake in the northern part of the United Kingdom. It's going to be a gravel course today, and it's activated by that big climb you can see right in the middle of the circuit, the start, and we're going to be stepping in to watch a fairly packed and fairly exciting elite pro women's field. And the start is going to be in about 30 seconds.
All right, let's take a look at some of the names on the leaderboard over on the left-hand side of the screens. The one that should jump out to everybody is Jackie Godby, the defending champion here in the virtual BC Cup. Pretty much the defending champion of everything out there recently, because Godby has been just dominant in women's virtual racing on Zwift, on RGT, at the World Championships, had a top 5 ride there. So Jackie Godby is the odds-on favorite in this field, but we've seen a lot of riders that were at least able to hang with Godby, so she will have some challenge in this group today. And this is a new name for me up at the front. Sakio taking it early on here.
Yes, Zoe Sacchio. Despite the Canadian flag beside her name, she'd like you to know that she is a true blue All-American coming straight out of Oregon. She's brand new to virtual racing, but I can assure you she's a strong cyclist, another person that I know from both road and track up here. We recently exiled her back to America for plague-based reasons. She's now living happily there with her new husband, Vaughn Winkleman. Vaughn tells me that Zoe claims I need to be, and I quote, sassier on this podcast. So, Zoe, I assure you this one's going to be for you. But we saw her jump out there to the front. She's clearly willing to activate this race, actually challenge Godby head-to-head, her fellow American, and find out what Godby's got.
I remember I saw some emails going back and forth with Zoe's name on them about registration. It sounds like we had to work a little bit to get her into this race.
Zoe attempted to register for the Open Amateur Women's Field. Zoe was doing this on the basis of her, obviously very amateur palmares, which include things like winning the RGT Echelon Race League Dirty Reiver, winning the provincial track championships, and being a medalist at the U.S. National Championships, as well as winning the Tour of America's Dairyland race, a pretty prestigious Wisconsin race. So on the basis of those palmares, Zoe thought, no, I should be in the open amateur category, not the elite 1-2s category. So here's to you, Zoe. Your attempt at epic sandbagging has been thwarted. So maybe out of spite, you'll have a good race here today.
Yeah, if you can hang with Jackie Godby in the first split of a virtual race, you are legally obligated to race in the elites for the rest of your virtual career, because not many riders can make this selection that Zoe has made up here at the front. You see Claire Cameron also with them, and then a little bit of a gap back behind them. Great overhead view over on the right-hand side of the screen. You see Angie Bonacisi and Natalie Gantova just a little bit off of that lead group of 3. They should be able to get back up there. I think those two be able to close that gap. And then we get to watch Jackie Godby do what she does so well, which is the slow burn on the front of a group like this.
Yeah, this is going to be a course that will probably nicely suit Jackie Godby. She's got the big TT power, but she's now also got a hill where she can just select away riders at will as she sees. I mean, Jacqueline, we've seen her race so well in the first 2 events, and I think, honestly, I was shocked to find out that she has she comes from a triathlon background, as I understand it. She has almost no road racing experience. I am very much hoping that somebody can convince her to take up road racing once the quarantine is over for all of us, and show us what she's got, because she's clearly got the engine to be like a world-class rider.
Well, you are lucky enough to be talking to the president of the Jackie Godby for Road Racing Committee. I am on board with you trying to get her out to some real life races as well. I've been uh, pleading and trying to work with some of the in real life races to make sure that we can accommodate Jackie's schedule this summer and try and get her on some of those real life start lines that we're hoping to see. Jackie's got a lot going on in her life, so it's going to be tough to nail her down over the next couple of years. She already has her PhD in chemistry. She's about to graduate med school in May with an MD on top of that. Then she'll be headed to Riverside, California for a year, where she'll do a little bit of studying before going back to St. Louis for her final training in her MD, which is in radiology. So also getting married in there. A lot of bouncing around going on for Jackie Godby, but somehow she has found the time and energy to make it to pretty much all, I think, the virtual races. One thing I'll also say about Godby, incredibly consistent over the Echelon Racing League, over the BC Virtual Cup, the Zwift Series. Just being able to make it to all those starts is something to be said.
Well, I certainly hope in between getting her, her medical doctorate, her residency, and her upcoming marriage, as well as her active triathlon career, that she'll have some time to focus on what's really important, bike racing.
That's right.
Meanwhile, we're watching Pam Troyer and Holly Larson in a dangerous position. They are not completely dropped, but they've got to get on it because this group ahead of them is riding away. The gap is about 80 meters. We're on the flats, so we know that Troyer is a strong, solid rider, and I know that Holly Larson is no brick herself. But these two are hopefully going to work together and get back there. We saw Troyer very much activate the first race of this season. She was the sole rider to hang with Godby for any distance, and I hope she's able to represent the honor of her own professional class, architecture, against the medical doctor to be Jackie Godby.
Couple of professionals keeping our eye on in our women's Pro 1 race. I guess it's tough to determine who qualifies as a pro in virtual racing. We call this the Pro Cat 1 women's category because that's sort of a parallel to what their road categories would be. Jackie Godby, I guess, as a professional triathlete, automatically gets a professional virtual racer induction. I'm not sure how that works. We'll have to talk to the Virtual Racers Union, which doesn't yet exist, but I'm sure is on the horizon.
I mean, the metric I tend to use is that any of these racers whose names we're calling today could pretty easily take a start at Super Week, be in the Gastown Grand Prix, and be in it to get a solid finish. I mean, we've seen these riders. I mean, I know exactly how Pam Troyer, Claire Cameron, and Zoe Saccio and Angie Bonacici race. I haven't seen Nadia Gontova race quite as much, but you can see from her racing last week and this week that she's definitely right here with this field. She's not adrift. And indeed, we can see this whole field has rejoined. And I can also assure you that from the power and performance that she's put out, that if she has the bike handling chops, that Godby would be a nightmare threat for anybody at Super Week. She would be, a danger woman on all of the courses that we race. And meanwhile, we're watching Troyer and Larson. Come on, you got to get back there. It's 120 meters. And they've got to be feeling just that ultimate suffering. They know their race is riding away from them. They know they've got to dig deep, and that's all there is to it.
No, you can still do it. Don't give up yet. About 130 meters for Larson and Troyer. Although we might have just lost Troyer. See if we can.
Yeah, let's see. What are those? Oh, yeah. She seems to have disappeared off our results. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's possible that something's happened, either technically or non-technically. Pam, I'm just going to ask. I'm just going to ask Andrew for the lowdown on whether you rage quit or not. So, anyway, well,
we will find out.
Salute to Pam. We will find out, but salute to Pam. I think she was either having an off day or a technical problem there. Because, like I say, we know she's been a strong rider. Meanwhile, Angie Bonacici in grave difficulty. She's in real danger of joining Holly Larson off the back there. She's got about a 50-meter gap, and it looks like Godby has decided to test the mettle of her competitors. And so we have this strung out field. Godby at the front, Sacchio trying to close back. And then it's Claire Cameron and Nadia Gontova chasing. But if things don't change quickly, this may be where Godby generates her decisive attack.
Yeah, and again, Jackie Godby loves to ride alone. She is not afraid to go solo off the front. So you got to take these attacks seriously when Godby starts getting a little bit of space going. Looks like Sacchio leading the chase.
Yes, she is. Like I said, she's a strong rider, new to virtual platforms. So let's see if she makes any of the classic newbie rookie move mistakes. But we did see her get a very good solid start, so she's at least managed the spin up. And I know that Claire Cameron knows her very well. I'm not sure if Gontova does, but Claire will have utter respect for Sacchio as both a rider and as a threat to her. So this is going to be a classic race. I think technically they qualify as teammates. They're both on the Pickle Juice team. And although they don't live in the same city anymore, like I say, they've certainly know each other well and have raced against each other. But this is our group of three, and they're now 140 meters behind Godby, and they all understand the situation, which is chase back, catch Godby, or else you're basically racing for second place.
Yeah.
And Godby's going. It's going to be going Godby if they don't watch it.
I think you nailed it when you said the other three riders chasing are very aware that they're either working together to chase Jackie Godby or they're just racing for second place. This group of three is well aware of how strong Jackie Godby is in this group. So it's not like Godby caught him off guard. It's not like this group of three said, let her go. She doesn't have the legs to hold it out there today. I mean, if they could have gone with this move by Jackie Godby, I think they would have. So I would guess that you keep seeing this gap go up as Godby's already open 200 meters, and she'll probably be at 250 pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's unlike our race course last week where we had a dead flat course and maybe Godby was experimenting with some new stuff. She's just doing a Jacqueline Godby race here, which is like she may have a PhD in chemistry, but apparently she's also learned a thing or two about how bike races work. And whatever she knows about bike races, her legs know even more because she can just basically use them at will to ride people off her wheel. And as I said, in this case, we've got just enough of a hill and some terrain on this course that it favors her even further. And what happened? They went up a hill, and Jackie Godby rode away, and she's got a 300-meter gap. And like I say, Cameron and Sacchio are basically the class of provincial bike racing. So for them to be ridden off Godby's wheel is pretty decisive.
Yeah, it might be more interesting to watch the Gontova, Cameron, Sacchio group duke it out today because, Godby putting in significant time, already up over 350. Oy,
so
oy, oy.
We're going to be doing a 3-lap race today. It'll be about, I think, a little longer, maybe even than, 3 laps. It's scheduled as a 90-minute race. That's probably about right. It might actually go over 90 minutes because I think what we'll see is probably average speeds of around 30 to 35K for this group in the virtual arena. The speed would be damped a bit on these quote-unquote virtual rough roads versus what it would be if this was a fully paved course. But anyway you slice it, the challenge is if there's already a 300-meter gap and there's 45 kilometers to go, we might actually, even on a 17-kilometer course, we might be thinking about whether Godby has... I don't think she'll lap him, but I think that the lead might stretch out to kilometers by the end. It's almost 1K now. And, poor Angie Bonacic. Come on, get up there, Angie. It's 300 meters, but you've got to close that. I'm sure she's enjoying the ride. I know she's a huge enthusiast. Bonacic is an enormous supporter of women's racing. A couple of years ago, she put on an event which was basically a meet and greet just to get women who had never raced bikes into the sport. And I happened to be lucky enough to be invited as a speaker because of my experience organizing races. And it was an honor and it was a thrill. And we saw a real uptick in that we saw, that event had about 80 attendees. and we definitely saw new faces in the amateur peloton locally after that event. So, she's having a bad day out there today, but I'm not going to say anything bad about Angie Bonacisi because I know what she's done for the sport. And I hope we'll be back soon enough and be able to have another How to Get Into Cycling for Young Women event, because it was a lot of fun last time.
What a program. Saw Angie racing a lot in the Echelon Racing League with her Velocity Vixens team. You'll see a lot of those orange and purple jerseys on the virtual platforms. They have a big presence on RGT. Not sure if they have the jersey over on Zwift or not, but see her teammate Larson there just behind her in 6th. So nice to have Angie racing with us in the RGT world. She's become a staple for me of virtual racing. Every time I see Angie's name, I know I'm back on RGT.
Yeah, she had one more teammate in this race as well until Pam Troyer rage quit. So that's what I'm going with as a story now. Sorry, Pam. So meanwhile, we're looking at our 2-3-4 group. We'll call it Gruppo Zaccio, mostly because I know that'll annoy Carol or Cameron if I name the group after Zoe. But, and there's Zoe apparently putting paid. Racing from the wilds of Oregon. This will be very familiar looking terrain for her. I'm pretty sure that's what it looks like around her house these days. Gontova and Cameron, though, sticking with her. There's two stories here. These three are racing against each other. There's still podium positions in play. They're all thinking about the overall series results. But as they do so, it's starting to look not so much like they've given up on first place, but like first place is just no longer the priority. Godby is literally riding away from them, which means that either they're just not matching up to that frankly terrifying talent that Jacqueline has, or else they've just understood that first place is out of reach, and so this is the real race. And indeed, look at that, Nadia Gontova deciding to make it a real race. She has gone away, so it's either a determination that she's being held back by these two or an attempt to put her stamp on the event and take over second place for sure. And it's Claire Cameron in difficulty because Saccio is following that wheel.
That Gontova with a baller attack there to get up to the front. Cameron did a nice job of slowly reeling it back in. She didn't take the bait. She saw Gontova rocketing away, but Cameron sort of slowly ramped the pace up to close down the gap. Gontova staying on it, though.
She probably won't like me saying it, but Cameron has age and guile on her side. She just has been in too many bike races to be scared by an attack going up a hill. She'll ride inside herself. We see Barnasisi and Larson together now. Hopefully those Velocity Vixen teammates can work together and, salvage something from this race. It's the same old story. You never know when one of your opponents might run into trouble, either physical or electronic. And, if either case is the case, then these two are still racing for 5th and 6th as it stands, and maybe higher places yet. Meanwhile, Gontova activating the race. She's being chased down, but it's now Cameron and Saccio gapped, and they got to close that gap fast, or else this race will ride away from them almost as quickly as Jacqueline Godby rode away from these three. And look at that, the pickle juices versus Gontova, who I think is racing in that beautiful Cycling BC kit. And indeed, as the road levels out, it's Saccio making the gap back down to 0. So we're once again Gruppo Compacto, although hat tip to Dr. Godby, way off on the front of the race now. 570-meter gap.
Yeah, we're going to start measuring this gap with a sundial here pretty soon. We'll switch over to the calendar after that. You go from seconds to meters to days for Jackie Godby.
Not that the Dirty Reiver is a supported race, but if this was a road race, I'm very certain the support cars and the commissaires would be in this gap now. It's that kind of thing. It's always demoralizing when you see that in a real race and, the breakaway goes away and then you start seeing the support cars jump into that gap. Or conversely, when you've got a breakaway and all of a sudden all the support cars clear out of the the gap, and you're like, uh-oh.
Where's everyone going?
Yeah, wait. I needed that. That means you've stopped believing in me. It's like, yeah. Nothing quite like having the commissaire's decision be, well, you're not going to win. But meanwhile, Cameron, Gontova, and Saccio, at least they're back to working somewhat as Gruppo Compacto, as the late Jeremy Story would say. Perhaps the Canadians in this group are a bit mournful because, of course, we are laying to rest the Prince Consort today. The funeral for Prince Philip just happened this morning. I assume some of you are just joining us after having watched the ceremonies. But, 99 years old. Got to respect the longevity, if nothing else. But, it's a real passing of an era for many of us here in Canada. But back to the bike racing. Jacqueline Godby off the front. Her gap has just crested 1 kilometer, so nicely done. She's clearly enjoying this terrain and perhaps this lovely scenery. And Cameron, Gondova, and Saccio are kind of, I don't want to say they're riding neutral, but it's definitely at the point where they're thinking about each other. It's getting a bit tactical there. There's sort of a lull here for these three.
Yeah, the urgency has gone out of the chase at this point.
Yeah. This is very much a selection moment, right? You can see that they're 1 kilometer behind Godby. They're 1 kilometer ahead of the group Larson, which is Angie and Holly there. And so we've got these three. Probably the race we'll be watching for most of the day. No disrespect meant to Jacqueline Godby, but she has, in her very decisive way, decided this race. Barring catastrophe, she has essentially executed her race plan, and the next 42 kilometers will be the completion of that race plan in what we can expect from her classic results to be decisive fashion. I'm not even going to tease Cameron, Gontova, and Saccio about not keeping up with this. It's like even these three have to be just saying themselves, in the words of Ron Burgundy, I'm not even mad. That's just amazing.
Yeah, it's tough to be mad about losing to Jackie Godby. It's like losing a round of golf to Tiger Woods or a free throw competition to Michael Jordan. You're just happy to have been there.
It's an honor just to be slaughtered.
Right.
But meanwhile, I think that Cameron, Saccio, and Gontova are almost certainly thinking very much more about the race that they do have, which second place it may be. There's still lots on the line. There are real money prizes at the end of this series for the overall points winners. I think it goes 3 deep. I'll look that up later. But the three of these riders, they're all pretty smart and pretty savvy. They've got to be thinking about the tactics. I know that Cameron has to have nothing but respect for Zoe Saccio in terms of the power output and all that. So she's got to be thinking about ways that the wily veteran Cameron can just, out-tactic Zoe Saccio. And neither of them can forget about Nadia Gontova. Gontova, I don't think, has quite as much racing experience as the other two, but I think she definitely has an awful lot of power because we saw her put up some pretty good result last week. So full respect to Ms. Gontova.
Yeah, the good news is pretty much everyone is learning virtual racing from the ground up this year. Even the most experienced virtual racer in the world still only has 3, maybe 4 years of high-level virtual racing experience. It's probably more like 2. There really wasn't that much virtual racing going on pre-pandemic. So everyone's kind of on the same learning curve. Sometimes it translates from real life, and sometimes it doesn't. Some riders, have been much better on the virtual platforms than they are in real life, and some pro IRL riders haven't been able to figure out the virtual platform. So there's an entirely new skill set that goes into racing on RGT, and it's been cool to see some riders really rapidly advance through. And a chance for some riders to really get themselves known. That's, I think, the other really big thing about virtual racing is it allows us to identify talent in a much clearer way than before. You could see a rider, look for results, go to the local races, the junior series, whatever, look for the rider that's dominating there. But being able to see power in real time is huge for identifying talent in maybe some younger riders or new riders coming to cycling. So that's been one of the enjoyable parts of virtual racing over the last year, watching for new riders that we hope to see succeeding in real life races.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure that there's been a few savvy director sportifs, at least at the Pro Conti level, or fast amateur teams, who have been watching releases like this one and like other events on other platforms or other events on RGT, and sending a few pointed messages about, hey, do you want to come ride with us in real life? Let's see what you've got, because you see these names coming out of other sports, and virtual cycling has obviously had this enormous boom for sad, plague-based reasons, and yet it's allowing us to watch this stuff and to see whole new people coming into the race. Anytime you can find a new avenue to get people into road racing, I'm in favor of it. So, meanwhile, as we talk about the future of cycling, it looks like the present of cycling is involving Gontova and Sacchio ganging up on poor Ms. Cameron. Apparently they've decided to school the school teacher. So, cruel, but, like life, bike racing is cruel. And Claire Cameron is finding that out firsthand. She's got about a 25-meter gap. That's not insurmountable. She may be just sort of riding within herself and deciding that she's going to use this upcoming slope as a platform to regain contact.
You said Cameron's a teacher.
She is indeed. She's a school teacher. I won't give away too much more OPSEC than that, but that's her day job. Like all of these racers, she has to have a day job. But yeah, she's a much-loved school teacher, and she lives and works in the Lower Mainland. And she's a great person. I know her very well. A few years ago, I gave her a hint that I actually thought she could set an age group hour record if she really wanted to, at least at the national level. And she told me actually that it sounded like fun, but honestly, riding gravel sounded like more fun than training for the hour record. So I'm sure she's enjoying this tremendously. And I can't really blame her. Riding gravel does sound like a lot more fun than training for the hour record.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into an hour record attempt, although Claire, a teacher, probably has the patience of a saint, so not surprised to see her patiently waiting to reel this one back in, and I'm sure she would have the discipline to go after an hour attempt, but she's a teacher, man. She needs some recreation in her life.
Well, it's one of those things, right? It doesn't matter whether you're winning provincial championships or chasing down hour records or anything else at this level of cycling. You're going to be doing it for fun, not for money. And as a result, you should do the things that are fun. And, I certainly can't blame Claire for that. She's had a long career in bike racing, and, we're not going to give away her age except to say that she could happily race in masters categories, but she continues to race locally as an elite, and she continues to win provincial championships as an elite level rider. So, rumors that Zoe Sacchio may have fled to Oregon in order to avoid getting beaten by Claire Cameron again, probably not true, but won't rule them out.
I heard it was an issue with taxes on her winnings from all the local races there.
Yeah. Who knows what's motivated Zoe? We know that, she lives down there in Oregon with her young husband, Vaughn Winkleman. Vaughn is a Canadian by birth, and technically I think he's actually trapped in America right now. I don't know if he's able to work even. He may be basically applying for refugee status at this point, at least until he can get a vaccination shot. Who knows? But, we wish Zoe and Vaughn well as they try to make their way in their new life. Yeah. Sorry. Privilege of knowing all these people is I get bizarre direct messages like Vaughn sending me a note that says, "This is the closest that Zoe's ever come to playing a video game." So there you go. Zoe learning about computers in real time as she tries to pedal her way to victory, or at least to a solid second place here. Cameron's still in difficulty, but managing this gap. It's still 30 meters, so maybe she's just waiting for another hill to draw these two back. Maybe she's just, working within herself and keeping everything level. Meanwhile, we cut to a quick peek at Jackie Godby. We cannot forget her. She's actually, her gap is actually fallen. She must have relaxed a little bit because I'm seeing it now at 680 meters, which is considerably lower than it was before. And without looking too hard, I can't really say whether that reflects Godby easing up or whether Saccio and Gontova's attacks have been raising their pace.
I'm going to guess Godby easing up a little bit. I'm watching her coast on the way down here a little bit. Normally, I don't think we would see Jackie Godby zeroing out her power meter a whole lot in a race like this. So I think Godby is enjoying her gap a little bit up at the front right now, trying to take it maybe a little easier, make sure she doesn't blow up. Still 37K, 38K of racing to go, but I don't think Godby is in danger of overdrafting her account today. So this is really the race. Second, third, and fourth as Saccio gives herself a little bit of breathing room now.
Right, and Cameron is caught up to Gontova, but unfortunately it's no longer the group Saccio and Gontova. It's more like Gontova going a little off the back. And, you know, they're going up a 7% virtual grade here, easing off as we get to the front of the group. But on one hand, Cameron is definitely just ridden this race perfectly. She's not panicking. She's not letting the gaps get to her. She's right back with Saccio now. And now she's riding right past Zoe. So I don't know if this is going to be an attack or if they're just going to regroup and work together. But I see now Gontova having lost about 70 meters over the top of the hill. And now she's got to ride like the wind on this descent. Because, again, this is the same situation that Cameron was in. Her race is disappearing in before her eyes, where she wants to get back on this group of two, because I'm pretty sure she wants to race for second place, not fourth. And so we see Gontova chasing.
How quickly these situations change out here.
Yeah, it's very much a characteristic of this course, I think we have to say. We saw it in both, in the Cap 4 race earlier today. We saw how the Cap 2 and 3 men's races just shredded themselves wildly. And now we're seeing this Pro 1-2 race where it's 2 against 1 all the time. And we're just seeing turnarounds, like Cameron is off the back and now Gontova is off the back. There's enough to maybe the little higher rolling resistance and this rolling course that just allows these riders to get away and find their own strengths and weaknesses all over the circuit.
I will say the other thing about RGT is you have to be eagle-eyed in watching the draft. When you're sitting in a group, if you look away for just a couple minutes, someone comes in to talk to you, you get a notification on your phone, you try and check a text, something like that. You look up after 5-10 seconds, you could very easily have already lost 100 meters, and then you have these compounding losses once you lose that draft and you can't get back in. So could have just been a lapse of attention. The point is, it's really easy to fall out of a group. Jackie Godby is legendary for her ability to just stare at the screen when she's racing these virtual races. As a triathlete, she's used to those long, sustained efforts, but there are very few riders that can keep their mental attention in a virtual race like this for an hour plus of racing.
Well, I feel like I should restrain myself from saying anything too mean about triathlons and tri-cycling, but whatever I was going to tease Jacqueline Godby about, she's basically going to put paid to it with her legs today. So she's sitting there. She's got about an 850 meter gap as she's just passed through the start-finish line to complete her first lap. She's got 2 laps to go, 35K, but she's just riding her own race right now. You really get the sense that her metric at the moment is keep the gap under a kilometer, ride at her own pace, don't let the gap get much less than a kilometer, and she's going to go. And right now she's got Cameron and Saccio working together, but they are well back, and Cameron and Saccio have kind of gapped Gontova. I think that I won't call this decisive. I mean, Gontova is not that much further back than Cameron was at her worst point, but that gap is starting to increase, and I think Cameron and Saccio are working together, and this is just the separation of the race. Cameron and Saccio are pretty motivated here. Besides being teammates and everything else, they've got the opportunity to turn this into a decisive race for the podium. So it's really easy to say you want to contest second and third rather than second, third, and fourth. And I think that's exactly what's going on here. I'm not even sure, because honestly, Gontova is her gap has suddenly ballooned. She's up to about 380 meters in climbing. So I don't know whether she's run into difficulty or whether she's just, redlined finally and cracked, but she's making no time whatsoever on these riders.
There's a lot that can go wrong in virtual racing. Certainly, when you're on the trainer like this, when you're done, right? If you've done a lot of trainer riding, you know that feeling of just, I can't do it anymore on the trainer. And I'm wondering if some riders might be getting to that point. Gontova still putting in the effort here in the red zone as she brings that gap down a little bit to 250 meters. But yeah, I would love to know what happened, what caused the split, because Gontova's not rapidly taking on water. A lot of times if a rider has cracked, like if they just redlined and didn't have it in them anymore, you see that gap rapidly grow after they get dropped. But Gontova, all things considered, doing pretty well here on the gap.
Yeah, might be just one of those things where she got dropped a little bit when Cameron rejoined her, and just before Cameron rejoined her in Saccio. It was on a climb, and once that gap forms out, it's as simple as that. It doesn't matter if you're putting out about the same watts per kilo as the riders ahead of you. If they're working together competently, the gap will just keep getting bigger. So Gontova may not even be cracked. It's just that the race is very slowly going away from her, because now she's 2-on-1, and all other things being equal, if it's the same wattage, the two riders, if they can work together, and I think Cameron and Saccio will work together very well, that's going to be your race. So I'm sure it's a bit demoralizing for Gontova. I'm sure she'll stick it out, because you never know. There's a lot of race to do. There's 35 kilometers remaining. All she has to do is put in a good time trial, ride these hills. We know she's strong. We know she's been the match of Cameron in terms of racing ability in the previous events. So she just got to dig deep and hope for the best at this point. That's all anybody can do in a bike race.
We talked about the difficulty of virtual racing. It gets a whole lot more difficult when you're all by yourself. We got to give Gontova some credit here, because once you lose that, the carrot dangling out in front of you to chase, it becomes so much harder to do this wattage by yourself. That's one of the really cool things about virtual racing, is it makes the trainer, dare I say, tolerable, because you have that sort of element of having something to push you, having a goal right in front of you that you can watch. Once Gontova loses that, you have to be in a really strong mental place to be able to maintain that power without really seeing anything in front of you or around you, right? It's much easier to maintain a pace when you're with a group, not just because of the drafting, but because of the gauge that you have around you to sort of measure your speed and keep that effort up. So Gontova going to lose that as well. If she's able to stay in this one for the next, let's say, 45 minutes, hour of racing solo, man, that's a strong ride for Gontova today.
Yeah, and there's definitely stuff for her to race for, because you can see here Bonacisi and Larson back in 5th, 6th. Gontova's got a points-paying position, I believe, and if she drops off, Larson and Bonacisi are far behind, but they will take advantage. Again, I think these two riders are pretty motivated to ride it out. They've got each other to pace off of, and it's just watch your wattage numbers, make sure you're not flagging, watch that gap, and just use that gap as your motivation, right? They're looking at it and they're seeing, we've got about 900 meters to Gontova. Let's just see if we can make it 800 meters by the end of the lap, right? Or whatever it is. Make the gap go down a little bit. So one thing you've got as an advantage in virtual racing is that you can see those numbers in gory detail, even when the other rider is literally out of sight. So I'm sure all of these riders are very much paying attention to their numbers right now, knowing what they're capable of, knowing where their opponents are, and doing the math on whether or not they can do something with those gaps or not.
Bravo, Larson and Bonacisi linking up. And then Gontova at 900 meters up from them. So about a kilometer from the Larson-Bonacisi group. Up to Gontova. And then another 350 up to the Sakio and Cameron group.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Sakio and Cameron kind of riding within themselves. The gap out Godby is now jumped to 1.4 kilometers. So previous theories that that Godby was managing that gap in a particular way, well, either she started riding faster or the group Sacchio started riding a little slower. But one way or the other, it's now a bigger gap. And meanwhile, Gontova is drifting off the back. She's at about 350 meters to this pair. So the story with Cameron and Sacchio is that's your second and third place riders, barring a catastrophe. So now what we have to ask is, how are they going to ride with and against each other for the next 33 kilometers? And both of these two are strong, smart riders. We know that Cameron has a little more experience with virtual racing, so that will be to her advantage. If Sacchio is thinking about that, maybe she wants to get away from Cameron before the finish, just because if you've never had the experience of doing a sprint finish or practiced it in virtual racing, it's very different from the experience of real sprinting. You still need the same kind of sprint talent in terms of your strengths as a bike racer, but just the physical sensations of how the trainer responds to you and how you put power into it and how you frankly don't fall over when you're riding a trainer at full sprint are all just quite a bit different if you haven't practiced them relative to what it's like in the road.
Yeah, it's getting there. I would say the trainer technology is getting more realistic. A lot of riders are starting to put their bikes on rocker boards so you can kind of move the bike side to side a little bit. Some of the trainers are starting to have a little bit of flex in them as well. Now they have the fans that respond to the speed that you're going, so you theoretically feel more wind on your face the faster you go. But yeah, you'll never match that feeling of throwing the bike around underneath you in a true sprint. You'll just never be able to recreate that inside. The freedom of movement of the bike underneath you is just too hard, I think, to replicate on a trainer, at least in the near future. I'm sure I'll have my mind blown in 50 years, like everyone who said you could never just have a virtual bike race and have people compete together from all over the world. But here we are. So technology changes rapidly, but yeah, where things are right now, it's not quite the same, but it's getting there. Some of these pain caves are absolutely incredible. I mean, you could take out a second mortgage to pay for some of these with all the additions, the add-ons. But if you're spending a lot of time training inside, it's a worthy investment.
I think you can legitimately say now that a lot of these virtual racing rigs cost more than many of my actual racing rigs. So
yeah,
I don't even know what to make out of that.
I guess it's just like in real life bike racing where you see like a 1999 Honda pull up with a brand new 2021 S-Works on top. And you're like, that's a $12,000 bike on top of a $4,000 car. That's just how bike racing is.
Exactly that. Now what you need to do is you need to get the $2,000 training rig, and then you need to get the $1,000 graphics card, and then you're really set.
Right.
Right. Once you add the, $500 worth of fans, $1,000 automatic hill grade riser lower, the $1,000 virtual special monitor, and so on and so forth. Anyways, bike racing is a great sport. Everybody should join it. Talk to your mortgage broker today about opportunities in bike racing. Actually, it's
I will
a funny
say though,
thing.
there have been. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I go on this rant all the time, which is I do think that there's a bit of false gatekeeping in both real and virtual bike racing, which is, don't tell anybody, but I am literally doing my virtual bike racing these days with a power meter and a dumb trainer. Now, there's pros and cons to doing it that way, but that's like the relatively cheap solution. It cost me almost nothing relative to just having a bike. And similarly in road racing, I think that there's a lot of people who get the false idea that you don't get to start a bike race unless you've already equipped yourself with like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 worth of bicycle. And that's just not true. So if you know anybody who wants to get into bike racing, I know it's a hard time to buy a bicycle new or used, but understand if you're fast enough, starting out your bike racing career on, SRAM Apex, and with whatever used bicycle you can get a hold of, whether it's made of aluminum or plastic. That's not going to stop you from being fast if you're fast.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll have plenty of time to get into the gear vortex in your bike racing career, but you don't need all the gear to start. I've always said the specialized allay is like the best thing to happen to criterium racing. It's cheap, it's aluminum, you can't break it, and you're probably going to crash it, but you'll be able to race it the next week. So, I also take issue with some of the carbon frames that I see being raced in criteriums. No wonder the sport's so expensive. You're replacing a $5,000 frame every time you crash.
I'll have to give a shout out to two features. I think my close personal team sponsor will be mad if I don't mention that Cannondale makes some excellent CAD. I think they're up to the CAD 13 now.
Yeah, 100%. And those CAD range, that any aluminum bike is like, I think they're. Yeah. I'm still an aluminum fan.
Yeah. The other thing we have locally is there's actually some very good supporters of local bike racing who also do a tremendous job of doing carbon fiber repair. And I think that's an underrated factor. I don't know if that's something that you get in every region, but here there's a local guy named Rob Mulder, and he has a bunch of his kids in racing, including some that became like national class track cyclists. But he also offers, shall we say, reasonably priced repairs for broken carbon fiber bikes, and he's done those repairs for myself. It's good stuff if you've got that kind of resource in your region. So I hope everybody around there knows the name of a good carbon fiber fabricator who can do good work for them, because it can make a bike usable from nothing.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of times the repairs are stronger than the original because they reinforce it so much. It would end up stronger than it was originally. So, yeah, it is. It's legit. It's absolutely feasible. The one thing you shouldn't do to save money in bike racing is buy one of these no-name carbon frames from some certain websites. That would be my only advice. Would be if you have a choice between a cheap aluminum frame and an expensive looking carbon frame, you probably want the cheap aluminum frame because it becomes a safety issue. Let's just say that. So buy absolutely reputable carbon frames if you decide to go that route. But a repaired carbon frame is much better than a cheap no-name carbon frame.
Yeah, I think there's some good YouTubers out there. Hambini is one, and Leuchter Technik, who do some pretty in-depth analysis of what goes on inside of carbon fiber frames, especially in other bike frames. And you can watch a few of those videos and you really do understand that you do get what you pay for in bike frames. Meanwhile, looks like we still have a bike race going on. Godby continues to tick away at about 1.5 kilometers out in front. Cameron and Saccio still riding together, and they've got a gap of about 500 meters to Gontova. And Gontova is still sitting well ahead, I think about 1 kilometer ahead of Larson and Bonacici. So we've got the Cameron and Saccio teammates riding together, and the Larson and Bonacici teammates riding together. And we've got poor Nadia Gontova, who doesn't have a teammate in this race, riding all alone between the two of them. And meanwhile, Jacqueline Godby, Doctor of Medicine, or Doctor of Chemistry, future Doctor of Medicine, is riding in her own little world, 1.5 kilometers ahead of everybody else.
This is like a recruiting effort for Gontova here. You got the Velocity Vixens and the Pickle Juice team battling to bring her into their group.
Yes, indeed. And I'm sure at this point she'd almost be willing to join either one of them, although I'm sure she's much more interested in joining up with the Pickle Juice group, seeing as how they're ahead of her on the race. But we're sitting at about 30 kilometers to go for all of these riders, a little bit less for Godby and a little bit more for Bonacici and Larson. So that leaves them just about, I think, having just finished a lap and just looking at about less than 2 laps to go. So this would be the penultimate lap that they're on right now. And we're just ticking away the kilometers. We can see both groups that we're watching here are working very well together. Oh, although just as I say that, Larson has a little moment and she seems to have dropped off the back of Bonacici. So hopefully she can get back there. Oh, she's back. I think it's just an artifact of falling out of our camera view.
Yeah.
It's just steady now. I suspect for both of these groups that this has become a very tactical event, right? We've got we've got another we got a lot of bike racing to go, and we've got a lot of bike racing happening right now, and it looks like what we're going to see here is Cameron and Sacchio thinking very hard about how they're going to cut up second and third place, and Bonacisi and Larson thinking very hard about fifth and sixth place.
Yeah, they're both these groups just going to have to work it out amongst themselves. I'm thinking that's probably the way that this one plays out for the next 28 kilometers or so. As we go back up to Claire Cameron sitting in second. Gabi has now gone up to 1.4K. If we were back on the Canary Wharf course, she would have been able to go a lap up on this group. And Gabi still in the green power zone. So that gives you an idea of, I don't want to say how easy this was for Jackie Godby, but the fact that she's holding on to a 1.5 kilometer lead while riding in her green power zone just goes to show you that her green zone is different from my green zone. So let's put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's looking like a good, solid race for Godby. I think what we're seeing here is just her doing exactly what she wanted to do today, and she's just riding within herself. You know, Cameron and Sacchio are now looking at, they're on the climb, so that's why their lead is expanding a little bit. They've got their big dig here. This is the second to last time that they'll have to climb this climb, the steepest part of this course. So this is the shorter backside climb. The big climb comes for them earlier in the lap. This one is this angry little, peaks at about 19-20% slope that ends as quickly as it starts. So they've gone through the switchback where it gets steepest. They've almost rolled over the top here, and then they'll be back to a relatively relaxing, relatively gentle grade up and down all around until they get back to the finish line.
Jackie Godby approaching 2 kilometers ahead up the road. And look at her watts per kilo. Approaching 4 watts per kilo, but still in the blue zone. Blue zone is the easiest. Then green is a little tougher, but still pretty easy. So I think once she goes below like 3.5, that puts her into the blue zone. And then anything above that would put her into the green zone. Just trying to get an idea of where her sort of FTP range is up here at the front. You're talking about some of the other racing that we had earlier today, and still to come are pro men scheduled for their start in about 45 minutes from now. So it's going to be a race against the clock for Jackie Godby to try and finish up before those guys start. Obviously, we will stay with our pro women's race all the way to the finish. Want to take a little bit of time here while we have kind of a lull in the action to meet some of the riders that we've had racing here in the virtual BC Cup. We asked some of the riders to submit a little bit of information about themselves so that we could try and learn about some of the competitors here in the virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix.
Campbell Parrish, Above and Beyond Cancer, presented by Bike World. I'm 16. I've been racing bikes since I was about 8 years old. I'd like to say I'm an all-rounder because I like to do all the disciplines: track, road, cross-country, mountain bike, occasionally some enduro. I'm a bit of a taller guy, around 6'4", 6'5", so I do like my time trials, but you know, I just like to do it all. I just like to be competitive because I have some more experience on RGT, and I'd like to give the elite riders in BC a challenge.
Fiona Magendi, Red Truck, Canada. Started biking about 18 months ago. I do love climbing, especially longer climbs. Working on the higher end power, sprinting still got some ways to go. I'd really like to see if I can improve my sort of racing on virtual platforms. RGT looks pretty interesting. I know there are different technical things that you have to be aware of, but then also working with a team and see if I can work on some of my strengths and then help out the team that I'm on, try and get some wins there.
I'm Oliver Dowd. I'm 24 years old, racing for Restart Racing. My riding strength is uphill sprinting, and when it comes to watts per kilo, anything like a minute and under is kind of my wheelhouse.
Manu Moore. I'm racing for Cannondale. I'm 16. I've been racing bikes for a while, since I was, I think, 11. I would say I'm more of a climber. I'm not amazing at very steep climbs, but very long, gradual climbs like Seymour, Cypress, I'm pretty good at, yeah. I can do a bit of GC if the time trials aren't very long. Time trials are not my strength. Doing decent in GC and doing well in climbs.
I'm John Heimlein. I'm 31 years old, and I race for Project Echelon, based out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I've been in real life racing for about 5.5, 6 years now. I'd love to call myself an all-arounder. I'm a little on the bigger side, so definitely more of a sprinter. In the esports world, I've definitely have grown, really trying to finish it out strong. Definitely trying to shoot for a couple results here before the end of the esports season.
Peter Olenichek. I am 28 years old. I am in Minnesota, United States of America, and I race for Project Echelon Racing. Most people would consider me an all-rounder, primarily because I have some pretty decent time trialing abilities, pretty decent sprint abilities, but also, have the ability to make the breakaway, sprint from the breakaway, and be a pretty all-around versatile rider. My goal is to ride more efficiently, and had a couple fourth place finishes, looking to make the podium.
All right, so saw some of those riders earlier today, and we'll see some of those riders coming up. Again, Pro Men getting ready to start here in about 35 minutes from now.
That's right. And meanwhile, we're following along. Jacqueline Godby has continued to extend her lead. It looks like she's out to over 3 kilometers at this point. So it's a good thing we're not on the Canary Wharf course, because that would be, 3 laps at this point? I think they'd have to pull the field. But here we are in the lovely wilds of Northumberland. I'm sure Damon's going to be very angry at me for making that mistake. And Cameron and Sacchio continue to hammer it out for second place. They're still riding together very solidly. They're still putting time on Gontova, who's in no woman's land out there in 4th place. And then it's 5th and 6th behind her, the other teammates, Larson and Bonacici, from the Velocity Vixens. Again, they're 1.5 kilometers behind Gontova. So it'll be interesting to see if they can do anything about that and close it up, because there's 2 of them riding against 1. But nonetheless, Gontova is a strong rider in her own right. I think she'd be right up there with Sacchio and Cameron in terms of raw power, but she had the bad luck to get dropped. And, well, once you're dropped, you're dropped.
Yeah, I have a feeling Gontova is in this gap for good today, because I think she's strong enough to hold off Larson and Bonacici, but Sacchio and Cameron having such a good ride today that it's going to be really tough for Gontova to catch up to that group. So she might be looking at a solo finish for the day today. And again, it's one of the hardest things you can do in virtual racing. So Gontova, tough day physically and mentally out there today. Bonacici and Larson have someone to ride with, Sacchio and Cameron, and then Jackie Godby, who I think prefers to be alone the way that she races. Maybe Gontova likes the solo effort. Some of the time trial discipline heavy riders like to ride alone. I'm not sure where Gontova's at on that.
Yeah, you get into this point in the bike race and everybody's sort of just digging deep, head down. They're all in their pain caves, both literal and virtual. And it's at this point in a bike race where all the riders are sort of feeling the suffer, trying to figure out what they're going to do. Just their legs are probably burning, they're putting in the heart rate. I bet you they're all at the point where heart rates are starting to sag just a little bit from their previous possible peaks because you're getting fatigued. And it's at this point in the race where I like to remind the riders, you're all doing this for fun. This is something that you chose to do. in many cases paid a considerable amount of money to do, and consider something that you're doing for entertainment. And I have to ask those bike racers, what is wrong with you, really? Like, really, what is wrong with you?
I think a lot of bike racers could benefit from taking a step back and remembering that this is supposed to be fun.
Well, I'm sure these riders are having an awful lot of fun right now, so Satcho and Cameron are having the fun of sitting in their respective pain caves, you know. We're hoping that they're, you know, laughing so badly that it's harming their power output at the moment. I'm sure Satcho is getting a lot of encouragement from husband Vaughn in between sending me funny things to say over the air. But they're not letting it get to them. They're still digging deep. They're kind of managing all of their gaps. It's still about a kilometer back to Gontova. It's still just under 3 kilometers to Godby. This is going to be the race for second and third. And here we're looking at Larson and Bonacisi. That'll be the race for fifth and sixth. Although I think that they're the one group on the road that has some motivation that with 27 kilometers left, they have to be thinking that there is a small chance that they can ride back to Gontova. It's not going to be an easy task. Gontova is a strong rider, and she can solo this thing. But if Larson and Bonacisi dig deep, they have a real opportunity of overtaking Gontova and contesting fourth place today. And again, that's a points position, and there's an overall title here. So both Larson and especially Bonacisi may be thinking about that long view where they've got some opportunity to move up in the standings here and get some real money.
Yeah, good point. With only 4 races in the series, you don't have a ton of opportunities to pick up points. We talked about Bonacisi's consistency in virtual racing series like this. So, yeah, very good chance that she might be looking at the long range here, looking at the bigger picture in the overall BC Cup presented by Cobotix.
And we see them chasing down Larson and Bonacisi, another rider. But that is, of course, one of our camera operators on the course. So they will not figure in the final results. That's and the camera operator gives them a nice, very friendly wave as they go by. I'm not sure if that's Damon playing around or if that's some built-in behavior, but I like it either way. We give a shout out to Damon Bates. He's our he gets to be our camera operator, our editor, and our producer all at once. So he does the job of 3 men from some. He gives us a little salute from the camera. So I guess the answer is yes. Damon is in fact controlling those little hellos. Anyways, Damon's a great guy. It's been fun to work with him. He's doing this all from the United Kingdom somewhere. It's an undisclosed location, I believe. We refer to Damon as coming from parts unknown. But at any rate, the thing about Damon is, so he's doing this at some ridiculous hour of the day. I think that if I'm right, it'll be about 7 hours ahead of me. So he's going to be doing this at 7 p.m. So this is a lovely afternoon for Brad. This is an early morning for Ryan, and this is a early evening for going into the night for Damon as we bring you this, international commentary and production squad that's bringing this bike race to you.
Damon runs ZMS Livestream. They run a ton of virtual events, virtual races, both producing them and hosting them. So if you're a virtual racing fan, check out ZMS Livestream on Facebook, and I think he's on Twitch as well. I know he runs all of his shows over there. But, yeah, you talk about a lot of virtual racing. I don't know that anybody has spent more hours watching virtual racing than Damon over at ZMS.
Oh, that's an amazing
Even
statistic.
The programmers. I think even the guys at RGT are impressed with the... Because he's watching 4 screens at once, right? So he's getting 4 times the exposure to virtual racing.
Man, now you're reminding me, we made a promise and we've got to fulfill it, which is I'm going into my podcast nerd app because I got to find Luke Huebner's podcast. What's it called again?
That's right. Hold on, I'll tell you. Something level 2, I think.
Level 2. So yeah, we made the promise that if Luke won his bike race, that we would subscribe to his podcast, which he does with a couple of other riders. So I'm gonna fool around and find that eventually. So Luke, I'm still not finding you.
The Zone 2 podcast.
Zone 2 podcast. Let's see if it comes up in my directory here. This is the content that people are loving, Brad, is Ryan and Brad subscribing to podcasts in real time. What more could you want, ladies and gentlemen? This is true cycling scintillation. It's like a resurrection of Phil and Paul, only for virtual bike racing.
Yeah, we're supporting our athletes here in virtual BC Cup. There is that is a big part of why this race exists. I mean, we shouldn't overlook the fact that Cycling BC really wanted to make sure that they offered something to their athletes, both as a competitive outlet, but also, I know, getting some of these riders recognized is a big part of it too. Huge opportunities for juniors to try and get their name out there, get a little bit of recognition with some good rides on these virtual platforms.
Yeah, and we're really excited about that. I mean, it's, I'm no epidemiologist, I'm no professional. It's hard to say what roller coaster ride is going to take us to the finish of dealing with COVID-19, but I do know that there's some seeds of optimism, as vaccination proceeds and everything else. And I know that a couple of race organizers in British Columbia are still hopeful about putting in some July and August dates this year. So, it'll be a watchful waiting procedure as we go along. But I know that my own club, Escape Velocity, is still basically whenever we can plausibly be given the go sign, we're going to try and do some weekend road races and revive our beloved Tuesday night championship. I know that Barry Lister, who runs a couple of great races, some gravel-centric and other stuff, is eager to pick up his events as soon as he's legally permitted to do so. I mean, we're all very respectful of the very reasonable reasons why we can't race right now, but as soon as it's safe to race again, there's a bunch of organizers that I know are just jumping to do it, and we're also pretty hopeful that beyond the road racing season that there'll be a really good and really exciting cyclocross season to come this fall. So here's hoping, right?
Brighter skies on the horizon, that's for sure.
That's right. It is not the beginning of the end, but perhaps it is the end of the beginning, as they say. But meanwhile, we've got some actual bike racing, and once again, we've got our teams of two. So Jacqueline Godby exists in her own lovely world, but we've got Gruppo Cameron and Saccio still hammering away, and they are 3K behind Godby, but they're also 3K up from Larson and Bonacisi and about a kilometer ahead of Guntova. So they're continuing to think very practically, right? These are teammates. They're probably content to ride together. They've got 20 kilometers to go, so just a lap and a bit at this point. So we're going to see them come through the finish line in about 3 kilometers, a little less than that. And at some point in that final lap, they will start thinking tactically. And similarly, we've got Larson and Bonacisi. They've also been riding together beautifully. They're still looking at their target. I don't think Guntova's coming back to them, though, because they've got 2 kilometers gap. That means Guntova is closer, is riding away from them in some ways. So they're almost certainly going to be racing for 5th and 6th, but they're in the same boat. They're about 22 kilometers from the finish. That means they've got about 5 kilometers, I think, left until they hit the finish line. And somewhere in that last lap, they will start thinking tactically, because teammates they may be, but the glory of outracing your teammate for 5th place is far more valuable than the friends that you made along the way.
Yeah, in this case, it's about the destination and not the journey, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Well, you could say a lot of things, certainly. But yes, you always think about this is whenever you see a group going away, especially a 2-up group, you think about how long is that group going to cooperate, and then when will the stab in the back come, where it stops being teamwork and it starts being all about me. So speaking of all about me, we see Zoe Saccio making a little bit of a gap here, and Cameron's back on her wheel. I don't know if that's accidentally or on purpose. Sometimes attacks are accidentally on purpose, especially when it's your teammate, but in this case, whatever the cause of that little micro attack, Cameron has brought it back. She's far too clever to be fooled by simple tricks, Zoe. You should know that.
Yeah, it could have just been the course too. Sometimes those downhills will cause riders to get away when they don't want to. It's kind of tough to control your speed on RGT. One rider described it to me as like trying to park a boat. So if you want to stop, you got to let off the throttle, the accelerator a little bit before you want to stop. It's not quite like driving a car where you can stop and go. There's sort of this coasting you have to deal with even after you've let off the power, and so that's what makes staying in the group so tough.
I'm sure that Zoe is going to tell you that that was an accidental thing, but I've got a little anecdote shared with Vaughn here from explaining exactly how accidental that might have been. So Zoe was out riding a few weeks ago, and she came across the local Lawyers Ride, which is a group of legal friends who all race along their pre-planned route. So Zoe, it turns out, is an aspiring lawyer, one of her many delightful attributes, and so she decided that she'd establish her dominance by dropping all of these other riding lawyers on the local climb. Zoe was 2.5 hours into her ride at the time, so I can imagine, I'll bet you these lawyers were probably their usual type A hammerheads. It must have been just hilariously embarrassing to be dumped by Zoe, who I can tell you in person is charming and fairly diminutive. So this is basically all the lawyers in Oregon getting hammered by wee Zoe Saccio. And Zoe, I'd like to salute you. You know, anytime you can drop lawyers, I think we should say that's just a mitzvah. So good on you. Nicely done. And meanwhile, Saccio is now just no longer accidentally dropping Cameron. They're just on purpose riding together. They're steady. They're within themselves. I see Saccio's wattage drop very slightly. I'm hoping that's because she's laughing off her trainer. But we go back and we look at Bonacisi and Larson. They're also cooperating for now. They've got about 20 kilometers, 21K left in their ride. I'm just watching this lovely virtual scenery as they ride around the Dirty Reiver course here in the Northumberland. I got it right that time. So we said a little bit of this before. This region, the actual Dirty Reiver is typically up to a 200-kilometer loop, and so we're doing sort of the good parts version. This is a 17.7-kilometer circuit that goes out and around the Kildare Lake and starts at the Kildare Castle, which is an old hunting lodge that is now used as sort of an assembly hall and is where you register for the race when you're actually doing the real Dirty Reiver. And so we're doing this lovely low. This is all an artificial forest. These trees are planted for harvesting. It's primarily coniferous. I don't know how common that is to see coniferous forests in Europe, but these are, of course, more like the native trees that you would see in British Columbia. So, again, this is all a very familiar terrain in an area where you said, Brad, that earlier on that the Dirty Reiver very deliberately takes its inspiration from sort of American-style gravel racing. So stuff like the Dirty Kanza and similar events.
I was just thinking, if you've seen the price of lumber lately, they're probably sitting on a pretty penny on this lumber preserve over there.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Good
indeed.
time to
It's
be
a
in the
veritable
wood
gold mine.
business.
Indeed, indeed. It seems everybody has taken the opportunity to do some house renovations while everything else is turned upside down in their lives. You know, more than a few people have probably had vacations canceled or worse as a result of things like this. But you know, we turn inwards. Some people add a deck to their house. Some people get on their trainer and race electronic bicycles, and some of us mostly devote ourselves to watching video games play by. But you know, to each their own, I say.
We all deal with it in different ways, I guess. Jackie Godby
So
up to little over 3 kilometers ahead of Cameron and Saccio. Don't see that changing. This might waver a little bit, might go under 3, up to 3.5, but Godby is pretty comfortable right now. Straight chilling. Wouldn't expect to see any major efforts from her until she gets into the last maybe 5K. We might see Jackie try and get a workout in for the day. Little bit of a gap for Bonacisi and Larson. Looks like Angie trying to close down just a few bike length gap.
Yeah,
up
it's
to
slight
Holly
gap
here.
I suspect that's an artifact of them being on the climb, and Bonacisi is probably just, climbing within herself. We see she's closed that gap right back, and she's just sitting on Larson. So what are their numbers like? 4 and 3.7 watts per kilogram. That's not nothing for these two riders, but it's not their red zone. They're just, they've got the same dilemma as just about everybody else on the course, is that their race is right in front of themselves. That, Bonacisi and Larson have very little to race for except against each other. Cameron and Sacchio have very little to race for except against each other. And everybody else, Godby and Gontova on the course, is kind of racing in their own almost bubble, right? They've all kind of already defined where their race is going to end up. So, but we are getting to the point where, let's see, Cameron and Sacchio are now sitting at 17 kilometers to go. So they have just begun their final lap. Larson and Bonacisi will come to their final lap in a couple Ks. Godby is well along on what is basically her victory lap at this point. She'll be showing up here, 13.5K to go. So that's a distance where I think she's probably averaging about 30 kilometers an hour on this up and down course. So figure on that being just over 15 minutes to the finish. For Godby, this has been another triumphal demonstration for her. I mean, we can't say enough good things about it. Sometimes Godby makes these races very simple. Godby performs an initial early attack. Godby rides away from the field. But it's just what you're seeing is a masterclass in what it means to have just immense cycling capacity. Godby is a world-class talent. We keep saying it, but that's what world-class talent looks like, and that's what world-class talent does. So it will be very interesting to see if she can, put that to good use in some world-class road racing. And we hope for the best for her. Now we're taking a little peek at Sacchio and Cameron.
I think you would call this a textbook Jackie Godby ride, going solo off the front here and just steady as a rock out there. This is where she's most comfortable. Cameron and Sacchio. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Cameron and Sacchio are just riding within themselves. But make no mistake, you might interpret this as, Cameron and Sacchio, how good are they? Cameron has won the provincial championships multiple times on the road. Sacchio is that good. These two riders acquit themselves very capably when they race at Super Week each year, which sees visiting continental pros come. We've had New Zealand national team riders show up in the women's field, and similar levels of competition. It's always first-class women's racing from around North America comes and assembles here, and Cameron and Sacchio are riders who have both done just fine in looking serious and being good competitors in that field. And yet Godby is riding away from them, right? That's the quality of Cameron and Sacchio is not in question. It just means that Godby is on another level. So it's just remarkable to see this. Don't worry, Cameron and Zoe. That's the Claire and Zoe. That's the last time I'm going to say anything nice about you. Come on, go ride your bikes.
Get back to work.
That's right. Entertain us. This is for our amusement, Come on. Pedal harder. Whatever. I don't know. Attack each other. No.
Super easy to say from our comfy office chairs here. That's become one of my armchair director sportifing in esports.
That's right. If I was in the situation of Zoe and Claire, I would simply ride faster.
If I was Claire, I'd ride Zoe all the way until the finish. I would maybe even try and catch Jackie Godby on my way there.
Yes, free advice for Claire and Zoe, which I'm sure they'll be taking for what it's worth. Meanwhile, we watch Nadia Gontova.
That's why we're behind the microphones here, and they're on the trainers.
That's right. Claire and Zoe are living their best life, as are we. Meanwhile, Nadia Gontova still in the middle of nowhere, but bless her for it. 4th place, all but locked up. She's got that dilemma of just having to sit on her trainer for another 16.5 kilometers. Again, that'll probably be that's going to be a pretty long ride for her. At least another 30 minutes, maybe a little more, depending on the train. I think she's got one big climb remaining as well. So it's just going to be a long day in the saddle. But for someone like Gontova, I think at this point what she's thinking is this has become a training ride. And so she'll take it seriously. She'll ride it seriously, as all these riders are, because it'll pay off in the future. You know, this is going to turn into the kind of effort that builds into good results later in the year when maybe she can actually do, you know, bike races outside, you know, and not virtual. So you do the work, you get the results.
Yeah,
True
the
virtual
riders
racing.
that put in the effort here in the off season to do virtual racing, I do think they're gonna enjoy a pretty significant advantage over the non-virtual platform adopters, let's say, because the effort that you're getting here on these virtual platforms is just unrivaled, unmatched. Your ability to raise your FTP, to watch your training numbers, to really dial in your training, especially for racers, it is an invaluable training tool. And so I have a feeling the virtual racers are going to have a really good summer fall if we get back to some real life bike racing. Like you said, you do the work, you get the reward. And these riders doing the work so far this year.
Yeah, I was talking to my old friend Stuart Lynn the other day. He's renowned as one of the most active riders on what we'll call another virtual cycling platform. And he was saying that virtual racing has basically transformed him. He's doing it at an incredibly dedicated level. He's got a little pain cave down in his basement. He also works at home and always has. So his commute is 2 flights of stairs. His bicycle ride is 20 feet from his desk, and he just goes and rides, and he does it every day. He's old enough to be collecting a pension, and yet he's in the best shape of his life. And I think that's a not atypical story, that there's a lot of people, not me unfortunately, but there's a lot of people who have used virtual racing as a way to both keep your sanity and make your fitness as good or even better than it was before. So I got to give all credit to these tools and just what they've allowed people to do. You know, I don't think we expected it to be, you know, borderline a survival mechanism for a lot of folks, but it's great that it was here when we needed it. So
yeah,
thank you, RGT.
Sane. That's for sure.
Meanwhile, here's to the crazy ones. That would be Zoe Sacchio, Claire Cameron, Angie Bonacisi, Holly Larson, Nadia Gontova, and of course we must not forget Dr. Jacqueline Godby, all the way out in front of our bike race. She's now showing a 6.5 kilometer gap. No, sorry, not quite that much. A 3.2 kilometer gap to the chasers. She's only got 10.5 kilometers of racing left, and she's just cresting the last of the big hill. She's going to be on sort of this rolling terrain, and then I think she'll have a pretty steady cruise of rolling terrain and not many hills for her remaining 10 kilometers. 3.3 kilometers behind her is the Gruppo Cameron and Sacchio. Again, those teammates who've been riding together all along. There's a small gap there, but nothing to worry about. They're just on a rolling hill, going up, going down. 13.5 kilometers from the finish. So again, watch, because at some point Cameron and Sacchio will be starting to think tactically, and we're in kind of the window. I would say the window begins for them around 10 kilometers to go. So my guess is going to be that I think they've got that one last steep hill on the course, the one that Godby was just finishing riding up. So they'll see it in at about 10 kilometers to go, at about 11 kilometers to go. That will probably be the springboard for an attack by one or both of these riders. And if not, then they're basically making a determination to ride to the finish and outsprint each other. So those are kind of the two tactics that are likely remaining to them. I mean, we could be surprised. These riders have surprised us before. I mean, Matt Usborne deciding to do a 2-up breakaway for pretty much the entirety of the dead flat Canary Wharf circuit last week was definitely one such surprise. Meanwhile, we're taking a peek here at Gontova. Gontova's actually ridden herself back within about 700 meters of the group she's chasing, so I think it might be too little too late to assume that she can catch them, but she's definitely keeping pace with them. She's never let that gap balloon up much. So she's still riding within herself. She's still securing, locking down her 4th place. And again, she still has a faint hope that if something goes wrong for either Cameron or Zaccio, maybe bad Wi-Fi day, Gontova will simply ride into third place and be very happy with it, I imagine. And
Yeah,
in the meantime, she's doing the work.
I said early in the race, if Gontova can just hang in there for what is now going to be an hour and 20 minutes on the bike, let's say it's been an hour since she got dropped in riding solo, just riding that solo ride for an hour and holding on to a 600-meter gap is brilliant for Gontova today. Most riders wouldn't be able to do this. If you got dropped out of a group of two up at the front, you lost that draft, you lost that gap. For most riders, this gap would get exponentially bigger as the race went on. The fact that Gontova has been fighting all day and has kept this to a relatively small 650 meters, all things considered, that is an impressive ride to me. So even though she's most likely going to end up fourth place today, Gontova had an epic ride out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've got to correct myself on a few things. I actually finally went and read the race guide, and it tells me about how the pricing works. So rather than overall cash prizes, it looks like the way that they're paying it out is first, second, and third will get prizing in both the pro men's and pro women's fields. I mean, this is not prizes that is going to make any of these folks quit their day job. But it is equal prizing. It's $40 for first place, $25 for second, and $15 for third. And credit where due, that is actually a substantial multiple of the entry fee. So if you do win, you're racing for free for sure. That's nice. So if you're wondering about the money situation, that means that Godby has pretty much got the big payoff locked up. But Cameron and Zaccio are racing for $10, that being the difference between second and third place. And Gontova is waiting around. She's currently not in a cash-paying position. But as I said, if there's any technical difficulties at the front, and we've certainly seen that in past races, she could just sneak into the money. But meanwhile, never mind the money. These riders are all racing for glory as well. So we're seeing Larson and Bonacisi still working together. We're seeing Zaccio and Cameron still working together. So we're watching the clock on Zaccio and Cameron because they're now at 12K to go. And as I said, it's around 11 kilometers to go that they start the final steep climb on this race. And that's where we want to keep an eye out, because that's the point at which, if one of them decides to spring an attack before the final sprint, then that's where it will happen. We can see a little tiny gap. Now we're just looking because in about 4 minutes, well before the finish of this race, we're going to see the elite men, the Pro Cat 1 men, starting their event. So they've got about just under 4 minutes to go. They'll start at 12:20, I think, or 12:15 rather.
Yeah, riders starting to line up now. You talked about the spring that might be left for Cameron and Zaccio when they get to that big climb. I'm wondering if there's any spring left in their legs after an hour and a half of riding in this group. It's going to be really tough to, try and mount an attack. The confidence that you're going to be able to hold it all the way to the line, and just the physical, that sprint, that big jump that you need to try and launch an attack. So it's going to be really interesting to watch Zaccio and Cameron duke this out on the final climb in what has been a brutal day of riding for these two.
I believe it was the philosopher Jens Voigt who said, if I'm suffering, then my opponent is also suffering. And I think that's probably the philosophy that's going to dictate the nature and the will to attack between Cameron and Zaccio. They're both pretty savvy bike riders. They've been in this situation before, where they've got to stick the knife in someone and put paid for the result they want. So we don't know when they're going to do it. It may be that both riders decide that they want to keep watching each other rather than try and execute on this hill. It may even be that there's a plan to do a long-range attack, but on the descent rather than the climb. We certainly saw our winner of the Cat 4 race today do exactly that, where his descending skills for Shane Alfreds were at least as important as his climbing ability. But we are going to wait and watch, because we're now at the 11-kilometer mark, and Zaccio and Cameron are entering that final ramp, the beginning ramps to the steepest climb here that they will face between now and the finish. So let's see if they've been listening to me, and let's see if they think anything about my suggestion that now would be a good time to attack. We will find out. You're going to see the ramp up there. You can see the course profile beside them. Very soon they're going to end up at the... they're on these 3% grades, but it's going to steepen up and very suddenly become, for a brief moment of time, a 10 and then almost a 20% grade as they go around one switchback on this hill. And so those are all the things to watch for. In the meantime, Gontova continues to sit about a kilometer back of them, so at this race distance and given everything else we've seen, Gontova is kind of sitting in the position she's sitting in.
The best place to attack for these two, Saccio and Cameron, is definitely on that hardest section of the course, which you can see on the upper right-hand corner of the leftmost screen that you're seeing right now. They are just about to hit the base of that. In fact, I think it's once they go around this little left-hand bend here that it really kicks up. So
this
we'll keep an eye
is
on
the steepest part.
Yeah.
There it is. 13. 18% grade. And you can see them just about come to a stop. Their rolling speed goes below 10 kilometers an hour here.
Cameron getting a little gap here.
Yeah, they're both kind of riding within themselves, so I don't know whether they've tacitly or explicitly decided they're going to decide it on the finish, but if either of them was trying, and now we're going to just switch back as it looks like Cameron and Sacchi are going to stay together. So we'll get to see the start of the pro men's race. They'll begin with their usual rocket launch.
Big field here for the pro men, as already some riders getting popped off the back. That's Chris Naven, and if Naven gets dropped out of the group, you know it's tough. This is Fraser Moran, another name that we know well.
Good old AFM, Alex Fraser Moran, yes. It's a new name to me, Boguslavski. Hope I'm doing that justice there.
Hey, that was better than my guess.
Well, try to be a good guesser. That's about all I got going here. But Naven looks like he's back in action. I think we've got a field of 21. Oh, it's Bruce Bird, I think. I don't think he's in real difficulty because we know from the past that he is an elite rider in this field. We saw him do big things in last week's race. So
yeah,
I don't
Bruce
think
Bird.
Mr. Bird will.
An incredible solo rider. The solo effort that this guy can put in is unmatched. I have a feeling you'll see his name later on in the race when he gets up there. You're also going to be seeing this name on the right side of the screen, Matt Usborne, because I would say probably the most aggressive rider in all of virtual racing, not just in this field, not just on RGT, but maybe the most aggressive guy with a smart trainer in the world is Matt Usborne here, riding for the Above and Beyond Cancer team in that white, yellow, and green kit. Usborne is not afraid of losing. Let's say that. He will go all in on some pretty bold moves in virtual racing. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes not so much, but we're going to talk about the Above and Beyond Cancer team a lot today as well. That is Matt's team. He's got some really strong young teammates on the squad. Not to give anything away about where Mr. Usborne is in his life, but most of his teammates are younger than him.
We like to refer to Matt as a man of a certain age, I think.
Right.
I'd like to mention another rider here. You may see the strangely named R. Ivani Giant. That is, of course, Karsten Ivani, who has somehow managed to slide his team name into his racing name. We will be sure to make fun of him very badly for that throughout. However, we're cutting back quickly to the Cat 1 women's race because we're seeing Jacqueline Godby about 3.5 kilometers from the finish, and we're seeing Nadia Gontova just climbing up the steepest section. So it's kind of getting to some crux moments. I think we're going to see the procession of those riders coming through the finish. Like we say, we'll see Godby finish in about 3.5K, which again will probably be about 6 minutes, give or take, at her current pace. But we're also watching the Cat 1 2 men because this is, of course, a critical selection time that You've said it many times before, Brad. You can't really win the race in the first kilometer, but you can absolutely lose it. So these the men are now out to about 1.5 kilometers out on the road, and it looks like we've got Tom Terblanche trying a little attack, which is immediately absorbed. So it's going to be sort of hammer and tongs for a little while they sort it out. I wouldn't be surprised to see a small breakaway go up the road, even if it's just managed and controlled by the rest of the field. There's enough rolling terrain here to spring a break, and there's enough strong legs here to spring a break, and there's probably enough savvy riders that they won't mind if a couple of riders decide to go out front and basically suffer for half this event while they sit and control things from the break.
Nice dual view here of the Pro 1 field. View from the front on the right side and kind of sitting in the group on the left side here. This is a surprisingly calm start to this field. Normally, I think we tend to see some overly aggressive riders in the Pro 1 men's field, but maybe all these riders are finally figuring it out. They're finally becoming RGT experts and realizing that there's really no need to waste that early energy trying to get away. When the split happens, it's going to happen. And it's really just a matter of whether or not you're there and whether or not you can respond. You see some riders at the back starting to drop off a little bit. That's where it starts to get dangerous. It's not a big concern. Like riders like Chris Nabin, Hayden Warner, you see back there. These are experienced riders that know RGT really well. But in that event that like someone like Bruce Bird decides to go right now, that puts him in a little tougher position to try and chase that down. Or if Bruce Bird just decides to stop pedaling, either one.
I think Bruce may have been having a bad day at a moment. Perhaps he fell off his trainer or something. I'm watching this group because right up until seconds ago, it was rolling around at about 40 kilometers an hour, which for these riders is basically nose-breathing territory. And, you know, even at 44, 45, that's starting to spark it up, and you can see the pack stretching out a little bit. But I have a suspicion that some of these riders, if they want to make an attack go, will wait and spring it on the upcoming hill. Although, having said that, the field is indeed pretty active here, so we may just see attacks not wait for that climb. Hard to say. Bike racer's going to bike race, Brad. I never really know for sure what they're going to choose to do at any one moment. But we're now looking at back at the women's race because Jacqueline Godby, the doctor, is in. She is inside the last 2 kilometers, and she is going to be crowned the winner of yet another race. This is going to make it 3 for 3 for the doctor, as she has done a textbook victory here, riding away fairly early in the race and just keeping that gap out. The gap is now 6 kilometers back to Cameron and Saccio. So those 2 riders, at some point, it was very definitely that they were no longer trying to ride to beat Godby. Godby was in her own race, and everybody behind her was in their own race. So we're going to watch and admire. I mean, full respect to Godby. It's like she just rode away from a class field, and there's nothing you can say about that. It's kind of been her MO for most of these races. She did it in the first race very convincingly on the Paterberg. She did hang with the group at Canary Wharf, didn't try to just ride away. She finished it off in the sprint. A very impressive show of force, especially for a triathlete. And in this race, she just decided to demonstrate that she can do virtual gravel riding. And so she's shown herself to be completely comfortable. She's just ridden her race, and now she's at passing under the virtual Fiamme Rouge. And she will have her very ceremonial, very relaxed cruise to the finish. I'm not making fun of her. She is probably ready to already begin her cool down lap. The fact that she's maintaining 4 watts per kilogram plus at this point probably means that she has some sort of training goal in mind. Maybe her coach and her fiance is there cheering her on, telling her, do the work. This is all about future events. Get in the workout. But Godby, at 750 meters to go, she will simply win this race in utterly convincing fashion. There's not really anything you can say about that.
I know her husband has raced before. We've seen John Cooper show up on the start list a couple times. I don't know if we've ever had a scenario where the races overlap between the pro women's and pro men's races. If you've seen Jackie's pain cave, we got to see it a few times in the Echelon Racing League. She's set up, they basically have two bikes set up right alongside each other. So I hope the Wi-Fi can support two riders. I'm not sure if John took the start or not. I know Chris Navin's in there, her coach, we saw at the start of the pro men's race. So not sure how much live coaching is going on because Chris has his own problems over in the pro men's field. So I'm sure he laid out the training plan already.
I feel like Godby at this point has been beyond any meaningful coaching from
I know.
much
Like,
the first,
what do you
10K, right?
What do you say to someone like Jackie Godby at this point? Riding at one of the highest levels in the world.
Yeah, I mean, there's always better and there's always improvement, and certainly there will be harder races for Godby than this. But like I say, this is a class field, and she's shown herself to be hors category, beyond classification, as she wins 53 kilometers, and she has a 5-kilometer gap to second place. I mean, we have no words. We can't add anything to this. Godby has taught us what a demonstration of power looks like. And so in about 5 kilometers, we're going to see that Cameron and Saccio have come up and over that previous hill and have not done any damage to each other. So with 5K to go, Cameron and Saccio are still riding home together. They're still about 1.5 kilometers ahead of 4th place Gontova. So Zoe and Claire will now be trying to figure out each other as they come into this last 5K. Neither of them has sprung themselves on the hill. So it's either going to be a long-distance attack, which is not impossible, or it's going to be a straight-up sprint. I do know that Claire wants a little bit of vindication because she felt pretty robbed by the fact that she had a tactically missed sprint in the Canary Wharf race last week. She was absolutely there with the right position, and she absolutely has the power to be a force in a sprint, and she got 4th place. And I can assure you that was about 3 places lower than she wanted to be. So I fear that Zoe may be the target of misplaced vengeance as Claire looks to take out her suffering from last week on poor Zoe and anybody else who's going to stand in her way of winning what we'll call the bunch kick, except that it's a group of 2 and it's the race for 2nd and 3rd. And that's going to come up for us in a few kilometers more. There's still 5K to go for them. It's 6.7K for Gontova to finish as well, coming in 4th place. And so we take a quick peek at the men's race while we can, and it looks like events are developing, Brad. Events are developing.
Yeah, take a look at this over on the right-hand side. Some riders coming off the back of the group. This is Viersma and Cowie coming unglued, and then it looks like Boguslavski is stuck in the gap, and I think he'll be the last guy solo. So it looks like Bruce Bird is the last rider, quote unquote, in the group. Yeah, as we go up now to Chris Navin, the coach of Godby. And actually, there's Cooper right next to him in the Triple X kit.
So indeed, John Cooper is riding away as fiance has just finished her race. So presumably she's cheering him on, being like, come on, make it 2 winners today, not just 1. Yeah, it's a tough act to follow Jacqueline Godby, that's for sure. And we're seeing Thomas Watson. I was going to say young Thomas Watson, but honestly, he's 32. I don't think that's going to apply. He's a triathlete and a rower at heart, so he says that he hates sprints and loves climbs. So have we got a course for you today, Tom? Good luck. Here's the climb. Do your best. Although I got to say, if you're a pure climber, I think that this is a selective course, but it's probably not selective enough. The climbs are just too short. I mean, these are little lumps in the road. So what happens is sprinters, as we saw in the Cat 4 race, will simply go into the red zone every lap and ride over them. And look at these guys. It's a 4% grade, something that I consider not trivial, and they're just cruising it at 30 kilometers an hour. They're at 7% grade. They're still over 20 kilometers an hour. They're hitting that spiky little steep climb And Usborne is still grinding it out at 20 kilometers an hour like an animal. Good grief. There's something just unhuman about that kind of power. He's being chased down by Hayden Warner, who's his own teammate. Classic team tactics. You know, your lead man goes away, and then you try to close the gap to him in order to mostly get yelled at by your coach at the end of the race, I think. That's the traditional move here. We're watching Weber suffer. Weber is falling off the back there a little bit. That's no bueno. I think he's still got time. That's a local rider. He's Ashley Weber, racing for Full Gas. Apparently he's out in the Okanagan, though, which is interesting. I didn't know that the Full Gas team is sort of Vancouver-based, as far as I know. So either he has moved out of town, or perhaps he just really likes their jerseys. They've got a nice kit. The last time I saw it, it was black with pink highlights. So there you go. It's a good bunch of guys. I like the Full Gas team. You know, I like making fun of them too, but that's another story.
Eric Hill up at the front. This is Hill of the Project Echelon Racing team, the organizer of the Echelon Racing League and of the Project Echelon team, an early adopter of RGT Racing. Nice to see him up at the front. Taking off his promoter cap. I know he was part of bringing these races onto RGT, but also find some time to race in there as well.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about organizing a virtual race is you have a slightly better chance of being able to actually race your race. There's a few less logistical challenges that you might face on the day of. Also, part of this attacking group, we've got my old friend Karsten Ivani Giant. That's his new name. He's a giant among men. He's a giant among sponsors. There's an idea for other bike racers. Hey, just have your name legally changed to the name of your sponsor for a little extra exposure. You know, it gets a little complicated.
It's all about those impressions.
That's right. It's all about those impressions. That's how you show real loyalty to a sponsor. Yeah. Either that, or else maybe like you're someone like Matt Brown here, and you can just try and get sponsorship that aligns with your name. So maybe he should go out and seek a UPS sponsor. We got to be nice to Campbell Parrish. He's one of our junior riders here. We saw a little bio of him a little earlier on. Kid is an absolute giant and an utter unit when it comes to bike racing.
This is Timmy Bauer.
Timmy Bauer.
Getting a little bit of space off the back here. Timmy, another staple of virtual racing here in RGT, and his teammate, Campbell Parrish, saying, hop on. See if we can work back up there together.
Yeah, this race is starting to become a selection. While we've been talking smack about all these brave and doughty riders, this is a field that is beginning to spread out, sort of losing track, and it might start to come back a little bit now that they're all over the hill, but some of them more than others. But we've got Bruce Brickley leading the charge, and it looks like there's still a group of about 13 or 14 riders who've managed, to hang on. So I think what we're seeing, now that I look at the race composition, is guys like, so Campbell there is about 20 meters behind Bauer, is about 20 meters behind, or 50 meters behind Naven. So we've got kind of a group of 10 back to Usborne and possibly Naven now, and Warner, and then we've got a couple of riders in no man's land. And that group's not going to get any slower because Bruce Bird is attacking. So, Campbell, if you can hear me, please pedal harder. You need to do that now. I'm sure he'll appreciate that excellent advice. Campbell's a good egg. At the front, it's Bruce Bird activating the event. And we're going to go and look back at the Cat 1 women because we're now in the final 2K for Satchio and Cameron. Zoe and Claire. They're starting to ramp it up. I think we're going to see some fairly solid numbers, although I think Cameron...
Yeah, they survived together over that climb. We thought we might see an attack on the big steep part of the climb, but they were able to keep each other in sight. So Satchio and Cameron probably just going to sprint this out inside the last K, I'm going to guess. It just comes down to a 2-up gallop to the line for them. And then Gontova will be solo at about 1.5K behind.
Yeah, that is very much the composition. There's not a lot we can say about this. We're at 1.5 to go. It's rolling, but basically flat or slightly descending terrain all the way to the finish, so there's not really any springboards for any attacks. I mean, Claire and Zoe are both solid all-rounders. They'll know each other very well. They'll understand what their strengths and weaknesses are. Claire has a little bit more experience with, as we've said, with virtual platforms. She's probably still mad and looking for vengeance, wants to show that she can execute a sprint perfectly. Maybe she's just decided that Zoe is here as her practice sprint training today, but who knows? I would absolutely not put it past Zoe Sacchio to be able to just simply win this sprint. Both of them have ridden the track. Both of them know how fast finishes work. And we're at 1K to go. That tree that acts as our virtual Fiamme Rouge, the red flag for 1 kilometer left in a race, made so famous by the Tour de France. And now we've got Cameron and Sacchio. It's becoming a bit of a sprint in slow motion. See, their speed is now down to 20 kilometers an hour. I know they're on a slight rise, but it's not that big. This is indicative of two riders getting a little bit tactical on each other.
Yep.
And even that gap, which is actually getting a little bit worrisome for Sacchio. She's got to be thinking about this pretty hard. There is a tactic known as a rush-in, where you leave a bit of a gap so that when you accelerate to close it, your speed as you pass the other rider is at its absolute maximum. But that is not the reason that you would... That's the reason you'd leave a 3-meter gap, not a 10-meter gap, I think.
Yeah, and not at 700 meters out.
Yeah, exactly. I am giving them maybe a little less credit than I should, because I didn't realize that we've got this little bit of a 10% lump right here in the profile. So that is certainly tempering their tactics. But Cameron is simply riding away at this point. Like, that is too much cap for young Miss Sacchio. Age and Guile is rolling away. And I'm sure Zoe is quite sick about it, because if she does not get back on that wheel more or less immediately, this will be third place for Zoe. And
still got 500 meters, and she hasn't gone into the red zone yet. So maybe there's something left in the tank for Zoe.
I'm just going to say curious tactics all around. I'll have to send some pointed DMs to both of these riders and find out what's going on here. I mean, it's possible that Zoe was just... ran out of gas. Happens to the best of us. It also happens to me, but I'm not the best of us. But it looks like, with all that said, Claire is going to get a fairly straightforward cruise to victory. She's sprinting a little bit, but no, she's not. 200 watts is not a sprint for Claire Cameron. I can guarantee that. So she's seen the gap. She knows that she just needs to roll to the finish. And Zoe is sort of kind of closing, but that is that. So...
yeah.
An odd
Both
finish.
Of these riders are just cooked after 2 hours of racing. I have a hard time seeing how you still have a sprint left in your legs.
Yeah, and that's the way it wraps up. So that will be second and third. Nadia Gontova will definitely take fourth place in a little while. And then we'll see another small battle for fifth and sixth between the teammates, Angie Bonassisi and the other rider, Holly. But back to the men's race, we've got Bruce Bird about 175 meters up the road, so he's putting a real gap on his competition. And he's a danger man.
Confidence.
To ride away from this field with that ease.
Usborn leading the chase back behind him. No surprise there, although normally I would expect to see Usborn going with Bruce Bird in a scenario like this. I think Usborn is maybe the only guy who loves breakaways more than Bird.
I wonder if the calculation here is that Bruce was in a 2-up breakaway with Usborn last week, and it only sort of worked out for him, because basically what he was doing is providing free work for Usborn to keep his teammates protected in the field. And as I understand it, Bird doesn't have any teammates, so why give out any free gifts? Do a solo attack, do all the work yourself, which is the bad news, but win all the rewards for yourself, which is the potential good news. But, on the other hand, it's a long way to go. He's got 40 kilometers of racing left, so solo attack now. That's, well... Bruce, we appreciate your efforts to animate this race, and best of luck to you. Let's see how that goes. We're watching the chase now. Looks like it's Watson and Cooper, Ivani all at the front there. It's a shifting group. I think we're down to about, looks like about 11 or 12 riders, maybe a little less. 3, 6. I only count 9 in that group unless there's somebody hiding.
I think Naven is going to be the last in there at 11th, and then if there's one up the road, that would mean 10 guys, I think, in the group. And now Naven going to get to the front and put a little gap in here.
Yeah, we're watching the leaderboard change faster than I can read it off to really clearly understand what's going on. But we've got Naven, as you say, doing a small breakaway. The chase is very active against him, but this is not hurting Bruce Bird because he continues to maintain over 200 meters gap. That's very, very far from safe, but it is what it is. We're looking back at the women's race because Nadia Gontova is about to take her well-earned 4th place. I mean, say what you want, but she sat out there and put out the watts all day without any reference points, and all she's done is just ride away from the very capable Bonacici and Holly Larson to secure the 4th place. So hats off to Nadia Gontova. That was a mental effort as much as it was a physical effort, but she conquered both the mental and the physical game today in order to secure her 4th place. And I'm sure she'll be looking for more next week.
Way to hang in there. That is not an easy feat to ride an hour and a half by yourself on RGT. So that'll bring in our top 3 for the pro women. And we go back to Bruce Bird on the front of the pro men. Chris Naven had a brief stint off the front, trying to close that gap to Bird, which is only 130 meters, although I think I can just barely see the riders coming into view behind Bruce Bird here. Nice look back from our ZMS live stream cam.
I think that Bruce is getting a little bit rubber banded there as a result of just having crested that one of those little pitches on the hill or on the course. So watch for that gap to expand somewhat quickly once he gets over to the flat. But nonetheless, it's not at all a confidence-inducing gap. This is more like the kind of gap that you get when the pack has decided to just keep you out there to suffer. So it's going to be up to Bruce whether he can expand that to the kind of gap that actually scares people, or whether he's just left out there to work on his own until the pack decides to reel him in. But with all that said, he's definitely doing damage to the field, because as they try to chase back to him, look at all the riders sort of shedding and shredding in little bits and pieces. We're looking at Oliphant right now. That would be Aidan Oliphant, a 22-year-old racing for the Giant team. He studies exercise science at the University of BC in the Okanagan. So that means that he's taking UBC classes, but he's doing so up in the Okanagan, quite a few hours away from the main campus there. But what he's doing right now is suffering and dropping, so he can't be too happy about that. Hopefully he can get joined by this other group of desperate chasers and they can work together and get some results.
Yeah, let's see if he can jump on the Kelly Cooper Naven Express here on their way back up into the group. Did do a nice job covering it. And then you see the world's greatest endorsed athlete back up in there
yes.
as well.
That's right. He's
Giant
a giant
is going to
among
see. They're going to see a spike in their sales, and they're going to be wondering why the BC sales region is through the roof this season. But now you know.
That's right. It's Karsten Giant Ivani. That's his new nickname. Continue to be his nickname no matter who he's sponsored by in the future. So we like that. Yeah, we admire his commitment to the brand. So good job. I'm sure that'll become all the trend. Soon it's going to be like Matt Cannondale Usborne and Brad Cervelo Bird, or Bruce Cervelo Bird. I'm sorry, Bruce. I'm going to continue to mistake you for Brad Bird, famous as the animation director for various Pixar and other films, and formerly worked on The Simpsons, if I'm not mistaken. So, has quite a reputation in the field of animation. I haven't heard about whether or not Brad Bird is at all capable on a bicycle. I suspect Bruce would have him covered pretty handily there.
We need to get him
Bruce
doing
Bird.
some RGT animations. Get some cycling animations in there.
Bruce or Brad?
Brad. I don't know how
Maybe
Bruce
both.
is as an animator. We can try. We'll swap for a day. We'll let Bruce animate. We'll let Brad ride.
Bruce, send us your portfolio, please. We just want to see if you can do some animation for us. Meanwhile, his portfolio of bike racing is absolutely without doubt. It's currently listed as 220 meters better than anybody else's, but early days yet. He's done about 1/3 distance. He's just about to pass through the finish line, having completed his antepenultimate lap and going on to his penultimate lap. Maybe not so meaningful in a 3-lap race, but nonetheless, that is the 1/3 mark as he passes through the finish line. 35 kilometers to go in this bike race, and Bird continues to be punishing all the other racers for their temerity. He's only got a small group now chasing him. It looks like a group of 5 coming through the finish line before we start seeing some gaps. They're small gaps too. It's only about 35 meters back to the next group coming through right now. But that damage is being done by the good work of Bruce Bird up front. Just to say that he is making a lot of very capable bike racers look very desperate at the moment with 1/3 of this race to go. So we shall see how that turns out for him. I think we see one rider scooting through that group, and I'm not sure who that was proceeding up the road at great pace, but it looks like he's about to catch up to the leading team, the leading squad there. And now we're watching Bonacisi and Larson, and it looks like Holly Larson was saving a match for the end. 350 meters to go, and away she goes. She's going to take 5th place, extended mountain bike podium access for Holly Larson over her teammate, Angie Bonacisi.
Nice job,
Sure,
Holly.
Angie
Nice
would be-
job, Angie. Way to finish strong out there. This is, again, I would say this is the toughest of the 3 days that we've had at Virtual BC Cup. We'll leave that up to the riders to give the official word, but for my money, I think this is the hardest day we've had.
Oh, without a doubt. Longest event. Sorry. Longest event of the year, and has the most... has absolutely the most challenging profile of any of the 3. Well, I mean, there's an awful lot to be said about the Paterberg Hill, but this is just big loops and big rolling terrain, and we really saw it activate these races today.
So there you go, Jackie Godby with a 4.18 average watt per kilo on a day that took her just under an hour 40 to finish. Claire Cameron comes in 12 minutes behind her at 1:51. Sacchio just behind her, and then Nadia Gantova grinding out the kilometers out there today. 3.74 watts per kilo solo for Nadia out there today. Great ride to hang in for Nadia Gantova.
Yeah. Big efforts all around here. We've got Holly and Angie there recognized for their events. I mean, look at those time gaps. It's almost a different effort. Godby finished 21 minutes ahead of Larson and Bonacisi. Like that almost becomes a different event. Like Jacqueline Godby finished her cool down before Larson and Bonacisi saw the finish. And that's no disrespect to Angie and Holly. It's just that Godby is on that level, and she's putting in time gaps that basically mean this is a shorter race for her than it is for her competition.
Yeah, no one has to feel bad about getting beat by Jackie Godby, because you just have to remember there were only 4 people that could beat her in the World Championship. She ended up 5th place there at the UCI Esports World Championship. So you don't have to feel bad that you're not part of the elite club of all of 4 people that have beaten Jackie Godby.
And I have to give a shout out to Zoe Sacchio's moral support, Vaughn Winkleman, her husband. You know, I'm Vaughn was extremely keen to let me know that he is legally in America. He sent me a copy of his I would say green card, but that's not quite right. I guess it's a red card. He's got his employment authorization card here in his hand. So, all right, Vaughn, not
all right,
not a criminal. He'd like you to know that. Please don't deport Vaughn. Meanwhile, Bruce Bird, back at the bike race, actually doing some real bike racing and doing it real good, because he's still got a 200-meter gap to that chasing group that he is so cruelly shredded. He has utterly activated this race. It really doesn't matter what else happens. I think our combativity prize has been decided, because you can't say anything else except that Bruce is currently leading this race. He's not getting pulled back, and he has absolutely been the cause of all of the chaos and carnage behind him. So you can see there's now a group of 4 desperately trying to keep him in view, and then after that, it's just all these very quality riders who are just strung out on the back of this field. There's Mr. Hill there, sitting in no man's land 100 meters behind the chasers and about 200 meters ahead of the next chasing group. So you've got stuff like this. I mean, it's a group of 4 guys, all legitimate Cat 1 riders, and they are, half a kilometer behind the leader and having trouble keeping up with the chase one. So this is just, it tells you how selective this course has been and how zesty the racing has been for this first third of the event.
Yeah, talk about that effort for Bruce Bird on the front, trying to get away. I think he was trying to get away from the Above and Beyond Cancer team as a whole, because they are so aggressive when these guys get control of a race. Usborne just kind of dispatches these troops off the front. So you'll see one after another of those white Above and Beyond Cancer jerseys attacking. I think Bruce Bird was trying to get ahead of that today. He was like, I'm going to call the shots today. We're going to sort of take them out of the driver's seat and put Bird in charge early, because otherwise this is what would happen. Matt Usborne, Hayden Warner, these guys can team up. They can link up and start launching attacks out of the group. But today, Bruce Bird gave them a dose of their own medicine.
Yeah, I think we got to go with the meme of from the movie Captain Phillips of Bruce Bird saying, "I'm the captain now." That's right. Everybody likes the relating of memes over the air without any visual reference. It's a classic commentary tactic, right? Nothing's better. We'll just spend a few more minutes describing the detail.
Yeah, it reminds me of my childhood watching Phil Liggett describe memes to me of the Tour de France.
That's right. He would just open his box of metaphors and pull out a suitcase of courage, sir. So meanwhile, we're watching the giant Karsten Ivani. He's, again, another one of these riders who's sadly stuck in no man's land, wondering if he's the captain of his own destiny, and knowing that he's seeing destiny, when whatever form it is, riding away from him. Karsten's digging deep. He's probably looking for a suitcase of courage. He'd even be happy with a handbag of courage at this point, just anything to get him across that gap. As we see, Usborne is also activating this race. I'm not sure. He just seems to have decided that Bickley and Warner are not worth keeping around, or else he's riding his own pace as he goes up the road on this 6% climb. And that is, in fact, Bruce Bird that you can see in the distance, because there's only about 90 meters from Warner all the way up to Bird. So there's your top 5, your top 4 are all kind of right there. And Karsten Ivani Giant is not so far away. He's only 170 meters behind Bird. So if things come back together, it's not impossible. This could regroup. And this looks like it's going to be Usborne and Bickley together making the catch on Bruce Bird, because we can see that gap just disappearing now. And it looks like that'll be Hayden Warner trying to make good there too. So, well, Bruce Bird is not going to make it easy, is he?
No, he's making these guys chase for every meter that they want back. This is actually a crucial time in the race. Just like when you see breakaways starting, we're watching a breakaway finish here as well. But I think more importantly, we're watching like 4 of the strongest guys in this race come together and maybe form a group here on the front, which really changes the racing dynamic. You got to start worrying about tactics, about sprinting, things like that. So just like when Bruce Bird started going away, this point in the race is equally important because we're watching the response to that one now. And so far it's Usborne and Bickley, with Warner still trying to hang in there, but having a little bit of trouble today. He is not for lack of effort. Warner definitely trying to get up to the wheels of Usborne and Bickley, but just can't get there yet. Come on, Hayden.
I think when our friend Cosmo does a how the race was won for this virtual bike race, he's going to point out this very moment that we're watching right now, because Bird is either going to stay away, which will be absolutely critical to the outcome of the race, or Bird is not going to stay away, which will be absolutely critical to the outcome of the race. And we can see now we're watching Hayden Warner. Yeah.
Putting in the work. Oy.
Yeah. And he's only got 40 meters to catch up to Usborne and Bickley. And Usborne and Bickley only have about 45, 50 meters to catch up to Bird. But boy, those gaps are not the gaps are not going away. I was confident at one point that Bruce was caught, and Bruce had other ideas. He's thinking maybe I'm not caught. And this is the dangle. This is what a decisive breakaway looks like. That it's all well and good to get within 60 meters, 50 meters, even 40 meters of the lead rider. But if you never quite close that gap, then you've never gotten the draft and you've never shut that down, and the breakaway survives. And we're at the situation we are now, which is all of a sudden that breakaway gap is over 100 meters again. So, Bickley and Usborne understand exactly what is at stake here, and they're just basically going to be in the ride of their life. I mean, if I was giving Matt Usborne advice right now, I would simply tell him to pedal harder.
How hard can it be?
That's right, Matt. Come on. I've seen you ride bikes. You're pretty good at riding bikes. Just ride your bike a little more so. So Usborne and Bickley apparently taking that advice for what it's worth. And they've got the gap below 100 meters again, but it's not closing quickly. So we're simply seeing that this is an all-out chase, that these guys will be sort of at their aerobic limits, trying to make that gap go bigger or smaller, and knowing that this is going to be the race. Like Bruce Bird knows without a doubt that if he wants to win the race, he's got to stay away right now. It's his best chance by far.
An all or nothing move for Bruce Bird. Either wins solo here or dies trying. Bird no stranger to solo efforts off the front. I was doing a little bit of research on his Palmars. He is the owner of 2 rainbow jerseys, both for age category road race wins at the UCI Gran Fondo Championships. His most recent one came in 2017 in Albi, France. He won the men's 45 to 49-year-old category in, surprise, a solo breakaway off the front, up against David Rowlands of New Zealand and Mark Farr of France. So that was he was 41 in 2017. So he was at started racing at 41, getting my notes mixed up here, and then qualified into that 45 to 49 age category in 2017. So guy likes to ride alone. Guy likes to go solo, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've certainly seen him put off some big efforts on the front. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bruce was Bruce the teammate or the breakaway mate to Matt in last week's Canary Wharf escapade?
Yes.
Or yeah. So Bruce and Matt were willing to do all the work in order to stay away for more than half the race on a course that had nothing to offer to a breakaway group. And
I hear the Jaws theme playing in the background right now as Usborne approaches the rear wheel.
Oh, I mean, I'm a natural sprinter, so I always like it when the breakaway's heart is broken and it's going to come down to a bunch kick. But this is really just breakaway artists taking up breakaway artists. That just counts as blue on blue violence as far as I'm concerned. What we're seeing here is Bickley and Usborne just rode past Bird like he was standing still. Tragic. Like, Bird is still there in position for third place, but boy, oh boy.
No respect for the work of Bruce Bird.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for your service. Goodbye. And now Bruce will be desperately trying to hold out because he's got this ugly situation where Hayden Warner is now something like 250 meters behind him. And so Bruce is going to be in no man's land for a while until something changes. And that's kind of a good case scenario for him. Although, if I was Bruce, I would probably be thinking very hard about getting caught from behind, especially by a rider as strong as Warner, and working together and closing up this gap as a 2-up. But, you know, Bruce has other ideas. He's got that gap down to 40 meters ahead of him. Maybe he's just going to ride back to Usborne and Bickley. I mean, honestly, this is just a bunch of incredibly strong riders at the front of this field, just riding their hearts out. You can see that Usborne has gone red line right now, and I think he's maybe looking at the situation. Well, he's just trying to hold on to Bickley's wheel, but both Bickley and Usborne understand the same thing that Bird did a moment ago, which is this is a decisive gap. If they can stay away here, this is the race. They'll be 1-2 at the finish, one way or the other. But if Bird catches up to them, then all of a sudden that's a very different finish that they're going to have to deal with. And so they're doing the work now. Jokes about Cosmo Catalano. Once again, this may be how the race is won. Hard to say, really.
Well,
so I guess
Bickley for me is the wild card in this group. We've seen Matt Usborne ride on the front a lot. We know that Bruce Bird has the legs to do it. Bickley has not been as omnipresent on the front of these RGT races as Usborne and Bird. So I don't know if Matt and Bruce have as much info on Brad Bickley here, but for me, he would be the outsider in this scenario because I know that Usborne and Bird know each other really well because I've watched them race against each other at this point probably dozens of times on RGT. So Bickley's been in there, but he hasn't really been a protagonist in the story, if you will. So it's interesting to see him and Usborne up here instead of Usborne and Bird, which is a scenario that we've seen several times before.
Yeah, Bickley is a somewhat local boy. I think we were calling his name a little bit in the Canary Wharf race. So he races for Full Gas again. Chapeau to that team. Looks like they've put a bunch of their riders into this event this week, and I'm here for that. But you know, classic. He's a track and field runner at heart. He's not too old. Bickley has a racing age of 29, so he's got every reason to be here. But as you say, we haven't heard this name before too much. So, and now he's attacking Usborne on this descent. So. Matt would like all of you to know that despite what I may have hinted at, he's actually not fat. He said he would prove that, except that he considers his weigh-in videos very personal, and I can respect that. So we will not speak any more about Matt Usborne's weight, except to say that it has been legitimately verified, and he is, I'm assured, not fat. So waves to Matt. We want to get that message out to you and all your fans. I think that completes our consent agreement, Matt. Meanwhile, Bickley is racing him hammer and tongs. Brad Bickley from the Full Gas Racing Team based out of Vancouver. I'm sure that Matt and Bruce or Brad know each other in real life because they both are local boys. And they are racing very well together. They have now put about 130 meters gap on Bruce Bird, although again, they're on a descent, so that's going to be... We won't really know what that true gap is until we're done. But look at how much the Bickley, Bird, and Usborne group has completely separated itself from the rest of this race. The gap between Bird and Warner is now around 900 meters. So, yeah, that's right. It's about 800 meters odd back to Warner. And Warner similarly has a gap. I know this is a very difficult course. It's got lots of ups and downs. I simply did not expect a group of this quality to shred so completely and relatively early for such a race. Like, we're not even at the halfway mark. This is a race that they're going to run out to just over an hour's duration. We've been at it for I guess actually a little longer than that, because we're at the half distance now, and it's been 47 minutes of riding time. So it's going to be about another 47 to get to the end, I would guess. And we can see one of the groups. This is like...
Go ahead.
I think this is one of the only groups that is actually together and within shouting distance. So they're 2 kilometers back. We've got this group of 5 still riding together. So they've just got to be hoping that as riders who are solo ahead of them get demoralized, that this group of 5 can work properly and start snapping up some of those minor placings. Because what we're seeing right now is, I believe it's 7th place onward, but everybody ahead of them. And now we're watching, because Damon is showing us that there's been a regrouping at the front here, Brad.
Yeah, I think this was bound to happen. This is sort of the inevitable with Bird, Bickley, and Usborne linking up here at the front. It was only a matter of time. Bruce Bird tried to go solo, but you got to be pretty strong to solo away on this long of a course and this difficult. So I think this was inevitable for these 3 guys to link up. Hayden Warner is now going to be the wild card. Can he close this now 620-meter gap? It hasn't been looking real good for Hayden so far today, getting dropped out of the group early on. But you got to give him some credit for holding off the Eric Hill group behind him, because if Warner was having a terrible day, he would have already been swallowed up by these guys. His day would be over. So he's having a decent day today. Maybe not great, not quite where he wants to be, but still good. So don't count Hayden Warner out of this one yet.
And we're looking at Mr. Hill and the giant Karsten Ivani. They're the riders who are 5th and 6th who are trying to chase down Warner, and who, as you say, he's been having an okay day. I mean, it's pretty bad when we're describing the guy who is solidly in 4th place with a 400-meter gap to 5th as having only an okay day, but it's just been that kind of a race where things have just completely shredded. I don't know how it's looking here, because Warner's gap at the front of the field is increasing, not decreasing, but his hope for a podium finish has to be that Bickley, Usborne, and Bird start working each other over and they don't cooperate. Because if you start seeing attack and regroup, that'll actually lower your average pace, not raise it. What'll happen is the little attacks will go off, they'll get ground back, and then often the group will regroup for a moment and rest. And it's that regrouping and resting and looking around that is the only thing that Warner has to hope for right now. And you can sort of see it happening, like the group, the gap ballooned up, and now it's back down to about 550 meters. But now the pace will ramp up, and you'll see that gap start to expand again. And then it'll collapse, and it'll accordion. But what Warner has to do is ride inside of himself, just ride his real time trial tempo, and hope that that gap starts shrinking rather than growing. It'll rubber band bigger and smaller, but hopefully for Warner, the smallest numbers will keep getting smaller and smaller. We will watch that.
Yeah, you said Hayden Warner's best shot is that these guys up the road don't work together. They start fighting against each other instead of working with each other. I don't think Hayden Warner has to worry about that, because I don't see Matt Usborne and Bruce Bird holding hands and singing Kumbaya for the next 22 kilometers of racing. These guys will race against each other. They will attack here. So whether that's good or bad for Hayden Warner, I'm not sure if that lifts the overall pace or they wear each other out and generally slow things down. But I expect to see Bird and Usborne racing against each other instead of racing with each other.
Yeah, there's so much attacking spirit in that front 3, and you can see it, right? We saw Usborne rubber band off the back, and Bird is making a little dig here. This is not a group that is decided to ride to the finish as 1, 2, 3. This is a group that is looking for every possible advantage and attacking each other on every little rise in the road. Look at this, Usborne off the front again. Bird closing.
We put 2 hungry bears together in a cage, and we're basically expecting them to play nicely here, but that is not happening. So there's only one piece of steak in the cage right now, and Usborne and Bird both want a bite of it.
Yeah, and in the sneaky scavenger role, we've got Mr. Bickley there. I mean, I would not write him out, because we just say we don't know what his quality is. His quality is that he's still here with Bird and Usborne, and everybody else in the race wants to be there. So whatever else he's got going for him, he's smart enough and talented enough that he has gotten himself into the selection for this race. I'm not quite willing to write off the chasers yet. There's still 20 kilometers to go, but as we said before, this is just these 1, 2, 3s that we've got here, Bird, Bickley, and Usborne. That's a quality group, and it's not coming back unless there's a real active will in their chasers.
Yeah, the problem is that the front group needs to chill out, and chill out is not in any of these guys' vocabulary, at least when it comes to virtual racing. I'm not sure they've gotten to that section in virtual racing school yet, because from what I can tell, Usborne, Bird, and Bickley have pretty much one speed, and that's really fast up on the front.
Yeah, they're setting a murderous pace right now. So look at them. They're on a not quite level piece of ground, and they're sort of at 35, 40 kilometers an hour. Group of three, adding into your calculations a little bit of the dilution of speed because of the rolling resistance formula for this quote-unquote gravel virtual event. That's a killing pace. And watch Warner over the same ground, right? He's peaking out at 37 kilometers an hour. It's a credible result, but he's just got to keep that the whole time. And
look at this
the
gap.
attacks go again.
Yeah, the group over in the front. I think there was better cooperation amongst the Donner Party than these guys have going right now up in the front.
Yeah. It's like watching a South American rugby team, and it's dinner time, and they're in the Alps. That illusion's probably too subtle, but I decline to explain it. Bird, Bickley, and Usborne all gruppo compacto again, as my old friend Jeremy Story might say. We told you should track the rubber banding effect. It's still about a 600-odd meter gap back to Warner, so that's neither good nor bad at this point. That's just about the same as it was the last time we looked in. Bickley going off the front. Warner riding within himself. He's got that gap down below 600 meters. I mean, that's enough to inspire hope, but not enough to get him there. 21k to go. Giant Karsten Avani. He's riding together with Mr. Hill there. I keep calling him Mr. Hill, a sure sign that I can't easily find him on my start list, but never mind. I'm sure somebody will text me soon and explain to me who I'm missing. And now we're looking at another one of the groups on the road, a group of 4 or so. These are one of our chasers, and again, it's just all these capable names that we've seen do good work. I see Matt Brown in that team, in that gang. Actually, no, Matt is further back, but that's okay. So Naven, Kelly, we'll call this the group Cooper. And, they're just riding within themselves, but they're not making up much time on the lead bunch, which is Bickley, Bird, and Usborne. And, they're riding like their race depended on it. They are riding as if there was no money for 4th place, which is completely true. 19.6 kilometers to go, so they're going to get the bell lap in about 2K. And everybody knows the course now. There's 2 major climbs. I suspect, given the attacking spirit of these riders, there will be fireworks on all of the remaining climbs. I suspect there will also be fireworks on all the places where there aren't climbs. There's just going to be a lot of wattage. And a lot of carnage.
Yeah, meanwhile, look at this group on the right-hand side of the screen. We haven't talked about these guys a lot today because we've been monitoring this battle up on the front, but the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th positions on the road with Oliphant, Kelly, Cooper, and Naven turning into a pretty good battle down here.
Yeah, you can mark that in your copybook. The gap is about 350 meters and dropping very rapidly to the people they're chasing most proximately, which is Mr. Hill and the giant Avani. If they can catch those two, it'll only add to their numbers. The problem is that all of these riders, these 4 plus the 2 ahead of them, are just not making inroads onto the lead of this race. I mean, we were talking about big gaps developing in some of the earlier races, especially the women's pro field, but the gap from this group Oliphant, the front of the race, those 3 riders, is 1.7k. That's a lot. And speaking of the front of the race, Bruce Bird activating the event again, up 60 meters on Usborne and Bickley. Usborne, having none of it, is trying to close that gap and is now dropping Bickley, so Bickley is desperately trying to close. It's just There's a 10% grade on the road, so everybody attacked. Why not? I mean, the pace is murderous.
Bruce Bird attacked this group. I mean, can you imagine starting the breakaway, 2 guys chase up to you, you finally get back in, and then it's like, yeah, time to attack again. That's Bruce Bird's psyche right now.
Yeah, but he's doing damage because Usborne put out a peak of 700 watts in closing that gap back. And Usborne is a strong, strong rider, but there are only so many times he can emit 700 watts without feeling the damage. Right? Every one of those matches burned, as Rike Racers say, is a match burned. And when you run out of matches, you run out of sprints. And so hopefully for Matt's sake, he's got it timed so that he's got enough matches left in his little matchbox to be able to keep burning matches all the way to the end, because otherwise he's going to start having bad days. But the same, of course, goes for Bird and Bickley, right? Everybody here is doing work, burning matches. When you see Bird go up the road in those attacks, he's burning matches as well. It's a veritable bonfire waiting to happen here.
I don't know if Bird can help it. I think the fire might be out of control for him. He's just burning through those matches whether he likes it or not. Everything's on fire.
Yeah, perhaps Bird didn't start the fire. It was already burning.
There you go.
Meanwhile, we watch our chasing group, but it looks like they have, in fact, they're still a group of 5. No change to that composition, and they're still about 400 meters, 4 to 450 or so gap to Hill and Navani, the giant Karsten Navani.
See, now that group that we were looking at earlier on the right-hand side of the screen, that's how gentlemen race, right? Keeping it together, groups taking turns, taking pulls. I don't know what these 3 guys are doing up on the front, though.
Well, Ivani and Hill are being the epitome of nice guys, but I'm afraid that at the present pace, nice guys may finish 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we've got Hayden Warner, and we were talking about what that gap is looking like. The gap is still about flirting with between 550 and 600 meters. That's just basically meaning that he's still yo-yoing. He's maintaining about the same pace, as far as I can tell, as those lead 3 riders, even as he tries to ride within himself and they try to murder each other. So he's just stuck in 4th place unless one of these riders cracks, which Bruce Bird may be just about to crack because he's got a 50-meter gap to close again. And it's Bickley and Usborne riding together.
I'm starting to suspect that this might be like a WWE situation where these guys are just paid actors trying to get the most amount of action possible in a bike race here, because the back and forth of Bird, Usborne, and Bickley all day today has been remarkable. And here comes Bruce Bird coming back into the fold now. I love watching these guys race.
Oh, man, you couldn't script this. It's unbelievable that they can keep it up for this long. I mean, there's no sense to it. Oh, my
showmanship from Bird.
Cheeky wave by Bruce Bird to Matt Usborne and Bickley as he catches up.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see Bird's character pull out a chair and try and slam it over Usborne's head here.
I guarantee you there's going to be a run-in, right? There's going to be somebody's going to rush in from the side of the course and push one of these riders over. It's the only thing we have left for a last-second dramatic finish. We're inside the last lap, well inside. It's 16 kilometers to go. Don't forget, we've got a real nasty hill comes up at about 11 kilometers to go. I would tell you it might be the decisive moment, but the truth is these guys have been making decisive moments about every 500 meters for the last 10 kilometers. So what I'll say is it'll be one of the 10 decisive moments we're going to have between now and the finish line. My goodness. And the pace they're maintaining, like these guys are not riding slowly between attacks. There's no recovery. They're riding so hard, they're attacking so hard, and they're actually now, you can see the gap to Warner has grown. Warner's now 850 meters back. Ivani and Hill are 1.3 kilometers back. These are big gaps in a field that I did not expect was this disparate in ability, and I'm not even sure they are. I think just a lot of people got sawed off the back, and right now Bird, Bickley, and Usborne are just riding out of their minds. I mean, they must be all three of them on the verge of vomiting at this point. This is where I wish we had suffer cams, because these guys, oh my lord, it would actually be entertaining to see the pain faces.
Watch the way Usborne responds to this gap here. Bird's going to open up a little bit. Usborne will wait as long as he can, but then he goes all in to cover it. See, like right here, into the red zone. He'll cover it immediately. He'll get up there, and then almost like he's sort of toying with Bird, he kind of lets off, right? Yep, there you go. So he stops pedaling, and he's like, I'm here. You can't shake me, and that allows Bickley to get up there as well.
Yeah, Usborne hit over 1,000 watts instantaneously during that sprint. So I realize at this level, these guys will actually have true sprints that are even stronger than that, but nonetheless, that's like a full-on sprint effort, or at least a town line sprint effort, just to close that gap back. So he's leaving nothing on the table. He's become determined that that's how he's going to race this race, and oh my goodness. Folks, just watch. Like, I can't add anything to this, Maybe Brad can. He's a bit better commentator than I am, but you're just getting a textbook example of some glorious, glorious racing, and it's just as good virtual as it would be if it was on real roads.
Taking a look at our chase group over on the right-hand side of the screen. Oliphant leading the way with Watson, Kelly, Cooper, and Naven in the mix. You see Naven just coming into the picture there. These guys having a much calmer day than our lead group of three up on the front. Haven't been seeing a ton of attacks out of this group. I think these guys are mostly just focused on trying to kind of keep this group together and maybe try and catch Hill and Ivani up the road in 5th and 6th, and only 430 meters back.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little surprised. I mean, this seems like an acceptably quality group, but for some reason they're not really doing damage to Ivani and Hill. You'd think that 5 could beat 2, but in this case it's just not happening.
Back up to Usborne and Bird. I think I just saw Bird's character put a shank away. It's getting aggressive up there.
Oh, I hope they're not using any foreign objects in this particular event. That would be just unfair and not in the spirit of professional wrestling. I mean, virtual cycling. Right. Hard to tell the difference at this point, because heaven knows, as we say, we've seen everything so far except for a run-in and a chair attack or a foreign object tucked into a jersey.
Seriously, if this works, I'm calling the cops. I'm worried for their safety up at the front.
That's right. It's beautiful racing. It is true hammer and tongs. There's 13 kilometers to go. These guys have had no let up. It's the only good result for them in some ways has been that they have been so aggressive on each other that there's been no room for anybody else to catch up to them. So you would worry that this was anti-tactical racing, but they're racing so fast at this point that Hayden Warner in 4th place is still in 4th place. And unless he has something transformative in his box of tricks, he's not going to do any better than 4th place today, because he's not really making time on them. He's still about 900 meters back.
Yeah, and 600 meters back to Ivani and Hill. So almost dead center between first group and second group. And look at this. Attack rolling off the front. Bird finds himself in trouble now, having to pay some debts that he took on early in the race.
Oh my goodness. And Usborne isn't satisfied with that. He's trying to put Bickley in difficulty, but Bickley's right there. Oh, come on, Bruce. I don't know Bruce's quality in terms of the climbs versus the flats. We're seeing a little gap develop, just a slight gap, as we'd say, there between Bickley and Usborne, but Bird is going to have to do a lot of work as they crest the top of this climb here. He's got a little bit of a flat recovery zone, but now he's going to have to go and dig into his matchbook and see how many matches he's got left to burn here to close this very dangerous 150-meter gap to our leaders. And
so
Bickley and Usborne for one.
13K to go, the biggest gap of the day that we have seen for Bruce Bird. Well, I should say the biggest gap off the back of these two. We did see a gap this big when Bruce Bird was ahead of Bickley and Usborne, but now the tables have turned on Bruce Bird as he drops down into third place, about 200 meters back from Bickley and Usborne up on the front. And I'm sure Hayden Warner was watching this, and now he's seeing Bruce Bird at what would be 700 meters up for him. And Warner might be starting to think there's a new target coming into his sights.
Yes. See, Matt Usborne and Bickley have discovered that Bruce Bird is in trouble. And in classic bike racing fashion, having seen that somebody they know is in trouble, they are shoving him into the ground and taking off. That's how bike racing works, basically. You're all friends until you need to stab someone in the back. And the stab has been executed. 130 meters. If it was any other group, I'd say there's no coming back from that. But Bruce Bird has proven to be a nigh unto immortal bike racer today.
Yeah.
All three of these riders have let gaps form and then just pulled them back. But it's super dangerous. This is how this kind of bike racing works, of course, right? Is that attack, attack, attack. And I made allusion to the idea of matches. Well, this is what happens when your book of matches is empty. You open up that matchbox, and all of a sudden there's nothing left to burn, and you are kaput. So Bird may well be just riding home in what should be a still potentially comfortable third place. Unless he's completely exploded, he should be able to hold off Hayden Warner over the next 12 kilometers, but it's going to be a lonely time trial there for third place.
Yeah, and again, when you're done, right? When you're cooked, you're cooked. Once that window's closed, it's near impossible to get back in the building here. So Bird at 125 meters back from these guys right now. We'll use that as a sort of our reference point and keep an eye on his gap, the distance between Bird and third, and Bickley and Usborne up in first and second. And then I'm also going to be watching the gap between Bird and Warner, because that might be the next story developing here. Depending on how hard Bruce Bird is bonking here, if that's what's happening, then we might see Bird and Warner come together. It's almost a kilometer between them right now. So Warner would have to be riding really well. Bird would have to ride really terribly over the next few kilometers here for them to come together. But it could happen, because in bike racing, when things go bad, they usually go bad pretty quickly. And if Bird is exploding the way that I would be after putting in the effort that he did today, then it is absolutely a possibility that Warner would be able to catch up.
Yeah, it's going to be a thing, but you know what? Look at how Mr. Bird's gap is not growing. I mean, he's cracked. He surely was in difficulty, but he's only 100 meters behind the 2 leaders. Now, part of that is they're just starting to hit the lower ramps of this final big climb, so that'll rubber band things a little bit, but nonetheless, he's not blown out the rear at this point. It's Bickley and Usborne are up the road, but they're not safely up the road yet, and there's still 11 kilometers to go, so once again, we'll take a look, because this is going to be another one of these crux moments. I told you about the climb at 11 kilometers to go. Welcome to the climb at 11 kilometers to go. Usborne leading Bickley, both of them probably not feeling very comfortable about only having 100 meters gap back to Bird, but I don't think the Bird was like climbing like an angel against these two on previous trips up this hill, so this doesn't seem to me like a natural place for Bird to close the gap. He'll have to just put in a big dig if he's going to close here, or else he's waiting somewhat less hopefully for a time trial or a class act descent on the backside of this hill. And it does not look to me like Usborne and Bickley are attempting to make room for Mr. Bird in their lives. Mm-hmm. Seems like what they're actually doing is going into the red zone. We're looking at Usborne's numbers here, 700 watts as he crests that little 20% grade. That's more of what we might call in the field a killing pace. I think this has become possibly a race of two at this point, that Usborne and Bickley are really trying to separate themselves from each other. And it's actually, we were talking about, Bickley being a relatively unknown quantity. Well, he just became known. He has, with Usborne, ridden Bird off their wheel. Bird's still riding within himself, but he's not going red line on that course. whereas Usborne and Bickley have.
Yeah, you could see it in the power zones that these guys were in. Bruce Bird is riding a steady yellow zone. Usborne and Bickley are already up and over the climb, so they're back into the green, but they were both red for a significant portion of that climb on the way up. So Matt Usborne rolling up the welcome mat that had been laid out for Bruce Bird and putting that one in storage until the next race. I think Bickley and Usborne going to be our two up at the front. All the credit in the world to Bruce Bird today. Certainly made it interesting out there. This has been one of the more dynamic virtual races that I think we've seen all season, to be honest with you.
It's actually somewhat reminiscent, hilariously, of the Cat 4 finish that we had earlier today, where we saw attack, counterattack, and then recapitulation, and finally a surprise twist end. So now the attacker has become the attacked, just as we saw earlier on. I think the difference is, I don't think that the Cat 4s envisioned the idea of attacking so intensely that they would just sort of like hammer at each other once a kilometer for the last 20 kilometers of the race, and that's really what we've seen so far. Look at Usborne going red, once again, just because he's desperately trying to separate himself from Bickley. He might know something that we don't know. Bickley's palmares and past history doesn't seem to make him a natural sprinter. I mean, if you tell me that you're a 1,500-meter runner, I tend to think about you as a pursuiter or a middle-distance kind of guy. A guy who wants to attack from, say, on a course like this, something like 4 kilometers out. But on the other hand, I don't think that Usborne is that natural a sprinter, but he's so powerful that I think that, you know, basically wildly guessing, we're going to give the predicted sprint to Usborne. So Bickley may be tempting to gap himself, but we will know soon enough. We have 9 kilometers to the finish, and meanwhile Bickley and Usborne are definitely still attacking each other, so they see everything to play for.
Bird gap growing up to 350 back from these guys. And then over on the right-hand side of the picture, keep an eye on the race for 5th.
Yeah, this looks like Hill and the giant, Karsten Aveni, continuing to ride together. Maybe they're just happy to be here. I mean, this is kind of a finish for honor. 5th and 6th are not money-paying positions, but perhaps they're both content to just ride together and come down to a sprint finish. They're not making any inroads on Hayden Warner ahead of them. He's about 500 meters up the road, but it's I'm not confident that that's a gap that they're going to close at the end. And, you know, Bruce Bird still sitting in 3rd place. I mean, chapeau to him. We talked about him being cracked and all that, but Bruce is going to finish ahead of everybody in this strong field except for 2 riders. Unless he literally explodes at this point. Or his Wi-Fi connection does. And we look at Usborne and Bickley. Well, gentlemen, in what way have you chosen to entertain us now?
Well, 8.3 kilometers to go. They are rapidly running out of time to execute any plans that they may have. I don't know if I see either of these guys getting any separation between Bickley and Usborne. Bickley has been doing a really good job of saving his energy today. Obviously, Usborne has been the aggressor in this group of 2. I don't think anyone would argue that. And Bickley's had a lot of opportunities to just sit back and save. Now, he has had to go on the defensive, right? He's kind of been on the back foot for most of the day. So he's been responding to moves as opposed to being able to dictate when they go, when he might feel a little better. So this one's a wild card for me, a real toss-up between Bickley and Usborne at the finish. But I think I got to go Usborne on this one. If we're going to Vegas and taking odds, you go with what you know. And I've seen some impressive wins from Matt Usborne here on RGT, so I'll take him in the sprint.
Okay. I'll pencil you in as an Usborne believer here, and we'll make note of how that goes in about 7.3. They're wrapping up their descent, which I don't think is a fruitful place for either of them to make a move. Meanwhile,
I'll tell you what, let's wager a Dogecoin on the sprint. They're like 37 cents or something right now. So,
okay, I think I can see my way to wagering a Dogecoin or a Dogecoin on this. Yes,
probably costs more to transfer it than the coin is worth, but
Whichever one of us wins will have the newfound title of the Doge of virtual bike racing. Not quite as prestigious as being the Doge of Venice, but it's slightly easier to get to. Osborne and Bickley continuing to ignore our silly commentary and actually race their bikes. And they're still solidly gapping Bruce Bird with 360 meters between them and 6.7 kilometers between them and the finish line, which is what they're really thinking about at this point. So I'm not saying that Bird is out of it, but Bird is going to have to do the ride of his life to be in it. And Osborne and Bickley are just not letting up. I mean, this is a fairly fast run in. I think there's one little mini hump before we get to the actual finish line that goes up over 10%. It'll be a sprint climb for both of these riders, but nonetheless, it's the one place that a non-sprint attack might get sprung before we see the finish arch. Or, like Matt Osborne, you could just decide to try and ride away on this gentle descent. Why not?
I was trying to figure out if this was an attack or not, because the power zone didn't really change. He's staying in the green zone, obviously, but Bickley doing even less work in the blue zone there. So I think Osborne just lifted the pace a little bit, and then the downhill did the rest, kind of took over for him, used the course topography to his advantage.
Yeah, it's a strange little setup here because we're on this twisting, turning descent. So they're getting some of their power numbers also thrown away in those corners. There's sort of a maximum speed they're allowed to ride through because those twisting turns are quite tight. But nonetheless, if they were actually riding some of those descents at 50 kilometers an hour, they're braver than I am. And, well, in the real world, they'd be braver than I am. In the virtual world, I think I could manage it. Bruce Bird continues to tap out the tempo. He's not making any inroads, though. He's still at about 330 meters. So this is going to be Bickley versus Osborne. I'm going to call it at the 5.5 kilometer to go mark. And very rapidly, we're going to see these guys. Well, Bickley and Osborne don't need a reason to attack each other. They've just been going at it hammer and tongs. Yeah. Here's Bickley maybe giving a bit of a dig, maybe not.
Looks like they're going by.
A lapped rider.
Yeah, it's Timmy Bauer there. Now, Timmy gets a pass. I saw on his Instagram that he spent the weekend at IKEA. And so anytime there's an IKEA run involved in your weekend, your racing training plans go out the window. He's a father. Not sure how many kids he has, but I know I saw them on an IKEA adventure. So he gets a week off from racing after that.
So I was just... That's right. Yeah, IKEA is a free pass. You know, he'll come back next week, I'm sure, ready and raring to go.
Yeah, he is physically and emotionally exhausted after taking kids through IKEA.
Yeah. So we're watching Osborne. Oh, Osborne is again putting a tiny dig on Bickley. So let's see if this is the one that finally sticks. But it's out to 6 meters. That's not enough for him to be happy. And meanwhile, Hill and Ivani are starting to race against each other, perhaps. It looks like they're giving a good dig from 7.3K out. Nonetheless, they're still riding together. Again, that's going to be our race for 5th and 6th place, but it may start to get as action-packed as Osborne and Bickley here pretty soon. Those two have cooperated pretty well all day. It's really been a 2-up event, and we haven't seen them attack each other. And they are trying to hold off this group of 4, the Grupo Cooper, who are sitting a few places behind them. I think that's 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th you're looking at on the screen. And so this group has also been working acceptably well, but both them and the group Ivani have just not been making inroads. They've just been sitting in no man's land. They have not been able to hold on to the killing pace at the front of this field today. And again, when we're talking about that killing pace, we talk about Osborne, Bird, and Bickley, but we're sort of overlooking that Hayden Warner, with all these guys working well and chasing him, has been just sitting there happily well ahead of all of them. He's still got something like a 1 kilometer gap to the group of Ani. And he's also 1 kilometer down on Bird, so he's kind of locked in his position here with 5.5K to go. But we jump back to the front of the race. It's 3.9K to go. Bickley's attacking again because there's always someone attacking.
Bickley's attacking because Osborne is not.
That is almost literally the case, right? They're taking turns at it. It's probing for any weakness. We've seen both Usborne and Bickley try to get off the front, so I'm not sure either of them wants to do this as a sprint finish, but man, it's just been fantastic racing all day. And these are two of the guys who have utterly activated this event. I'm just so charmed. I mean, you always love it when, you know, it comes down to a sprint royale and it's a beautiful sprint finish, but sometimes you have to admit that the breakaway artists get their day, and today is that day. It's going to be Usborne and Bickley going head-to-head. Bruce Bird has nothing to be ashamed of. This is going to be one of the hardest won third places I have ever seen. You know, he's just sitting there drifting, and it doesn't look like he's doing much of anything, but he has put in so much work to get to this place in the race against so many strong opponents. Like, all the guys who have been wreckage left behind this trio at the front, now a duo. They're all quality riders. There's no bricks in there. They just got beat today. They just got beat bad.
Well, you got to remember the foundation of this breakaway was laid by Bruce Bird pretty much at the start of this race. Had the guts to go away and to be able to still hang in for third after Bickley and Usborne bridged up to him. He rode with him for a while, but eventually just couldn't hold the wheel, but didn't blow up. So Bird deserves some credit for that. At 3K to go, like you said, he's looking pretty comfortable in third. Not a whole lot to worry about behind him, and not a whole lot to worry about in front of him, because it's looking more and more like Usborne and Bickley going to stay together to the line. It's only 260, 270 meters from Bird up to Usborne, but that might as well be 270 kilometers when Bickley and Usborne are riding the way that they are as Usborne goes on the attack again. Little uphill. Bickley gave him a little bit of flavor just a couple minutes ago, and now Usborne countering that.
Well, we warned you that this might be the activating climb. This is that final little 10% lump, which Usborne is almost over the top of. And Bickley is closing on him. Oh my goodness. He just will not quit. The gap is about 15 meters as they both crest the top. Bickley's got his work cut out for him to get back on that wheel, but he's still in the red zone while Usborne is sort of cruising a little bit on this descent. I think Bickley is absolutely putting out more power here, but he has closed the gap. Oh.
He's going to go right by him.
Must be wondering, oh my goodness. Can Usborne match this? It's 2 kilometers left in this race. This is not much, and it's going to be a more or less descending than flat finish. There's not really any more climbs to activate it. They're riding side by side. There's just no quarter given. Got to be utter respect between these two riders. They've both done everything that they have to drop the other rider. They managed to shred the incredibly capable Bruce Bird. I mean, he's a Fondo world champion. That's not nothing. I like to make fun of Masters racers, but, you know, you don't win a world Fondo title without being a pretty good bike racer. And Usborne and Bickley just rode away from him at the critical moment. You know, Bird is back there. The gap now is 600 meters, but we got 1.5 kilometers to go, and Bickley and Usborne still haven't decided this race on their behalf. So we're going to come again to our little tree that will be the virtual Fiamme Rouge. You know, Bickley and Usborne are now sitting at 48 kilometers per hour. It's a small descent, so that's a factor in their speed, but it's going to flatten out, and we're still seeing them probably over 40 kilometers an hour. It's just monster. These guys are putting out the hits.
Yeah, and this will pretty much answer our question about if we're going to get any separation before the line. I think these guys are sprinting it out as they go inside 1K to go. No separation between Bickley and Usborne, so this one's going to come down the line. It'll probably be on the pavement that this one will be decided. Remember, there's that very brief paved section before. Bickley going to try and give himself a little bit of breathing room. Usborne will go right over the top of that. Bickley responds back and forth in the final 800 meters now.
800 meters with this little hump coming up for them. That's a long way out to engage, but I think maybe this is an assertion that Bickley doesn't trust his own sprint. He wants this to be a long haul, and Usborne is right with him, so I don't know. This is a bit of a lump, this little climb, but it's over as quickly as it begins.
Oh, look at that attack.
Yeah. Look at the response. There's nothing in it. These guys, it's just 600 meters to go.
This is
Give 'em
awesome.
the nature. Folks, just watch. What?
Yeah. I mean, it's like watching two grown men in a slap fight, just back and forth, trading blows one after another.
400 meters. There's not even any time. They've got to basically dial it up now because there's no room to not sprint.
All right, so Bickley going to go from 250 out. Here we go onto the pavement. They both hit the pavement side by side. Usborne going to wind it up here from 180 out. Did he go too early? Bickley still there in the red. They got one last turn here around the right bend. Bickley with a late surge, and I think that's going to do it. Bickley gets Usborne on the line.
I did not see that coming. Bickley left enough in the tank. Chapeau. He rode the race he wanted to ride, and he outsprinted Matt Usborne. So, amazing work there. We're watching Bruce Bird. He's almost overlooked at this point. He's going to cruise into third place after totally activating the initial half of this race, doing the break that, still deserves the combativity prize because he really shaped this race and made it his own. He made it into a race of initially just himself and then eventually a race of three. And he just couldn't hang on to the killing pace that Bickley and Usborne were able to maintain. But as I say, he is completely earned this third place. I'm sure he's not satisfied with it, but he deserves absolutely nothing less on the day, and he put in a huge effort.
I think Bird can at least be happy with the ride today. Certainly made it interesting for the rest of the riders out there. Now Hayden Warner in his final kilometer of racing. Again, looking like this one's going to be solo. You see the Hill and Ivani group back in the battle for fifth. That's a whole kilometer behind these guys. So we'll bring Hayden Warner in and then see if we can sort out fifth place as we wrap up our pro men's race here at the virtual BC Cup. Credit to Hayden Warner, too. You talk about the steady effort required and how difficult it is to ride solo. Warner been out there for about an hour 15 by himself. I think that separation came about 15 minutes into the day. So not an easy place to be solo on the trainer.
Absolutely. I mean, the record book is going to show that he finished out of the money. He got a fourth place. That's only a podium position if you're riding a mountain bike. And yet he's demonstrated he's the class of the field here in some ways, in the sense that there were 20-odd riders who started this race, all strong, all knew who the danger men were. And Warner may have been left in no man's land by those top three, but nonetheless, there's no way of getting around it. He rode away from everybody else in this race, and it's a strong field. I mean, Karsten Ivani repped very well last week, and even with a teammate working with him, he couldn't catch up to Warner. So, Warner's done a lot of work for not much real reward, but he's marked himself out as a man to watch now. So when the final race comes, we will not be surprised if Warner finishes, figures in the critical events, because he's got a motor, that's for sure.
Race number 4 is going to be interesting after the way that things played out here in stop number 3. I certainly hope that our 3 riders in the breakaway will return for stop number 4, and I hope Hayden Warner has a better shot at it early on, because I know he's got the power, I know he's got the legs to be in this group. Just had a tough tactical start to the race and found himself off the back of the group. So Warner in for 4th, and then let's sort through our final wide-angle podium spot here between Hill and Ivani.
That's right. They're going for the prestige of the mountain bike podium. It's Hill versus the giant Karsten Ivani, somehow sponsoring his own name. Yeah, I'm sure everybody will be doing it next week. I hope we have some really nice sponsors represented in people's actual names. No, please don't do that. I don't know. I'm probably going to make things... I'm going to encourage that. It's going to make things miserable for poor Damon, not to mention us.
Yeah,
we're going to have to
right.
Sort through pseudonyms. So, kids, don't be like Karsten. It's not funny if you're the race announcer. unless only one guy is doing it.
And you know who it
meters
is.
to go. It's gonna. Yeah, I can look up one guy. It's when we got 5 guys to look up. Wow, he's putting in a giant effort. And Karsten Ivani is taking the lead in this sprint, but it's not who starts the sprint first. It's who finishes first.
Oh, man, get the photo finish camera ready. Hill right there. Ivani taking the outside line, and Ivani going to make it easy on us as he'll take about a bike length win ahead of Eric Hill. Brilliant battle for these two guys as well. That was fun watching both of them duke it out today.
A giant effort for 5th place by the giant Karsten Ivani.
Oh, a giant effort to get over the hill. Oh, perfect.
Oh, the puns just
Couldn't have
write
written it
themselves. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you the results here. You can add Karsten Ivani to that extended dance remix podium, but it's Bradley Bickley over Matt Osborne in a beautiful, beautiful attacking finish. Bruce Bird, full effort, give him the combativity prize for activating this race at the start and then barely getting shuffled out at the finish. And then we've got Hayden Warner, the solo effort to end all solo efforts. And then we saw Karsten Ivani win his little sprint over the hill. Oh, Groner. And then we see the group finishing behind them, a sprint we didn't watch, but it was Kelly, Oliphant, Navin, and Cooper. And you can see that they all finished within seconds of each other. So a nice run-in for our top 10.
4.71, the winning watts per kilo today for Brad Bickley. Right up there with Matt Osborne and Bruce Bird on the podium in 3rd. What a show at the front of this Cat 1 Pro Men's race. This was really, really good virtual racing today across all the categories. I think the Dirty Reiver course it did RGT proud today, Ryan.
It sure did, right? We had very selective racing, so it was a lot of small bunches, but within those small bunches, we saw some incredibly interesting racing. I mean, we saw the head-to-head battle for 2nd and 3rd in the women's pro race. We saw this race with Bickley just pipping Osborne after literally an entire race-long battle between them and Bird. And then we saw other great results in the other minor races where just all kinds of riders coming forward, great selections, great tactics. It was real bike racing in every possible way. And, you know, that's partly that it's a great technology platform, and it's also partly that we just had some great aggressive racing by all the groups today.
One more day to go here in the virtual BC Cup as we take next week off, and then we're back at it Saturday, May 1st for the final of the 4 races here in the virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix. As we wrap up day 3 from the Dirty Reiver course here, we'll say goodbye from the virtual world of RGT. This has been a production of ZMS Livestream. For Ryan Cusino, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching. Again, May 1st for stop number 4, the virtual BC Cup. We'll see you there.